This is a regular meeting of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. I'd like to welcome Victoria Goss to our happy little band here. She is an alternate member of the Planning and Zoning, and now the Planning and Zoning Commission is fully staffed or fully seated.
For the next few minutes till people run away.
Nick McRae will be seated for Peter Levy this evening. And items number 3 and items number 4 have been withdrawn. Item number 1, Palmer Hill.
Mr. Chair, I believe that the applicant for Palmer Hill has opted not to be here this evening, but he would like you to consider the application
On its
for the
merits.
extension.
Okay.
All right. Is there any discussion? Do you have any comments? Comments? Anybody in the audience have any comments?
I would just note that the applicant has indicated that they are extremely close to getting the necessary agreement together. He just needs another week or two, and so that's why he's submitting the request.
Okay. Then we'll close it. Do I hear a motion?
I hereby move that we approve an extension of 90 days for the preparation and filing of the required record sheets.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Number 2, Catherine and Thomas Fleming.
Pictures?
No. Come on, Nancy. It's pretty slow.
Don't pester me. Got it.
All right.
That's actually very helpful. You should have been. This is really good. The colors, the coloring. Did you have a good time doing that this evening?
I loved it. Okay. Should I go ahead?
Go.
Okay. Melissa Clawberg from Ivy Barnum and O'Meara for the applicant. This is an application to establish that this exchange of equal area is not a subdivision. It's actually an exchange of equal area. It's a land swap or a lot line revision, as we used to call it. My clients actually have been developing 29 Calhoun Drive. They were building a house, and in connection with their work, they found out that the driveway that services 21 Calhoun Drive was actually on their property.
Got it.
So instead of digging up the driveway and disturbing all the landscaping, they agreed with the neighbors to just swap the land. So it's an equal area of 433 square feet. Simple as that. It doesn't make a new lot. It doesn't set up either lot to be subdivided. It just is a swap of land. Simple as that.
Any comments from the commission? Any comments from the public? Then we'll close this item. Do I hear a motion?
I hereby move the approval of this equal area exchange, and with the finding that this is neither a subdivision nor a re-subdivision.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
That was a long night's work, wasn't it, Mrs. Clubber?
No, have we beat our deadline by 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Get it, 4 minutes of discussion.
Oh, good.
We gotta
How
do
much
the
you move the minutes?
Oh, good.
I move the minutes from June 7th, 2016.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
That was 1:50 a.m., by the way, I looked at it. That we adjourned.
No, we were talking earlier of those,
And the minutes is 1:50 a.m.
yeah. I
Is
think
that
we
right?
were
No, wait,
given,
2:15 a.m.
2:15.
2:15 a.m.
Yeah.
We will need a couple of minutes here till we hit 7:15, so we can do the public hearing, so get up, stretch, walk around, whatever.
We've opened a new bar on the ground level.
AC feels pretty good.
I'm sorry.
The AC feels pretty good.
Oh, the air conditioning. I've never
Not
seen an AC in this.
Look, it's so many
I can't
pieces
even
of
read,
paper.
I can't even read what they're projecting up
You
there.
know,
It's sad.
I can't read it either.
Oh, boy.
Who has that on? Hope they understand we're old.
Sorry?
Said I hope they understand we're old. Hey, speak for yourself, man.
I wasn't gonna go there, but.
Well, some of us are.
I can't read anything on there. I don't have any distance glasses, so too bad for me.
Each day is a gift.
Is it?
The other saw it. Swarmy kind of things.
Okay. 13, so we're not there yet.
I guess I'm going to go by that.
Here's the thing, Richard.
This is the public hearing. Item number 5. Before we take testimony from the applicant, we have before us this evening an expert witness who would like to testify. Dr. Clements is an expert in ecological and planning consultant. He has to leave, and therefore, I thank the applicant for... You're not Dr. Clements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank the applicant for allowing me to go out of order,
Thank you.
and I'll
Oh,
save
thank
my
you.
remarks for later. but- Thank you. Ted O'Hanlon. I represent the Greenwich Neighborhood Preservation Association, and Dr. Clemens is one of our experts. Thank you for taking him out of order.
Good evening, and thank the applicant and the commission for allowing me to speak. I have to go out of town shortly, so this is very helpful to me. Thank you. You may be wondering why I am here tonight before you to talk about the environment, and you have both have received my letter reports to wetlands, 2 of them, dated May 14th and June 13th. But there are certain issues that intersect between planning and wetlands, particularly those large-scale planning issues that concern the environment. In fact, I would offer that actually on some of those, you are probably have more authority and are better equipped to deal with than wetlands because you are planners. So from my letter reports that you have, I have distilled basically 3 issues that I would like to talk to you from a planning perspective. Yes, I'm a trained ecologist. I'm also have some experience in planning. I'm chairman of my own planning commission. You're in the most southwest town in Connecticut. I chair the commission in the most northwest town in Connecticut. And before that, I was chair when I lived in Rye of the City of Rye Planning Commission. So I have a lot of interest in the intersection of planning and natural resource conservation. And I understand under the Affordable Housing Statute, you are somewhat limited in the kind of things you can look at. But certainly there is no limitation at all when it comes to how the environment intersects with the health and safety of the community. And that's really what I'm talking to you tonight about, how the environment is intersecting and some of the challenges that this application before you presents. Now, and again, I'm going to try to move quickly through this. You have the backup materials from the wetlands application. But basically, this application is very different from that in 2012. Fewer parcels of land. And what is missing in this application?
Dr. Clemens, just so you know, we're not familiar with the 2012 application because Wetlands turned it down and it never made it to us. So if you could just elaborate as you go, so that to fill us in where we might have a gap that was never before.
Certainly, I was not aware of that. I will be happy to try in a brief way to explain to you. Basically, the application in 2012 encompassed 6 additional parcels of land. One of those is actually before you. It's a 2-lot subdivision that's come separately in front of you. And there's still 5 other large parcels of land that made up the 2012 Tollgate application. 3 of those parcels have a single-family residence on them. 2 of the parcels are wooded. One of those may also be not owned directly by the applicant, but by another party. But certainly several of those are still controlled by the applicant. And my concern on this has been that when you look at the environment, when you look at the ecology of a site, when you look at the watershed, those attributes that really affect the public health, the public safety, drinking water, stormwater, environmental quality, the smaller and smaller you look at a site, the harder and harder it is to look at what we call cumulative impacts. And so while there has been discussion by the applicant that this new application is responsive to the denial in wetlands, and is actually, in a sense, a feasible and prudent alternative to that, I respectfully disagree with my colleagues, the applicants, because it's not. These are 2 very different things, and I'm very concerned that we have these other parcels that are not spoken to. They're actually form the bulk of the environmental resources on the site. Now, I sort of challenged the applicant in the wetlands hearing to say, well, if this is really a feasible and prudent alternative, the thing that I think you should do then is to ensure the community that there is not going to be any further development beyond what's there of those parcels. They did not do that, so all I can basically conclude is that those areas are being held for potentially future development. And why this matters and why this is so hard from a planning perspective, it's a concept called segmentation. Those of you who are familiar in New York State, segmentation is actually not allowed in New York for the very reasons that the smaller and smaller you look at parcels of land, the harder and harder it is to assess cumulative impacts. So my first concern on this entire application is it's not a feasible and prudent alternative to the 2012 application. It's something quite different, and large areas of the site, the former site, are really not spoken to in what's going to happen. So my concern is that you could end up permitting a rather dense development on this with the expectation that this is the totality of the development that's going to occur on that watershed, on that forest, and I don't believe that's the case. So that's really the first point I wish to make to you, is that as planners you often look at the built infrastructure. That's often what you tend to look at, traffic and all the bricks and mortar. But there is a green infrastructure that lies alongside and complements the built infrastructure. It provides ecological services, stormwater attenuation, a whole host of ecological services. And that's why the green infrastructure matters. And the green infrastructure actually is spoken to in your own standards. And again, I understand that there's some question of which standards you can look at, but certainly you can look at those parts of the green infrastructure that directly intersect with public health and safety. And some of these issues certainly do. Some of these green infrastructural issues, carbon sequestration, the thermal load reduction, stormwater attenuation, clean air, and noise reduction, these are all things that are actually tied to the quality of the community, to the health of the residents, and why I believe that you can look at those environmental concerns. The next environmental concern that I believe is important also is a reduction in the function and sustainability of 3 vernal pools. These are small wetlands, but I would say under your regulations that these are very unusual attributes. And again, in your regulations, you talk about unique attributes, unique natural attributes of a site. But they're more than natural attributes. Vernal pools carry on very important biological functions that actually aid in clean water and maintaining healthy wetlands. And healthy wetlands are, again, important for the neighbors and the people that live near those wetlands. So again, there was a lot of debate in the wetlands hearing about the quality of the vernal pools, but respectfully suggest, from my perspective, from a planning perspective, there are really 3 salient points. There are 3 vernal pools on the site.
Tell us where those pools are.
Those pools are located at the junction of Hemlock and Oak Street, but each of those pools has a 750-foot critical upland, critical terrestrial habitat shed, and that habitat shed does lie on the Tollgate site and even on this particular development site. Parts of those critical upland terrestrial habitat areas actually are on the development site. This area is partially developed, and a prudent and feasible alternative to this plan, a smaller development, would actually not create more damage to this vernal pool shed. The applicants introduced their own proposal, by their own admission, would result in further deterioration of the vernal pool shed. And I do believe that these pools are worthy of conservation efforts. The applicant, I believe, believes that they are too degraded to warrant protection, and we certainly disagree on this very important issue. But again, these pools provide important water purification, denitrification in the system, and also help to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases from small wetlands. Certain small wetlands produce a lot of greenhouse gases. When they have a certain amount of nutrient cycling, as in healthy vernal pools, that is eliminated. So again, there is, in my opinion, a nexus between your authority with the health of the community on these wetlands. And there's a lot of text in my letter, which I'm not going to go through, why I quoted from the wetlands in there. The third is, and I think very, very critical and disturbing, is a lack of an ecological risk assessment of a wetlands, which I call the Cotswold wetland. It is basically located behind 10 Edgewood Drive, and there's a smaller wetland, 24 Hemlock Drive. And this is really a very serious matter, and really probably intersects again with the health and safety of the human inhabitants as well as the natural inhabitants, the wildlife, because the wetland behind the Cotswold condominium particularly is potentially hot. That meaning it has been accumulating pollutants that have been flowing off the Post Road Iron Works for years. And these are heavy metals and other pollutants. What happens is, and you'll hear from other people who will discuss this, but from a biological perspective and from a public health perspective, as these heavy metals accumulate in these wetlands, they are taken up by certain animals, which we call bioaccumulation. These animals and other can move into the entire ecosystem, downstream into Horseneck Brook, even into Long Island Sound. And the disturbing issue here is that despite repeated requests to actually assess that wetland, it hasn't happened. Now, they have said as a condition of approval, they would consider doing an environmental risk assessment. And as planners, an ecological risk assessment. And as planners, that's not the way you don't collect important data that could potentially affect the outcome of a development footprint after you've approved the footprint. The prudent thing, both ecologically and from a planning perspective, is to first understand the extent of that pollution, understand how to remediate it, because that may well affect how you develop the site that is contributing to the pollution. So again, I do not believe it is prudent from a planning perspective to condition any approval on a study, because when you condition approval, you say this is the footprint we're allowing. What if the study goes in and realizes that there are so many problems that you may have to do something completely different on the development site? So I think not having that information really has hamstrung the Wetlands Commission. I think also hamstrings you in being able to really make an informed decision as to the impact of that and the effects. So basically, in conclusion, I believe that the proposal before you fails to conform to critical aspects of your regulations concerning protection of environmental quality, specifically the protection of natural systems and their ecological services upon which all life and the health of communities depend upon. And that concludes my presentation. And again, I do thank you for allowing me to precede the applicant on this. And I'll be happy if anyone has specific questions to try to answer them.
Do you have any comment at all about the clear cutting of this site?
As I understand it, there is going to be some clearing of the site.
Approximately 15 trees will remain on the site.
On the smaller site.
On the site.
On the site.
On the site.
We can't talk about toll gate.
Right.
Because that's not before us. What is before us is a 5-acre site.
Well, the feasible and prudent alternative that was introduced into wetlands, which would also protect the vernal pool shed on the vernal pools there, by moving the development further to the east, would actually eliminate a lot of the worst tree cutting that is proposed. So if you take that alternative that was proposed at wetlands to reduce the size, to move the building eastward, to shrink the footprint, you would save a lot of the trees. And certainly the loss of trees in that area is not desirable. And if it can be avoided, it is better for the vernal pools. It is better for all the functions that trees provide that we are well aware of, the carbon sequestration, cooling, and the watershed protection.
As you know, one of the things that we have to do is consider the negative environmental consequences relative to the social benefit, if you will, of increasing the affordable housing stock.
Yeah.
How would you, as you look at the broader environmental ramification and this concept that you're raising of not segmenting, but looking beyond the property and looking at the broader environmental ramification, do you have any comments on that?
Oh, well, certainly I believe that, the social benefit of having affordable housing is extremely important. We face the same thing in our community, trying to get enough affordable housing. I think what the problem here is there's just not enough information in the record to make a prudent decision as to the effects on the ecosystem. And I certainly think there is a way to achieve that with a smaller footprint, which would, as the chairman said, would reduce the amount of tree loss. And I think some of these things are very important to discuss. I think there is certainly a development potential on that site. I just don't believe that the current configuration works that well. And I also don't believe you have enough information in the record, at least from what I've seen in the wetlands hearing, to actually figure out, particularly with the pollution issue, that pollution issue is really a big issue because it could be moving through the entire ecosystem. And you talk about trying to develop a site and remediate or not remediate a site without understanding what has actually happened in the receptor wetlands downstream. It's sort of backwards. You first need to understand what has happened and what's there, and then you need to have a development plan that is responsive to that. And we have two LEPs who I think can talk to that more than I can.
Okay.
Dr. Clemens, is there, you mentioned an alternative plan that's in the wetlands record. Could you expand on that a little bit, and particularly as it relates to the 750 feet that you were describing? I'd like to get an understanding of where that is on the subject property,
Well, certainly,
and also who put that plan on the record for wetlands.
In my May 14th letter, and it's on page 3 of the letter I sent to you, I talked about moving the development eastward and southward, developing primarily on the east, and this was something I should ask you a question. I put this into the record. The developer has not put a feasible and prudent alternative that I believe meets the standard, and lawyers can talk about that yet. But I did introduce this to shrink the development eastward and southward, developing primarily on the eastern portion of the site, that is parcel 07-2033/S. And the eastern third of this parcel lies beyond the 750-foot vernal pool zone, critical upland habitat zone, and I proposed hand in hand with that with reforestation and enhancement of the other parcel as part of this development. So is that responsive to your question? Thank
Could you repeat that tax card number?
The tax card number where I
Yes.
that I thought it should be moved onto primarily is parcel 07-2033/S.
Okay.
Basically eastward. Right now, they are having it on two parcels, one of them that has frontage on Oak Street. It's a residence, and I'm saying push it more eastward into the site that is more disturbed. Obviously remediate that site and focus on restoration and habitat improvement on the western side, part of the site, the other parcel.
If there was a roadway of sorts that went along the northern portion of the property out to Oak Street. There's this sort of an arm that goes out that way. If there was a paved area there, but it was not frequently used, let's say if it was for emergency purposes only, do you have a comment on if that's something that would, you know, as I said, if it'd be used infrequently, is that something that would have a negative impact as you've been relating to the wetland that's off-site over there?
Okay. There's a couple of issues with that roadway. One of them is that there are two wetlands, one on each side, that could be restored, and there is testimony in the record that some of that drains down to the vernal pools. But to answer your question, that one question, a low-intensity roadway, particularly if it was not paved, if it were used, for example, in pervious, semi-pervious pavers and that, and it didn't have a lot of traffic, probably would not be an impact. The impacts to amphibians begin when you start to have a critical number of road trips per hour, when you start to kill them crossing. So while it's not desirable, it is not the biggest impact. But that entire area there, I believe, could be much better reforested. It already is forested with quite a few large trees, and it could be, the habitat could be improved. It's a matter of trying, in my mind, to reduce the footprint to achieve the goals of affordable housing, which are very important goals, but it's not to use that entire parcel in that way. And I do think there is information lacking particularly concerning the effect of the pollution on the downstream wetlands. The applicant intends to continue those stormwater discharges into those wetlands as part of the application into that wetland. And we really don't know what the status of that, what the stormwater will do, what it's carrying, or what the current status is. And as you know, pollutants lie in the sediment, they're picked up, they can be moving down through the whole ecosystem. And I think it's very important that any development of the site really gets that under control, gets the information, and gets a very good plan to restore and mitigate that, because that's something where you have it going all the way down into Horseneck Brook and potentially into Long Island Sound.
Any other commission comments, questions?
Thank you very much for accommodating my schedule. It is
Thank you
greatly
for coming.
appreciated.
Proceed, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
For the record, Robert Burcham, Moses, and Devlin, 1221 Westport Post Road. Thank you again for the opportunity to resume the presentation. Because Mr. Clemens, Dr. Clemens spoke out of order, and obviously we had no concerns with that, I'm not going to comment on it. Actually, Dr. Michael Klein will speak later on today and address his questions. Two things, however, I would point out. One is that the segmentation suggested that the tollgate application, which, as you, Mr. Chairman, pointed out, was not ever heard, let alone not properly before you, includes property owned by third parties, one of whom has already spoken in opposition to my application. So it would be unique for us to be able to have an opponent sign whatever Mr. or Dr. Clemens was looking for. The other is, just for the clarity of fact, as you're digesting what you just heard, there are no vernal pools on the application property on the 5 acres. There are vernal pools elsewhere, and they'll be addressed by Dr. Klein. At this point, I'd like to hand over to you, actually through Mr. Luca, several items that were requested. One is the resumes of Mr. David Schiff of VHB and Dr. Klein, as well as a building analysis as to the computation of square footage prepared by Raymond Sullivan, our architect, and a revised affordability plan dealing with studio rents. So those are simply responses, short responses to outstanding questions. For this evening's purposes, we have a group of experts on various subjects. I would begin by calling David Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan is a state-recognized traffic expert. He is a principal with Malone McBroom, and he will address the traffic issues which have been talked about but not fully presented to you thus far.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, my name is David Sullivan. I'm with Milone McBroom. I'm a professional engineer. I manage our traffic engineering and transportation planning group at Milone McBroom. If I have your indulgence, I'd like to, there's been a lot of back and forth with comments and responses, so what I'd like to do is start with a brief overview of the original traffic study and our findings, and then go through some of the comments, and I'll try to short circuit some of the comments and stop and expand on anything you would like to. For starters, our traffic study included 10 intersections plus the new driveway, which is a new intersection, the easterly driveway. Those 10 intersections included 6 on West Putnam Avenue, and they went from the east. I'm sorry. They went from the east at where am I? At the east at the Prospect Street intersection, the offset intersection with Edgewood, and to the west to East Weaver. In addition, we looked at the intersection of Hamilton and Livingston Place. We looked at going further, the intersection of Prospect with Old Field Point Road, further into Field Point Road.
Is there any reason, I'm sorry to interrupt, is there any reason the project site on your diagram does not look like my project site?
This is, I'm not quite sure. And this is just to indicate the locations of the intersections.
I think it's the 2012 stuff.
Right, this is the sewer. Right, this is the sewer plan. I'm just pointing out the intersections off it.
Same question, it still doesn't look like the project site, it looks like a larger site.
May I have, Mr. Chairman, I believe
Yes,
this is simply shown off-site so that you can... It's showing more than the site simply for sewer purposes. It's for the purposes of traffic, not directly relevant.
okay.
Its only relevance is to show the intersections. In fact, the traffic is on this side, but I thought this would be easier to show you where the intersections were.
Thank you.
And again, and then coming down Field Point Road, the last intersection is at Horseneck Lane. So it's this cluster, and then both ends of Livingston Place, and then along Route 1. So that's our study area. The traffic counts we used came from 2 sources. The first source is we talked to ConnDOT, which we typically do to see if they had any approved volumes in the area, and they did in fact have approved volumes at a number of the intersections along Route 1. The ones they didn't have, and all of these were recounted, or not recounted, supplemental counts to fill in the background conditions, and where necessary, we increased the new traffic counts to match the ConnDOT traffic counts. In terms of site traffic, we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual. In the morning, the estimate is for 180 total trips in and out, 35 entering, and 145 exiting the site. In the afternoon, 220 trips, with 145 entering and 75 exiting the site. The distribution of those trips through the study area was based on the Journey to Work census data. The next step was to establish future traffic volumes. Again, we collaborated with ConnDOT to see if there were other traffic generators not in their counts that should be further included, which there were none, but they indicated to use a growth rate of 0.75% per year for normal traffic growth in the area, which we did. We then added the site traffic volumes. and we added them at 100%. I point out that there is a shuttle proposed, which should have a decreasing factor during the peak hours to and from the train station. But we added them in at 100%. Then we conducted analysis with and without the site traffic, and the results of that analysis, as you probably know, is in terms of level of service between A and F, with A being the best and F being a failing level of service, which is characterized by long delays and at signals potentially sitting through more than one cycle at a signal. We conducted those analyses, and in general, and I'll go in a little bit more specifics, the existing levels of service can be maintained in the study intersections. At our site driveway, we're recommending signalization opposite on the easterly driveway opposite Livingston Place. We have conducted the signal warrant analysis, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, but we were asked for more information on that, which we have provided.
Could I just ask you, is that under the state's jurisdiction or the town's?
It's
not you can
a
get
state
that.
highway. The
So-
state would have to approve the signal,
Right.
and then they would approve the design as well.
Have you had any conversation with the state about that?
We have not.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask a question since we paused for a moment? You said that the intersection level of service would be maintained, generally?
Generally, there, specifically, there were, if you take each analysis level of service, which is the smallest component, I believe there were 75 or 80. In two cases, one case it went from A to B, one case it went from C to D, and everywhere else we were able, with timing changes at the signalized intersections, to maintain or improve the existing levels of service.
And the one that went from C to D is the Livingston Place intersection? Am I correct on that?
No.
No.
I think it's, if you go to...
Oh, yes, Livingston Place at Hamilton, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes,
He
correct.
also has if you look at 221, page 221 of the DPW engineering comments are that it goes to E at the intersection of West Putt and Edgewood.
So the other intersections that were maintained, you said that was done through potential changes in the traffic signalization. What do you do in a situation like the Livingston and the Hamilton Avenue where there's not a traffic light there?
There's no mitigation is recommended there.
Okay.
But
With the
and on
level of
Edgewood,
pardon?
on Edgewood as well, Katie.
Edgewood and Hamilton, or
Edgewood and West Putt.
And West Putt?
What DPW comments, because it was the thing that was closest to the top. The traffic impact assessment mentions minor signal timing adjustments that would need to be made at that intersection due to its degradation to E.
Right.
And what
Right.
they're asking, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this, if anybody sent you the engineering department's comments, but what specific changes are being proposed to address that degrading to E?
I do have those details.
Okay.
I'm just
Would-
about done with the basis.
Okay,
And these
okay,
are all
sorry.
follow-up questions.
You know,
that-
you took a pause to breathe.
I got a sip of water as well, so thank you. Anyway, in general, there's 1, 2, 3 locations where we are recommending timing changes. I'll go into more detail in a moment of what those timing changes were. And at Livingston at Putnam, in fact, we'll have a significant improvement in level of service when it's signalized. So that's essentially the skeleton of the traffic study. And, in way of conclusion, the 10 intersections that we analyze will operate acceptable levels of service, in our opinion. 9 of the 10, and the one where the level of service is below D already, it will be maintained at that level.
Okay, now, what our town engineer comments on is that you say in the traffic impact assessment prepared by Malone and McRoom states that a level of service D is generally considered acceptable. So when you're talking about acceptable, are you talking about D or C?
D. D is
Okay.
typically acceptable. I understand Greenwich has a goal for new intersections to be level of service C.
No, it's not just new intersections. We want to have a standard of C throughout. I mean, that's our goal. And again, this speaks to the issue we keep raising, and I'm going to use the collective you as an applicant, is that we're trying to maintain the nature of this community, which is to be suburban, to not be highly congested, to not have severe traffic issues. And so as we wrote our plan of conservation and development, guilty, we talked about striving for a level C, because the universal complaint that we get from people who move here is if the traffic gets heavy, because that isn't why they live in Greenwich or I think other parts of Connecticut. We're not New Haven, we're not Bridged. Why did I just do that? Okay, sorry.
Stanford or Bridgeport.
Yeah.
I understand. And I understand the goal. In many respects, many of the intersections will never be level of service C with the traffic that's already out there.
Gotcha.
For instance, anybody exiting onto Post Road or Putnam Avenue during the peak hours, if you're taking a left turn, it will not be at level of service C. So there's really, it's a wonderful goal, and I think for new intersections that you're creating, and if there's mitigation proposed because of an impact, or if there's a mitigation proposed, your goal should be that mitigation shouldn't be a new intersection at level service D or E. It should be a new intersection at level service C, which is precisely why we're recommending the signal. And we did look at quite a few access alternatives here, and those come through in the comments and questions as well, which I can get into to more details about. But circling back to the original question, in the industry, in this area, the downtown, the Route 1, the commercial buildup of this area, level of service D is generally considered an acceptable level of service.
Yeah, and you're using a lot of very general statements with that. I mean, again, you talk about this level of buildup in the industry in general, which would be nationwide and urban. Those are not necessarily applicable to our community. And so what you bring as your standard for our community is not a standard we've set or that we desire. And so you're telling us, well, here's what's generally acceptable.
Well-
I'm sorry, I stopped myself before because I felt like I was climbing up on my soapbox and I was trying not to. And that's when I was going to Bridgeport.
May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
May I say that maybe characterizing it as acceptable or unacceptable is really not to the relevance of the report. It's more of an anecdotal statement. What we're attempting to do when we do these traffic impact studies is to maintain those conditions, whatever they are, unless they're safety conditions which can be mitigated or should be mitigated because they're getting exacerbated by this. So if we're creating traffic impacts, which means we're making existing conditions worse in terms of operations, or we have a safety impact, meaning we're exacerbating or creating new safety issues. Sightlines, things of that nature are new safety issues which we want to make sure we're not creating. So it's really a little bit irrelevant whether I characterize it in the report as acceptable D. The big picture is the operations that are out there today will not be jeopardized by this development.
Just for the record, the language from the 2009 Plan of Conservation and Development on this topic reads, Greenwich should maintain its standard of a level of service, level C, in evaluating any future developments for improvements.
So maybe if it's okay, I'll go in.
But you are planning on putting a traffic signal at Livingston?
Correct.
And the purpose of that is what?
Well, it's twofold. As I started saying, we looked at a number of access alternatives, and what we saw, the layout of the roads and the location of the finger that we have access. We have two fingers that have access onto Putnam Avenue, and when we look at the different options, we looked at a signal on the east side, we looked at a signal on the west driveway, we looked at, and these were all suggestions that we looked at again when they came from Beta's peer review, for example, in your DPW review. And when we evaluated all of this, we thought all the exiting traffic, if it came in opposite Livingston, we would have the ability, because we saw that traffic was going to use Livingston. So we have the ability to take what would have been a negative impact on Livingston and turn it into a positive. So now Livingston will have a good level of service, easy access out of there. The unintended benefits of the signal there are some accident issues on that section, particularly east of Livingston. There's a number of curb cuts. The location of this driveway is going to eliminate some potential backing out onto the post road, which may exist today at existing areas. So overall, this access plan with the signal is really controlling. Granted, it's a small piece of Route 1, but it is adding positively to the safety out there, the accident experience out there, and most importantly, to operations on Livingston Place.
So when you evaluate a road like Livingston Place, I understand we're talking about the intersection, but the road itself is rather narrow. There's a lot of cars. It's unstructured in some ways, so to speak. The intersection itself with the post road is very narrow. In fact, I was waiting there the other day, and car had to go very slowly onto Livingston Place from the post road to make sure they didn't hit me. So how do you evaluate that as a traffic engineer, the roadway itself and the potential impact that could have when you introduce a signal at Livingston and the post road?
The signal, well, we look at the cues and how it would react with that, and there is some area to cue there. There's the one, I believe it's a garage door entrance to the dealership there. But for the most part, there's not parking on that section near the post road, which is important. I understand there's parking elsewhere. And if you look at all of the north-south roads that connect, I'll say, Arch Street and the interchange with this project, they have to traverse down some of these north-south roads. And the ones that they're going to use do have some parking on it. They do have some friction. I was out there one day, and a car carrier was, I don't know if it was waiting to pick up cars or just unloaded cars and it was doing paperwork, but there was a car carrier on there. So it's not an ideal road. It's not a rural street, which you have most other places in town. It's an environment where there is parking. There's enough room for cars to safely pass. We estimate, even with the signal there, which is going to be drawing cars during the peak hour, it'll be maybe another car every minute or so, maybe every 45 seconds. So each cycle of that light, you may get a car going down Livingston. So we're not overburdening it, and we're aware of that. Under these conditions, we think it'll function much as it does today.
The circulation on site is in and out at the Livingston intersection, is that correct?
Correct.
The one further west is out only?
In only.
In only. 2 ins, 1 out.
Yes.
I just went, it's, the reallocation on the signal is 5 seconds on that, on the Edgewood Drive. Does DOT normally, because when we've talked to DOT about Route 1, they've been pretty resistant to, CONDOT, I guess, really, they've been pretty resistant to making those kinds of changes. Have you guys, I know Mr. Maitland asked you before, but you've got experience with this. Your sense is that they would endorse those kinds of changes?
You're absolutely right. Sometimes they don't, and at the times they don't, they feel that the variations on day-to-day traffic might more than offset what's happening on a 1-second timing change. So they may feel that that's insignificant, and the traffic controllers and the system detectors and all the circuitry they have built into it will reflect that efficiency that you get from a static model. So there are times where they'll say, we acknowledge that this 1 second will improve it, but our recommendation is not to change it, but our maintenance folks will evaluate this as time goes on. So that does happen occasionally. A 5-second change most of the time when there's a change that's 5 seconds, as long as we're not changing the overall cycle or the overall minimums of the side streets, we can change what they call the splits, and they would let us do it because 5 seconds is
Long time for them. Isn't that a long time
yes,
for them?
yes, it is.
I mean, when I read it, I had to go and Google some, but it seemed like that's a pretty good stretch of time to change a light by. So, but you're saying that they would find that significant enough that they would endorse that kind of change? It's the 1 second changes we wouldn't be as likely to see that you, okay.
Correct.
One of the other things that I'm jumping a little bit here, in the traffic comments, somebody wrote, Mrs. DeLuca, you may remember who said this, that we might consider the SWRPA Route 1 study to implement some of that on Route 1 as part of this project that you're proposing. But I'm not sure that the person who wrote that was aware that CONDOT not liked that study, and CONDOT wasn't interested in doing most of that.
Well-
And as I remember, who was that? Katie?
That was Beta Group, June 14th
Okay, and
memo.
Beta may not be aware that CONDOT was not enthusiastic, and that's what I was involved with that Route 1 study, and I'm
Well, I
a
think they
little
signed
concerned.
off on the study.
What?
I think they signed off on the study. What happened was we wanted to implement a portion of it during the Eastern Greenwich, during the COSCOG plan, excuse me, and that's when they balked a little bit and said they weren't in favor of that specific piece.
Is the circles, they weren't in favor of the
Yeah.
traffic circles, and they weren't in favor of the back-end or diagonal parking, which I thought was real sensible of them, but.
Yeah.
So I guess, Mr. Sullivan, the concern here is, the analogy I was going to make was in bad taste. It's all going to be okay in the morning. It feels like when you do all this and we're going to change these signals and it's all going to be all right when we're done, and yet our experience is that CONDOT's pretty conservative about this. So we may end up with a deterioration in our levels of service that impacts the surrounding businesses as well as how our residents feel here about what draws people to this community.
I understand your concern, and I would say that the changes that we're suggesting are very sensible, and I think.
So say you.
Well, I've been working
You've been
with
doing this for a
the
long time.
traffic
Okay.
folks for a long time, and these are intersections where there's a lot of directionality. I know Adaptive signalization is something that the town has studied, and I think there's an RFP out now.
Yes.
And what the adaptive signals do is
Right.
in real time,
Right.
they find out where these different
Yeah,
demands
we're
are.
looking at doing it on Exit 3.
So it's, it's, a lot of that is kind of what we're doing we're taking that snapshot of the PM peak and saying, we're doing what the adaptive system might do for that. But there's other peaks during the day that may be slightly different. And what CONDOT looks at is, there's a limited number of timings. You can have an AM, you can have a PM, you can have a midday off-peak, you could probably have a weekend peak, you could put some of them in flash overnight. So they look at the overall picture, and a 1 second change in the PM peak might not serve the rest of that time period. So they would think, look unfavorably. But something like a 3 second or a 5 second, which some of these are, we've identified a real need with these peaking characteristics. And I think I would have some confidence that they would go along with those. But again, it's the roads and their,
Okay.
but did you want me to talk about the SWRPA thing for a moment, or?
Who we? Because Beta raised it. I couldn't remember who had raised it. Yeah.
It was raised a couple of times, and I put the cross-section up there. And essentially, you can do what they're recommending here within the existing pavement. So essentially, what they're doing is taking one of the through lanes and making it 2 bike lanes, and taking the other through lane and making it a turn lane. That could be done, but the two problems with it is you have to end it somewhere.
Right.
And if you don't end it before the signals, you really compromise the signal. So if you took that all the way through
Right.
Prospect Street, then you'd be taking the through lanes out of that signal, and you'd have 1 lane in each direction trying to get through that signal. So again, that comment came from Beta again in their second round of comments. And, I don't think my client would be against doing it, but I don't think it serves the town all that well to do it. I think trying to maintain it. And the other piece of that is talking about access management. There's some tremendously wide driveways that the car dealerships and things are utilizing. And boy, it would be nice to do a sidewalk, close up some of those driveways, but they're using the right-of-way. They're using those driveways, and their businesses are functioning with those driveways, operations, loading, all those things. So, it's difficult to do any access management, which is part of the SWRPA ideal. And I'm not sure that it makes sense to do the road diet other than it improves a certain stretch for bicyclists, and it's safer. It's certainly safer to have a left turn lane.
We didn't get a lot of community support on the road diet. The other thing, and this actually is was in the VHB. VHB wrote a housing study, but when they talked about the north side of West Putt, they said that we had several vacant commercial spaces there. Those are actually in the process of being redeveloped, all of them. And I just want to make sure that you included that you were aware of that when you did this analysis, because VHB was talking about how we had vacant space, vacant commercial sites in the Post Road.
The process we took, and I can't tell you 100% yes or no.
Okay.
But I know that the volumes we received from DOT, there was a whole appendix of things they added to it to come up with those numbers. And I could pull out and that was part of the SWRPA study too, which had all of those things.
Out of date then, probably.
And then we called them and said, is there anything else that's come up since these volumes that we should add in addition? And they told us no.
Okay.
So
It would be out of date because one of the places, an old jewelry factory kind of place is being turned into, there's an application for cars for automotive use. Audi is rebuilding
The medical office down across from CVS.
On the medical office across from CVS, they might have had,
We just approved it.
yeah.
Well, the BMW dealer just paved that whole lot and is
Yeah.
using it now. I don't know whether the long-term. What's
Yeah,
that?
so there may be, but that's that whole corridor, it's just, as you said, I believe at one point, it is subject to development. But there are no actual vacant locations. They're in the process of being reused.
Just to briefly revisit this concept in the Plan of Conservation and Development about the level of Service C. What could be done to, in the project, to avoid the deterioration of the existing level of service? I mean, in other words, have you analyzed the volumes? And if you reduce the volume by X, would that eliminate the need to deteriorate their intersections? I mean, is that part of the analysis? In other words, if the project were cut in half or whatever it is, I mean, how does that,
Well,
how has that been analyzed?
we couldn't get it better than what it is, if that makes any sense. So, you know, maybe 25% less would have kept the D a D instead of going to an E. However, it's back to a D anyway, so we don't know. Obviously, if there was 0, it would stay a D. At some point between 0 and 355 units, it goes from D to E and causes us to have to mitigate it to get it back down to D. I don't know if that answers, but that's the process we use.
Mr. Sullivan, let's try something more hypothetical. We had a Chase Bank next to our library as a redevelopment maybe 2 years ago. And we spent probably a couple of evenings on the traffic because it was a very bad intersection. And we obliged the applicant to do a lot of things it didn't want to do because we wanted to improve the intersection from where it was. And it had been a gas station. So I can't accept the idea that you can't improve level of service. That doesn't sound plausible to me. It seems to me that you can do things to improve level of service. So I think to question about level C.
You can.
Yep.
If there's right-of-way, that's the biggest restriction at most of these intersections. Right-of-way, private properties, and some of these issues with driveways that might not be private property, but have been functioning as private property. For instance, the big car dealership driveways. So we did look as we went through these intersections, and everywhere we looked, for instance, on Prospect Street, it wasn't too long ago that was improved a little bit. You know, we looked to see if it could be improved anymore. That really wants to be teed up with Edgewood. That would be but that means taking a house on one corner of or the other, one of the quadrants or the other. So, you know, we didn't ignore if there were some possibilities to do some things.
Well, let me try this driveways entering onto the Post Road. I think our engineering department on page 222 also references the SWRPA study, and they propose that you should explore alternatives to the access egress for this site. One of the locations that comes to mind, because every time you pass it, you think you're going to be in an accident, is there are grocery stores across from each other in the first block west of where our library is. And the ins and outs of those two shopping areas are just, it's impossible for the people going into those places to get in and out, and it's impossible for those of us trying to just drive down the street to get past there. It's extremely dangerous. So, And when I look at what you have here, it makes me think of that right away. For example, I noted that there's an additional property, which presently, I'm just going to pull out the tax card on this, which is not part of this plan, but it presently functions as a road into the ironworks. Do you know anything about that?
Oak Street?
It's, the street address is West Putnam, but it's this, as these various are, 000 West Putnam, not very enlightening, but it describes itself as being a narrow parcel contiguous to two other properties that are part of this, and that is used as the access drive off West Putnam for the Post Road Ironworks.
That could possibly be that one little horizontal link between the western edge that goes.
Could be.
Right, this one?
There's, I know there's a funny little piece of property in there that's.
And it's
Is
not,
this- is this
it's not
very-
what you pointed out, because that's part
No,
of
no,
this
but
site plan.
that comes down, but I'm saying once you go up that road,
Yeah,
there's a link to the right.
yeah.
There's a piece of, a parcel in there that's probably, I don't know, 30 feet or 40 feet wide or something that connects that to the sort of main.
That's an old aerial. Because that Access Way is next to BMW and it's paved now.
Right.
That's paved.
It's so
It's tree covered.
it's side by side?
What's the number of
The,
For the record, my name is Ted Hart, professional engineer with Malone McBroom.
yeah,
This is the main access right here. There are large trees on both sides. There's a canopy. There are a number of parcels in here. I don't have.
There's only one.
The survey. What's that?
There's only one, it's just that horizontal, there's 6 parcels for this piece of land.
Right, but it's made up of several different parcels right in this area, old pieces.
yes, we know,
Okay.
small fractions, but
Right.
I'm trying to understand what this, it's a budding?
There's 2 here.
Yeah, so you understand, this isn't part of the site plan?
Yeah, it
Understand what
is.
I'm asking?
Yeah,
No,
it's there.
no. We have
Excuse
6
me.
parcels, yeah, we have 6 parcels.
It's right here, it's this parcel right here. That's the piece that connects it. Yeah,
You talking about this?
it looks for weeks to find that 6th parcel.
But it's not listed as one of the 6. There are 6, okay.
It's one of these really
No.
small.
No,
This one?
not.
That's
Oh, the one I'm talking about is
Yeah,
listed.
well, that's why I'm saying this is.
This the one?
Sorry.
1, 2,
This one, no,
Another
no,
accent,
this one,
which is not on here?
no, sorry.
No.
I have a bunch of-
See
What did I
it.
just do here? See. Shoot. What did I just do? Now I've pulled the thing apart. Mind boggling. All right. Well, I guess my point is, I think what DPW is saying is, should it be off the post road? So did you look at that at all?
We did. We looked at the possibility of coming out to Oak Street.
Yes.
And the problem coming out to Oak Street is the traffic still has to get down to Route 1 for most of where it's
Yes.
going.
And,
And when it gets there,
yep.
it would need a signal. And it's much more difficult location and maybe impossible to signalize because you have Old Post Road coming in very close to it. We even looked at, it looks like there's a lot of right-of-way there. Could we do a roundabout there or something like that? We looked at all those options, and none of them could fit geometrically. And then, again, we looked at possibly putting a signal here. And again, we could probably do that. There's enough right-of-way on both sides. There's a little bit of an awkward driveway there, but that wouldn't be unusual to have an awkward driveway opposite a signal. But again, then you would lose the benefit for Livingston Place, So then we thought, well, let's go back to this plan, and let's make this in only so that we don't have another conflict point with exiting traffic.
So, I'm sorry.
No, it's good. Since we have this plan before us as a final site plan, as you know, DPW has issued a report saying they don't approve this and that you're to make, they need to have certain things corrected before they'll send to us a decision letter saying that this is acceptable for a final site plan approval. So some of these things regarding the roadways and the different access ways, these must be addressed with DPW, or we'll be sitting here come July.
Yes.
You know, we
Do
have,
not go ahead.
we have responded to them, and I think for the most part affirmatively. A lot of them were site plan comments, a lot of them had to do.
Well, this
but
one
the-
is dated 6/14,
Yeah.
so it's the last one we have. I can say that, so,
And I think a lot of those are renumbered. The ones we identified here as 5C, 5D, 5E, I think they're 9A through Q in that letter, and they were 5A through Q in the original letter that we responded to.
you may have responded, but you need to get together with them
Certainly.
Letter doesn't
and
have
get
an
this,
A through
and get this resolved.
Okay.
And as
We-
I
we
say, I
can-
may
we
be
can cer-
speaking
we
to
can
the
certainly-
wrong
certainly
person
do that.
because,
Because some of these, you know, like the discussion about the SWRPA and the alternative access, really needs dialogue. I think you're right. We
Well,
could-
and that's what they're asking. It says the applicant's engineer should meet with the engineering division to
Yeah.
discuss
Okay.
A through Q. That meeting hasn't taken place, has it?
That has not taken place.
No, so
Not on the traffic items. There's been other.
other
well,
things.
on other things, but
Yes.
anything to do with DPW, it's got to be resolved.
Okay.
A separate concern, which is not the question of traffic, but the impact on every one of the streets south of the Post Road in that area. It is an extremely dense residential neighborhood. And so it's one thing to say, oh, the cars are just going to be passing through, but actually, for the folks living there, that isn't how it's going to feel at all. So when you talk about 140 cars, and I think a very large percentage of those is heading south. They're not going to just keep going on the Post Road, they're heading south. And I think actually your report says so, something like 45%. So these are the densest neighborhoods in our town, and it seems appalling to me to have another pile of cars going through those. Those are neighborhoods with children. We had an application several years ago for a large repair facility on Old Track, which is right up against the highway, more or less. And one of the biggest issues was this poor, dense neighborhood where impacting additionally on them is exactly what they don't need. And so you've got here a C to D on Livingston and Hamilton and no solution in sight at all. And that roadway down there is just so dense. Do you disagree with that?
That's an interesting way to phrase it.
Well, I just,
It's a, dense is certainly relative, but there are the
well, it's-
smaller.
for our community,
Smaller.
it's a high
single-
density.
Right, multifamily, yes, yes. It is, and there's on-street parking. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier. It would be ideal if it was a rural road with.
But what we have is a very dense neighborhood, and it's part of what we have to concern ourselves with. And a traffic study doesn't say anything about what you're doing to those neighborhoods by.
Well, it does. We're looking at the two endpoints, and our intention was not to do any mitigation down at the end. We can look at that again. The only thing that we could do would be to widen it a little bit so that left turns and right turns can go at the same time. down at Hamilton. That would not necessarily help the left turners. Well, it would help them a little bit, but it would be a significant benefit for the right turners. We can look and see if the right-of-way is available to do that. To the north end, I think we've addressed it. We've improved the conditions there for those residents. So,
Have you improved anything for the residents, or have you just improved it for those cutting through those streets? Isn't that what the
well,
effect is?
both. I mean, the residents have to get out to the real world, too, and they're either going to Hamilton or they're going to Putnam. And the ones going to Putnam will have a significant improved condition. The ones going to Hamilton, we'll see if we can do something down there. My guess, I think we looked at it, but I don't think a signal is warranted down there.
I think that one of the things that DPW commented on was that you had failed to address one of the intersections. Do you recall that?
Yes, they asked that we analyze an additional intersection of Putnam at Edgewood and Oakwood, and
Yep.
Oak Ridge.
Have you done that?
Yes, we did. It was part of
Okay.
the addendum.
The addendum?
And frankly, I knew the answers before. They're on Putnam Avenue, it's level of service E and F coming out to Route 1 during the peak hours. So we did, and we included those worksheets with the Q&A response.
Mr. Sullivan, I just want to make sure that I understand. The Post Road side of Livingston Place, where we have the signal, we're good there. The opposite side at Hamilton Avenue is where we have a failure. We have a,
Not a failure. We have a level of service that goes from C to D. And again, you know, sometimes, I'm not saying it's the case here, sometimes you could have a decrease of mere seconds and drop a level of service. Levels of service are step functions. So from 0 to 10, from 10 to 20, from 20 to 30. So if you're at 19.5 and you go to 20.5, theoretically, you're dropping a level of service. So I'm not saying that that's the case here. I'm not sure it is or isn't. But clearly, we're identifying a decrease there, and we'll, the only reasonable mitigation at this point would be to do a little bit of widening there to get enough room so that left turners are not impeding right turners. But we'll certainly look at that.
Mr. Sullivan, could you move in front of the microphone, not to the side? Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, over here, just to remind me of something, I know there's a lot of paperwork here. When you did your analysis, you were looking at the mixture of units that I'm looking at here, the studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, that sort of thing. How many cars, again, did you calculate? I know it was in the paperwork someplace for those different types of units.
Well, we don't calculate in terms of parking or in terms of
cars in the
traffic.
site and the cars that'll be coming in and leaving based on the mix of the units.
Based on the mix of units, we anticipate 1.35 cars per unit, and that's based on this particular unit mix. And a number of, we've counted 40 or 50 different multifamily, and we get the vacancy rates, and we get the unit count for these communities that we've counted. And
It's 1.35 regardless of the unit. It's 1.35 for a studio, 1.35 for a 1-bedroom.
no, that's the aggregate of this product.
Did you separate it by the number of units?
We could do that, but it would, the math would come out the same. It would be 355 times 1.35.
Yeah.
But we could certainly, we in this particular thing, I'll just show you what, this is a regression of all of the data points with the number of bedrooms per unit here. So for instance, if we took all the 1-bedroom and efficiencies, it would be generating at about 1.1. If we had all 2 bedrooms, it would be generating at about 1.5. And so as you go along that graph, So the net result for this unit mix is 1.35.
Yeah, I'll tell you,
Just,
tell you
for-
what-
sorry, just for the record, you're pointing to a figure that is in presumably your traffic report from the
It is
June
in
supplemental?
it is in the June 6 supplemental.
Thank you.
Now, I'll tell you where we're going, just to jump ahead. We have another applicant that is in the low-income housing business that is redeveloping and eliminating all the studios and one-bedrooms because they find the market demand isn't there. More than half of units are studios and one-bedroom. So this is jumping ahead, I admit. But it just might be one of the factors you want to look at in terms of the mix of units. I would assume that, you know, the studio and the one-bedrooms, you said 1.1 on your regression analysis? It's lower than the two.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
Right.
So going back to Mrs. DeLuca's thought, it just seems like here we've got another project in town, not far from here, saying the market demand, and this is in the record, I believe, isn't there. On the low-income side, not the market, this is below market, subsidized housing, which you have a very large proportion of. So just a thought in there somewhere that the number of one-bedrooms in the studios is adding to the traffic, adding to the car count, and I don't know how it would work out. You seem to be implying there'd be fewer cars. We're implying that with fewer units, because the market demand isn't there, it would work better from a traffic standpoint. But obviously, that's maybe something to look at in the future. And I admit we're jumping ahead. This is not just pure traffic. This
Right.
gets into the market
right.
demand.
And I'm hoping Attorney Bertram is taking notes.
He was taking something there. I don't know what it was, but
That's out of my
he and
pay grade there.
both these guys were commenting at that point in time. It just, you know, going back to her comment that, you know, we're concerned about the number of units. We're concerned about a lot of things. But you can run some numbers, but with more than half the units, one-bedrooms and studios, you would think those one-bedrooms are going to be maybe a couple, maybe not. It's going to be more than 1.1. It might work out that way mathematically, but my gut tells me that larger, the 2-, 3-bedroom, you might have fewer cars at that point in time. Just a thought.
You clearly, if you have a two-bedroom, it doesn't generate parking at twice a one-bedroom.
Correct. And parking's another part of it. I'm sorry.
Right.
That's a whole nother, we were talking traffic, but then you add the parking characteristics
Right.
that might help on that size of it, too. It still gets to, you know, a smaller development and a better mix. And we could be dead wrong about the market. We're not experts in that, but we're hearing someone who is an expert saying the demand is not there.
Well, their VHB study says something similar.
So,
I'm sorry, the study, the paper they have from VHB talks about the unmet demand being, some research they did at the unmet demand is for, the greatest demand is single parents with, I think it was 2 kids.
Right.
It's in the VHB study. So that again lends itself to multi-bedroom units, that's the greatest segment of unmet demand. But we'll get to that. We know that's not your thing. It's, you know, we realize that we have to segment.
On the traffic issues, and just looking at your study, there were a couple of areas where there is a degradation from C to D and then from E to F. I think, and when you look at the DPW comments, I know they've commented on that, so I think that needs to get resolved, and it's probably not going to be resolved here tonight, but it needs to get resolved. We can't have the degradation of those intersections.
Okay.
If that means you've
well-
got to reduce units or something to reduce the demand, but it can't be, they can't be.
There's only one degradation, and that's what we've been talking
well,
about.
I just-
The D to E's and the E's to F have been
They're going to
mitigated.
fix it. See, that's where, what they are going to go to CONDOT and they're going to change.
There's a C to D on Field Point Road at Railroad Avenue. A C to D. There is a C to D on Hamilton Avenue at Livingston.
Correct.
We've talked about that.
And then there was
And
the
there
E.
was the E to,
No, there was one that became an E.
Yeah, D to
D to
E
E.
here. It's under the engineering report here.
No, but, yeah, but Richard had marked it in here too.
D to E, well,
Well,
must be,
We'll discuss all of these.
whatever it is,
Yeah, I think, okay.
since you said you're the one making it degrade, you're the one that's got to fix it.
We will look into that, and we'll meet with them. and
So, okay.
Traffic folks.
And again, the thing that, this assumption, yes, you've been saying, yes, you're going to fix it, but that requires the signal changes where you've got signalization and Condot's agreeing, and we don't know what the impact is on the rest of the Route 1 flow. And one of the concerns we had with that Route 1 study with SWRPA was what happens really to the flow, because what SWRPA told us was that it actually doesn't move faster, and that didn't get a lot of citizen support either.
Could imagine.
So. Okay, I'm going to hand this back.
Okay.
Next.
You back, Mr. Virgin?
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're closing traffic for a while, right?
No,
No?
until we get the public comments, but we'll see.
The next subject and the next presenter you have heard before, but now with new data. New data. Thomas Knowlton, sewer engineer from Malone McBroom. Mr. Knowlton.
Yeah, sanitary, not.
Good evening, Mr. Director and members of the Commission. My name is Tom Knowlton, professional civil engineer with Malone McBroom, based out of Cheshire, Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to come tonight to talk to you a little bit about sanitary sewer. Yes. Submitted for the record this evening, Mr. Studer has copies of 2 response letters that we prepared in regard to 2 letters that we received, one from AECom, a third-party review of the sanitary sewer dated June 16th, and one from CDM Smith in regards to the Horseneck Brook Sewer preliminary hydraulic analysis.
I'm sorry, who has these letters?
We're getting them.
They're coming your way now.
Okay.
Oh, we don't have them yet.
Oh, but-
One more thing to read.
No, that's okay. Pass this all the way down. It's 2 together. Just pass it all the way down. No,
That's one package.
one package, 2
One
together.
package.
All the way to the end. All the way, no, don't separate them.
Obey.
This is a package.
Are we
Obey, you
It's a
guys.
package.
Yep.
Into direction.
I think you,
I
do we
don't
need
have
another one?
that it?
I have one.
No.
Okay, we got it.
Okay.
That's it?
Thank you.
I apologize that you're just receiving these this evening, but we also just received them at the end of last week, so we were working diligently to respond to these letters that we received. The first letter from AECom, which is the third-party review of the sanitary sewer, is effectively just a rehash of items that were brought forth by town sewer division staff, specifically Mr. Feminella, and doesn't really provide any new issues or comments. So in the interest of time, I will forego discussing that letter in particular unless there are specific questions that you might have later. So the letter that I would like to talk about is the Horseneck Brook
Tell me
Sewer.
which of the 2, we have 2 letters.
The MMI one is the one you want to
AECom?
talk about?
Oh,
No,
got
no,
it.
MMI,
Got
they
it,
both
got it,
say
got it.
MMI.
Thank
Yeah.
Yeah, they both have the same date. They're both from Malone and McBroom. So
Got it,
the first paragraph will tell you which one's
CDM
different.
Smith.
got it.
Yes.
Okay.
So the one that's in regard to the Horseneck Brook Sewer preliminary hydraulic analysis that was performed by CDM Smith. This is in regards to the flow meter data, the flow metering study that was performed from March of last year, March 2015, to April of this year, 2016. We met with sewer division staff on April 26th and requested a copy of this data, but we just received it last Thursday. So again, I apologize that you're just receiving our response this evening, but we had short notice ourselves. This is the study that had been alluded to for some time now, and it's been an ongoing study that the town has been working on with their consultant, CDM Smith, and it's recording sewer flow information for the Horseneck Brook sewer, the whole sewer shed. So why this is interesting is because it allows us to analyze this data, real data for the sewer shed, and compare it back to the 2014 study that was also done by CDM Smith on behalf of the town, that also analyzed the Horseneck Brook sewer, but used more of, if you want to call it textbook or unit flow data for estimating the sewer flows for this sewer shed.
And just for the record, that was a draft. The 2014 document was never finalized or signed off on by anybody, so just to be clear about that.
So one of the things that we were able to compare is the average daily flow. So in the 2014 study, utilizing the per capita flow of 70 gallons per person per day of sewer flow, the average daily flow was estimated to be 916 gallons per minute for the entire Horseneck Brook sewer shed. And with the 1 year of data that was recorded, the average daily flow was 792 gallons per minute. So less than what was estimated back in 2014. And using that same data from the year's worth of metering, just looking at dry weather flows, so periods where there was no rain, the average daily flow was 664 gallons per minute. So that dry weather flow would include the wastewater flow that's contributing from all of the properties that are tied into the sewer shed, plus infiltration, but not inflow. And the reason that's an important comparison is because the 2014 study specifically mentioned it included wastewater flow, infiltration, but not inflow. So that gives you an apples-to-apples comparison of the 2014 study figures versus the actual meter flow. So 664 for the meter versus 916 for the study. So what that illustrates is that the 70 gallons per capita per day, which was the estimate of flow back in 2014, is actually higher than what we're actually seeing in the sewer shed. So the contribution from each individual person is going to be something less than 70 gallons per capita per day.
What was your assumption in your calculation of the 46,000?
We used the 70 gallons per capita per day, which was consistent with the town study from 2014, which was also used by CDM Smith.
And then I understand you to say that 70 gallons was, in a sense, conservative.
Yes, it is conservative, yeah.
Because the actual metering of it now is less.
Correct. Yes. So in talking about wastewater engineering, another important factor is the peak flow rate. So in the 2014 study, the peak flow rate for the Horseneck Brook sewer worked out to be 2,020 gallons per minute. And in the CDM Smith letter that they provided to us, in their analysis, they used a peak day flow of 1,979 gallons per minute, again, slightly less than the 2014 study. And they used that flow rate in their hydraulic analysis of the sewer shed. And they provided that preliminary data to us in that letter that we received last Thursday. So one of the things I'd like to point out from their letter in talking about average daily flow, CDM Smith noted that the model, and I quote, "The model shows that at average daily flows, existing sewer flows are within the capacity of the pipe, and the pipe flows at approximately half full or less," end quote. And then under maximum day flows, what CDM Smith pointed out, and I quote, "The model demonstrates that during these maximum day conditions, the flow exceeds the sewer capacity between manholes 4328 and 4465, and the sewer experiences surcharge pressure flow conditions. The model indicates that the surcharging is confined to the manholes and does not overflow at the surface under these metered flow conditions," end quote. So those manholes that they mention encompass 13 pipe segments, 3 of which are what we previously proposed required some repair because they were shown to be overcapacity in the 2014 study, and they are still shown to be overcapacity in the flow metering. But what it also shows is that there's potentially 10 other pipe segments that are slightly overflow at peak, or over pipe capacity, I should say, at peak flows. But another thing that they point out is they're also continuing to survey the manholes at the moment. So they did have some information that they were able to input into their hydraulic model for sewer inverts, rim elevations, things of that nature. But there were some manholes that they still haven't been able to survey yet, so that is ongoing. And we have not received any of that survey information to do any analysis on that ourselves. Now, once we receive that survey information, we will be able to analyze and verify if there are additional segments that are over capacity, and we would look at potential mitigation efforts. One of which could be the cured in place pipe, or CIPP is the acronym.
What I'm seeing to be missing from this is that this is a measurement of what is. What's the impact of what's going to be with this project online?
And
What does that do to these numbers?
And not only that, but what I think, when you say the what is acceptable, our sewer department, our Richard Feminella and AECom disagree with your basic premise about what's acceptable, and that's still the case. The flows may be lower, but AECom, we went kind of fast through that, but they still say, furthermore, in our professional opinion, the proposal to reline 3 segments of the horseneck trunk will be inadequate to alleviate concerns of structural condition and capacity of the sewer system. I mean, that's June 16th from them. So you said, well, they didn't add anything to it. Yeah, they probably said that before.
Right.
I'm starting to not be sure anymore.
Right.
But I think it's a difference of perspective, because what you think is acceptable, we had that discussion about what percent of capacity was acceptable, and what you view as acceptable and what our town standards are different. We're still there, right?
Well, I think as far as AECom's conclusion is that the cured in place pipe is actually a structural solution. So for them to say it's not is just not correct.
Well, it doesn't matter that whether it's structural or not. It's more important that they think it's inadequate. It's the word inadequate that I focused on, not whether it was structural.
Mm-hmm.
It's inadequate that, so your percentage of, but again, your standard of what is acceptable as a percent of capacity, we had this big, long discussion the last time you were here.
Right.
Your standard is different from what these folks, that our own people and the experts we hired believe to be acceptable. We're
Well-
back to that word acceptable.
Yeah, we're saying it's within the pipe capacity, and they're saying they want it to be within a certain percentage range.
Right. And then we have this thing we got this time that was a lot of fun, which is what the standards that are used. What's the Mrs. DeLuca, could you comment on that?
The standard is the standard handbook for civil engineers,
Yep.
where it references that exact thing about what is pipe and what is acceptable and what isn't. In their standards of 22.8, for storm sewers, that's one thing, but for sanitary sewers, designed to carry peak design flow with a depth from half full for the smallest sewers to full for larger sewers. For example, sewers under 15, you know this.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
you
could
do.
probably quote it back
But
to
I'm
you. Yes,
saying that's-
I've read it numerous
But
times.
so we're
It's
trying
the
to,
standard handbook for civil engineers.
Right.
Is
Yeah.
which
what
I know.
DPW
so
is
kindly
referencing.
provided for our weekend reading.
Just what we needed.
Anyway, back to my question. We got what is, what's going to be.
Well, let me address that topic that you just brought up
First
as
is
well.
what it is, start with we have what is what is okay. They say it is, our folks say it's not. So then we go to what's gonna be.
When we met with the sewer division staff on April 26th, and we talked about that comment that they made about the 50 to 75% is
Right.
what they feel comfortable with, we asked if that
55,
was,
I think was their number, right?
we asked if there was a town mandate, and they said no. Is it
No,
a
but
town,
there is
is it a
civil
town
engineering
requirement? They said no.
handbook, So that's what they're
That
referencing.
you know in
We
your
asked,
sleep.
well, yeah, let me address that, though. We asked at that meeting if there was any specific reference that they're using to quote from, and they said no. Subsequent to that meeting, and at the inland wetlands meeting last week, Mr. Feminella was at that meeting, and he said that they researched and found that manual that they quote there. So what I'd like to read from you is actually from what we submitted tonight on our response to AECom, which is actually the Civil Engineering Handbook, by Leonard Church Urquhart, 4th edition. And if anybody's following along, it looks like this.
It's like who? It's by who?
Where, no, you gave that in one of the letters you gave us?
Yes, we provided that.
Guides
It's
for
a
the
civil engineering
design.
handbook.
This-
No, that's TR16. It's in that same packet, though, in that same packet. Just go back one page.
You already saw we don't always follow instructions well.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So civil engineering handbook by Leonard Church Urquhart. And then if you turn the page, it's actually a copy of page 9-24.
What year?
Yeah, this kind of looks old.
Well, I just, 4th edition, I don't know how many editions
I'll
and
look it
what
up.
year.
It's
I don't-
2011, I guess.
No,
what it
that's
says.
I don't have that. I don't have that in front of me.
Different pages.
The reference provided by DPW also did not have a date.
But that's TR 16, that's not.
Yeah, TR16 is from 2011, but that's a different reference.
document.
All right, checking it.
So the important sentence or the important paragraph that comes out of this reference is, and I quote, "Formerly it was customary to design sewers to carry the estimated quantities while flowing half full. With an increasing knowledge of the factors affecting the quantities involved, it is now customary to design the sewer to flow full, but not under pressure, when carrying the maximum flow to be expected at the future date for which the sewer is designed," end quote. So in other words, we're not saying this, what we're doing with this CIPP lining is going to be the ultimate solution or the long-term solution for the sewer shed that's going to carry you for the next 30 to 50 years. DPW staff is working on evaluating that right now. But what we're saying is you have an immediate need. There are segments that are over capacity at peak right now without our development tying into it. And you have another development at 16 Old Track Road that was approved 3 years ago that's about to come online that's going to contribute 10,000 more gallons to this segment that's already over capacity. So what we're proposing is to take care of these segments that are over capacity by CIPP lining, increasing the pipe capacity in each one of those segments to be within the pipe carrying capacity allowed for that pipe. Now that 50 to 75% design that DPW staff would like, they could certainly apply that to their future analysis of this sewer shed. And if they do want to recommend, upsizing any pipes to allow for that future growth of other areas that are undeveloped currently in the sewer shed, that would be certainly within their right to design it that way.
That's the 4th edition.
We're not saying that the CIPP is going to do that in every
This is the
segment.
4th edition.
And what we are saying, though, is it will affect an immediate need. It will repair those overcapacity segments.
So just, we checked, the book was written in 1962.
Yours. I mean, I don't know when ours was. Ours could have been 1961. This
Yeah, there's no date on the other one either, so I mean, it's
Give me
it's
some-
kind of irrelevant.
So
but
just to summarize it for the non-engineers in the room, right now, we're having surging in manholes, but they haven't blown the top right now.
Correct.
Will your added capacity with no improvements blow the top?
That's not known for certain.
I mean,
136%.
I mean, how many gallons are you putting in it at your peak flow?
Well, the development would be adding about 4% flow.
That wasn't the
4% of
question. How many
capacity.
gallons at your peak are you adding to
At
the
peak,
system?
141 gallons per minute. At peak.
And in your professional opinion, will that cause overcapacity in the sections that aren't improved?
Based on the CDM Smith modeling that they just provided, the segments that are over capacity and surcharging are surcharging in the matter of inches. So I wouldn't expect a 4% increase in flow to surcharge to the point where there would be overflows. Because keep in mind, some of these manholes are as much as 10, 11 feet deep. So they do have some capacity to take up surcharging, although you want to avoid that. And that's why we're proposing to increase the capacity in those segments that are over capacity.
So you just mentioned that the new old track development's coming online. What, has that been modeled in your analysis?
That flow of 10,000 gallons per day was included in the 2014 study flow estimate, which we just carried that through, and we added our development flows to that study flow estimate. However, in the current modeling that was done by CDM Smith, they did not include anything other than the meter flow.
Just for the purpose of the record, the June 10th memorandum from DPW addresses the Old Track Road situation, and their numbers state that the actual flows from Old Track Road would equal approximately 7,150, not 10,000, just for the record.
Right, but are those online now?
No.
So why
They're still being
is it
constructed.
included in the 16 calculations?
That was approved back in 2013 before
Yep.
they knew there was a problem. in Horseneck Road.
2012, yeah.
Right, but the maximum flow data, you just indicated CDM didn't include it, but they did in 14. So we need to make sure that that's added to the data.
So, the handbook that our guys were referring to was 1996. And there's some newer editions, but the one that our guys have is not the newest one. So when you talk about how in the past, from what you were reading us, this is actually in the past.
I think that it just illustrates that you can always find a reference to meet whatever your needs are.
Yes, yeah, but newer is better when you're doing a development.
We didn't go back to 62, though.
Yeah, you weren't even born yet.
No, I was not.
Pardon me. There was a reported actual overflow
Yes.
in 2014 on the Post Road, is that correct?
It was caused by grease buildup in the pipe, and once that was cleared, there were no subsequent overflows. So that's more of a maintenance issue than a capacity issue.
Okay. The AECOM report, which you said didn't contain anything new, pardon me, at our page 214, page 3 of the report, he speaks about your specific proposal.
Hold on.
It is also noted that MMI's analysis shows the approximate slope of the various pipe segments that were analyzed. While these may indeed be an average slope for the trunk line as a whole, it is unlikely that the individual segments of the sewer were constructed at such a uniform slope. In the next paragraph, slight variations in the slope of pipe segments can create significant variations in hydraulic capacity. So, are those statements correct?
The elevations and the slopes that were used in the CDM Smith 2014 study were based on
No.
2-foot
Your
contours,
proposal.
and we carried that through. That's what I'm saying. We carried that through. We didn't go out and do
You did
subsequent
not go out,
survey or anything. That's what's being done right now by CDM Smith. So that's what I mentioned earlier, that they have actually surveyed some of those manholes, and they continued to look for some other ones that they couldn't find the first time through. But the elevations and slopes that were used previously were just a carryover from the 2014 study that estimated based on 2-foot contours and the locations based on aerial mapping. So there might be some variance from actual once they go out and survey, no doubt.
When do you think you're going to be able to wrap this up?
Well, we
Because
asked
it seems
for
to me
this
that
data.
we still have a disconnect between...
Yeah, we asked for this data a month and a half ago. We got some of it last week. We still haven't gotten the survey data on the manholes,
Well,
which is
so
really needed.
let's-
So,
Again, we are under the gun as a commission.
I understand, and
as
we're
your
doing everything we
attorney knows.
can. As soon as we get the data, we're analyzing it.
but there was no, in the process, when the metering began, there was no intention to provide any interim report at all in that process. That process was to go to a conclusion without interim. So the fact that they did an interim report for you was a special arrangement for the benefit of this applicant, I believe.
Mrs. Raymer, with
Yep.
due respect, we weren't looking for a report. We had this conversation in the last meeting. We were looking for the raw data. The raw data existed for months. We were promised it within 30 days. We got it last Thursday. So report notwithstanding, we're talking about raw data only.
Okay, can I interrupt you guys? Don't do that. Have you seen this letter that we have from Mr. Rizzoli?
Yes.
Okay. And he says that the applicant misreads TR 16. Could you comment on that about the 70 gallons a day?
Yeah, the TR 16 mentions that they recommend that you use not less than 70 gallons per capita per day for flow estimation purposes. And we use 70 gallons per capita per day, which is consistent with the 2014 study done by CDM Smith for the town. And I don't know why he says that it's inconsistent with TR 16, because that's what they recommend.
Okay, the next thing he says is that you do it on occupants and that you should do it on bedrooms instead.
Yeah, the Connecticut Department of Connecticut DEEP actually does it by bedroom for subsurface sewage disposal systems. We do not have a subsurface sewage disposal system, so the way flow is estimated is based on per capita usage. So consistent with the 2014 study, where they estimated based on census data how many people per residence and then 70 gallons per capita per day, we did a similar methodology for calculating the estimated flow from the development.
Okay. So you're saying that occupants is correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Could I go back to you said that there are actually 13 segments that are beyond capacity? Is that correct?
That's what the interim report mentions from CDM Smith from last week, yes.
So if there are 13 segments beyond capacity, why would you not be remediating 13 segments?
That's what I mentioned earlier. We really would like to get the survey data to verify and analyze for ourselves which segments are in fact over capacity, and if or if not, the CIPP lining would be effective for those segments. Because I'm not advocating that CIPP works for every segment.
So you don't-
You have to analyze it to make sure that you'll actually, increase the flow capacity and still have adequate capacity for the flow that's coming down that line.
And our sewer department's observation that at least one of the 3 segments you're talking about repairing, he believes to be probably beyond doing that kind of, it's so deteriorated as to make that not possible?
Yeah, nobody knows that for sure at this time. Before you do any CIPP project, you need to go in and clean out the pipe, and then you need to video the pipe to see what's really going on inside. And assuming that it's a candidate for CIPP lining, then you can do the lining. And whether or not there's bends or dips or anything else, that CIPP lining can be installed right through bends and dips and whatever else is in the line currently.
But we have an opinion which tells us that that is not necessarily going to improve the flow. Is that opinion without merit, do you think, or does it have merit?
I'd say that's a very general statement. CIPP, for the majority of applications, will improve flow. I mean, unless you're lining a pipe that's in such good condition that it already has a better coefficient of friction, which then why would you be lining it? But these are old pipes. One of them is a cast iron pipe that is most likely unlined and therefore rusted, tuberculated, and has a terrible coefficient of friction. So improving that pipe with CIPP lining will most definitely improve the capacity. Now, the town has done this CIPP lining process on the upstream end of Horseneck Brook Sewer. About 700 linear feet was done in the past. And just recently, in 2014, they did a very large CIPP project just downstream of Horseneck Brook Sewer, between the Horseneck Brook Sewer and the Grass Island Treatment Plant. So it is a very effective tool for sewer rehabilitation and not only increasing flow capacity, but also reducing infiltration and exfiltration, because if you got infiltration, there's sometimes where that sewer pipe is leaking out as well and possibly contaminating the brook. So it's gonna eliminate the infiltration, exfiltration from leaky joints, and it's going to improve the overall capacity of the pipe.
Did you get your question answered?
No.
Okay.
What about
Wait,
the,
hold
oh,
on.
sorry.
Well, yeah, go ahead, maybe we keep waiting. Richard had tried to ask a question, and we cut him off.
There was a pause, so we just...
I know. Everybody jumps in. My question is, once we have all of this data, what is going to be the impact of your project on this data? Is that going to put pipes over capacity?
Well, what we will be able to do once we have the manhole location and elevation information is we can go back and look at our original analysis, add the flows from our development to the metered flows, and actually analyze each individual segment of the sewer main to determine which ones are over capacity and what is the best method for improving that capacity to be able to handle the proposed development flows.
So how far away are we from getting that answer?
Well, just as we received this, year's worth of data last Thursday, and we turned it around in just a few business days, we'll do the same thing once we get the manhole data. So
You don't know when you're getting that?
I don't know when or if the sewer division will provide that.
Is it correct that at the moment, the only data there is demonstrates that 13 segments are over capacity right now? Isn't that the data you received last week?
Correct.
So unless something else comes into us before the 6th of July, isn't that the only evidence we have, that there are 13 segments over capacity without this project?
Correct.
Thank you.
That being the case, you will then propose whatever solutions you can for those 13 segments?
Well, remember, 3 of those 13 we're already proposing
I know, so
to
you got
address.
10
That's about 450 feet for those 3 segments. And the total of those 13
total of it
segments
all
is
is
about
1,600
1,600 feet, right, for all 13 segments. But we already have 450 that already saying we're proposing to correct those capacity deficiencies.
Based on your experience, how much less expensive it is to line these pipes and put new pipes in? Must be a big difference, right?
Well, it's not only a cost issue, but it's also a functional issue. This Horseneck Brook sewer runs parallel to the Horseneck Brook and crosses it at several locations. So there would be a lot involved. There would be potential impacts if you're excavating or whatever to traffic, the water course and what have you. So the nice thing about the CIPP lining is you can access the sewer main through manholes. You can also line those manholes with the same product, the same CIPP liner, so that you eliminate infiltration not only in the sewer main but then also the manholes. So to do an open cut dig through that section that's already pretty well developed would be considerably more expensive and time consuming than the CIPP lining.
Doesn't the sewer have to be diverted while you are doing that work?
Most definitely. You intercept the flow at the manhole immediately upstream of the section that you're installing the CIPP. You stop the flow in that manhole and you use that manhole as a pump wet well to be able to pump out, and you have to lay a temporary line on the ground or shallow bury if you need to cross a road or what have you. And then you route it around the section that you're doing the CIPP lining and discharge into the next downstream manhole. And that similar method was done when the town did the CIPP on the upstream end and the downstream end as well on Horseneck Brook.
And how long does it take to develop the plan for how that would actually work in an instance like this, and how far along are you in that plan?
Well, the plan would be developed, assuming that this gets approved. The plan would be developed specifically for those segments that require CIPP. So at the moment, like I said, we know there's 3 for sure that we're proposing. There's another 10 that have come into question with this CDM interim study. So once we know exactly which segments we're talking about, then we can actually develop a plan for it. But part of that plan includes an actual inspection of the pipe, like I said, a cleaning, and then also a TV inspection.
And does that happen on private property? I mean, in other words, presumably it's got to be close to the line itself, and considering the line runs through private property in many instances, what ideas do you have about where this would be staged? I mean, have you looked into that? Where are you with that process?
We have not looked into specifically where the staging would occur, but at the 3 segments on the southern end of Horseneck Brook sewer, there are adjacent properties. There's the old Eversource property that there's one of the manholes is actually in the property in the paved area. That would be a great place to set up the CIPP equipment. Obviously, any work on private property would have to get approval from the property owner, certainly, but assuming that there's easements, that the town actually has easements for the sewer main, or prescriptive easements, maybe these are so old, 100 years old, maybe there's not easements in writing, but there should be prescriptive easements in place that for some width of that sewer main, the town has access to do normal maintenance or repairs, replacement, what have you.
The old Eversource property I think you're referring to is 330 Railroad Avenue, which was recently purchased and has received site plan approval for significant renovation, so I'm not sure how that property would work, just for your information, based on what we know are the development plans for that property.
Well, hopefully there's an easement on that sewer main, and if not, that you guys watch out for what they're developing over that sewer main.
And so two points. So the bypass equipment, so to speak, what kind of size are we talking about? Is it 100 square feet, or is it half an acre? What kind of size land do you need in order for this bypass to function?
Well, the sizes of the pumps are directly related to the peak flows that you would anticipate from this sewer, and they are typically trailer-mounted units that get brought out to the site.
Can you put up the sewer map, and so we can see specifically the areas you're talking about, and the 3 segments that you're talking about, and roughly the diameter of the pipe we're talking about?
Yeah, these segments, the 3 segments at the southern end of Horseneck Brook Sewer are in this general vicinity. So between Prospect and Field Point Road, and coming onto Horseneck Lane. This triangular piece here is the old Eversource property that I was referring to. And then the additional 10 pipe segments that were identified in the CDM Smith interim study are the immediate 10 upstream of these 3. So in that general area, in the southern end of the Horseneck Brook Sewer.
So if there were easements, generally speaking, what I understand the sewer easement to be is, I think it's 5 feet on either side of the line. So presumably to do some sort of bypass, you need considerably more space than that. And what would happen in an instance where you're not granted the right to use property? How does that actually, I'm sort of at a loss for how this is going to work without a plan for this bypass.
Well, the trailer-mounted unit that I mentioned, if you think of a U-Haul trailer that you can rent, something of that capacity, a small box trailer that you would tow with your car, the trailer-mounted pump unit would come on something about that size. So since it's trailer-mounted, it has to be the width that'll travel on the road, so it's going to be less than 10 feet wide. So in instances where you do have tight space requirements, assuming they can actually back it up the easement and get it close to the manhole you need, they can do that. Or you just have a slightly longer suction pipe coming out of the manhole that you're using as your wet well for the pumps.
And what happens if there's an oopsie while this is all happening and it doesn't work through the technical term, and the pipeliner isn't going the way it was expected to happen, and now you have to excavate presumably to solve the problem? This is one of the questions that was raised in the DPW comment. So how do you prevent something like that happening, first of all? And if it does happen, which presumably things can happen, what's the
emergency procedure?
What's the emergency procedure for something like that?
Well, I think as far as any construction project, there's always that what-if possibility. What if something doesn't go as planned? What if something that you thought was buried in the ground is different once you start exposing it? So there are always times where you have to potentially modify your approach midstream. So obviously with something like this close to the brook, we would require that the contractor have certain mitigation efforts in place. So for instance, with the pumps, one of the things that comes to mind with any pump is the potential for mechanical failure. If you have a mechanical failure on your bypass pump and that manhole continues to fill up, it could potentially discharge onto the ground and potentially into the brook. So one of the things that could be required is to have a backup pump on site ready to go in the event that the bypass pump mechanically fails out of the blue. Another thing that can be required is to provide that you have an actual operator on-site, 24/7, maintaining that pump so that there are no what-ifs during the middle of the night. The pump fails, it runs out of gas, somebody comes and turns it off during the middle of the night, whatever. So there are certain things that you can build into the project to have safety factors. But there always, on any project, there is that potential for what-ifs, and then you have to deal with them accordingly.
And so just one last question. What is the distance from the pipe that this bypass operation can occur? In other words, could you be as far away as a mile away, or does it have to be within a certain distance of the pipe?
Well, I mean, preferably, when you're dealing with pumps, obviously the pumps have a certain suction lift capability. They have a certain, total dynamic head pumping capability. So when you actually design the bypass pumping arrangement, it will be designed by a professional engineer. It will be designed specifically for this application, and it will be designed for the actual elevations, distances, the number of bends, things of that nature that you're going to have in that bypass line. So there are ways to deal with all of these requirements, and it can also be done rather than doing all 13 segments all at once and having to pump this full distance. It can be done in an iterative process, working your way down and maybe doing 1, 2, 3 segments at a time, whatever is reasonable and whatever makes sense for the actual application.
So what's the backup plan if you can't find a suitable location for this bypass operation? What would happen? I
mean, again, you're alluding to all sorts of what-if possibilities. The other possibility is if you don't... No, it's a good question. That's fine. The other possibility is you can talk to property owners. Certainly the contractor can talk to them and talk about getting a construction easement, a temporary easement on somebody's property, either offering them some sort of concession, whether it be financial or improving their property that they might have damaged while driving across it, that sort of thing. So there are ways to address all of those concerns. It's just... once we get into it, we have to look at each specific location and develop a plan accordingly.
Aren't these 13 sections mostly in wetlands? Don't they follow I'm looking at the sewer plan, and it looks like those sections north of the 3 major ones follow the brook all the way up to the post road.
Yeah, the Horseneck Brook sewer got its name from paralleling the Horseneck Brook. So as to where the delineation of wetlands is, I couldn't tell you. I don't have that map with me tonight.
So I'm assuming to do this, it'd require a wetlands permit.
I think they said that.
Well, we would certainly have to coordinate with Inland Wetlands Commission for any work that's being done in the town of Greenwich. We do know, though, that when DPW did the CIPP lining on the portion south of the Horseneck Brook down to the wastewater treatment plant, where they were paralleling the Horseneck Brook and even crossing in one location, they were able to do it without any impact and without any permit. So I think we can do the same.
Well, that does raise a very significant procedural issue. I mean, I don't know if the attorneys want to speak to that also, but how does this commission opine on something that is the sewer fix is dependent on the development? You need both. So in order to get the sewer done, it seems that you could need a wetland permit. So how is that going to work? We don't even know where the location of the bypass operation would be. I mean, what if I think we've got a procedural question and issue here.
Here he comes.
With all due respect, Mr. Luca, we're postulating a solution which has yet to be officially designed. And as Mr. Knowlton just pointed out, the town itself did not, in almost identical circumstances, have a wetlands issue, nor was required to get a wetlands permit. So to approve, in terms of what we're talking about, the cured-in-place lining, that's something that we would then do. What we have to do to accomplish it is beyond the scope of this commission. We either do or do not have to meet the standards the town followed. If the Wetlands Commission takes a more stringent view of a private development that they did of the town, then we have to go before them. If we can't comply, we've got an issue. But in that issue is we wouldn't be able to do the work that we would have agreed to as part of our permit with you to accomplish. But it's one of those chicken and the egg issues. If we don't have a permit that enables us to go forward, how can we get the permission of those who may, but more likely not, would require a second level permit?
Well, I think we have a more preliminary procedural problem, which is, as I understand it, the sewer department was in the midst of a process which is not finished of monitoring meter flow, and it has three aspects to what it wants to do before it decides what is the appropriate treatment of our sewer problem. So you arrive on the scene at a time when the sewer department is in the midst of a process, and it has not completed it, and it has to take the data. It doesn't have all of it yet, and I don't know. It would probably be a good question to know when they will be finished with the data collection. It may not be until the end of next year, but when they conclude that, they then intend to analyze it to develop a plan. That is my understanding. And so to come in the midst of that and present an approach which may not be consistent with what the sewer department determines is the right approach is clearly a problem.
Well, I think with all due respect, Mrs. Raymer, if I can use an analogy, waiting for a heart transplant is nice, but the stent does a lot of good work in the gap. So what we have is a situation where you've had a 2001 consent decree. Pursuant to that, a variety of milestones were required. Some, but certainly not all, have been met. The document that we receive, as opposed to the raw data that I was alluding to earlier with you, we got a 7-page document saying we're doing our best and explaining that whatever the delays were not the fault of the Mr. Felmanella and his team, which we've never suggested. But be that as it may, what we're talking about now is improving a situation during the interim period when the town is continuing its 15-year journey to a total solution.
From your point of view, improving, but
no, from an engineering perspective, with all due respect, ma'am.
No, I'm going to finish my statement, and that is, your expert has said you have not done surveying to demonstrate that this will be an effective fix. You have not done the camera work. You don't know the state of those segments, and you are not, therefore, in a position to opine with any credibility that that is a good fix, I would say.
I respect your opinion, but I obviously disagree with it because any improvement is a good improvement. We're not suggesting that that is the be-all and end-all fix of the Horseneck Brook connector. That is something that for 15 years has been ongoing, still not done. I mean, one of the things that surprised me, if we're going back into history, is that there were over 200 infiltration points that were identified early on. To this date, approximately 80 have been corrected. There are 117 known infiltration points that have not been corrected by the town. For whatever reason, I don't know. But whatever your problems are, the town certainly had within its capacity to improve them. They've done some, but not all. We fit in that same genre of activity. We're not going to tell you that the cured-in-place pipe is going to fix the entire Horseneck connector. What we are telling you is that the improvements that we are making, and they are improvements, and you may respectfully disagree, but I don't know that any engineer is going to say that the installation of the cured-in-place piping is a negative. It's either neutral or a positive, and that's demonstrative as a matter of good engineering. When we finish, it will be better than when we started. We're not going to tell you, and I'm redundant, but I want to make this point very clear, we're not going to tell you that's the end of your problem. So the study should go on. It may be, and this was alluded to with the reports that we saw, or not the reports, but the explanation, that at the end of the day, the town might have a capital plan and put an entire new connector in from point A to point B and rip out the entire line, throwing out everything that we would have done. That's a risk that we're certainly prepared to economically advance and take, because if passed, again, takes us a sense of timing. In 1 year, 3 years, or 10 years, whenever that major capital project might be done, during the gap period, your connector will be better served by the work that we propose. That's the bottom line. It's at our cost. There's no detriment to the town.
No, we get that.
Okay. Could you start at the project and show me where the sewer lines go?
Here.
Finally get down to Grass Island, number one. And number two,
Okay,
number
sorry.
two, the sizes of the pipes that are in the road, and using the report for the Standard Handbook of Civil Engineers,
1996.
tell me how the existing pipes compare to that. So it says, for example, sewers under 15 inches in diameter are considered full when they're flowing half full. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, we do not have any that are under 15.
So down Post Road is all over 15?
From,
I want to go from the project, yeah.
okay,
What is the sewer in the?
Way it flows.
so from the project site, it flows, let's see, where am I? Flows south, thank you. Flows south into the sewer main in West Putnam Avenue.
Yeah.
And then it flows northeast through, I believe, if I remember correctly, these are approximately 8-inch lines on West Putnam Avenue
So
till it intersects.
So the question is, on that 8-inch line, does it exceed the 50% capacity?
I'd have to look back on our report, to be honest. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
And then when it intercepts and discharges into the Horseneck Brook Sewer at West Putnam Avenue near the Audi dealership, that is a 15-inch diameter line. It continues 15-inch until the southern end, where I believe there is a 16-inch cast iron. One of these 3 segments that we're proposing needs to be CIPP lined. And then right before it hits the Byram Tunnel, I believe that last portion is an 18-inch, but that does not have any capacity issues.
The 15-inch, though, again, now back with using the Civil Engineer's Handbook, is considered full when it's 3/4 full,
No, 50,
correct?
It's recommended to design, according to that handbook, it's recommended to design at 75%.
3/4.
Correct.
So they can do fractions.
So my point is, just very simply, what's going on in the Post Road now? Are you full or not full?
No, it's
I
not.
don't know that.
Well, it's certainly not full. It's not 100%.
No, 50, full by the Civil Engineer's Design Handbook.
What's the data?
50%.
Yeah.
Full- Anyway, if you're flowing 50% in that smaller pipe, you're considered flowing at full capacity. When you go from 15 to 20, you're then designing at 3/4 is considered full capacity. When you get, or 20 to 60 inches, 15 to 60 is 3/4. Over 60 inches in diameter, you're full.
Yeah, those percentages are intended to allow for future capacity. And with this pipe being 100 years old, it was certainly designed at those lower percentage rates originally. And now we're at that point where it still has capacity to allow connections. It's just, it's getting close to the 100% capacity in some of these segments.
And then the question is, what does your project do to that? Because it's certainly impacting other portions of town that would have expected. I mean, right now, that area that you're showing would have been projected to be 4 dwelling units, because it's RA1 zoning. So in future projections would have been that, and you're now coming before us and asking for 355. That's a considerable increase over what might have been considered, in the future for the design of that line.
Yeah, at peak flow, it's approximately 4% of the current pipe capacity in the Horseneck Brook Sewer.
Wow.
Say that again?
4%
At peak flow from the development,
They're adding.
it's approximately
you're adding
4%.
4%. You're putting in
Of-
4%.
Yes,
That's really what you've been
of the
trying to
Horseneck Brook
ask.
sewer segments.
They're putting in 4%, and that's what you've been
But
trying to ask.
what does the 4% do? I want to know if you're going over does that exceed the 3/4? Is that 4%? Or-
Yeah, I apologize, I don't have
Okay.
that data in front of me right now.
Okay.
That would be a good
Do
thing
you have
to,
it with you?
I don't believe I do, no.
I see.
Okay.
Mr. Knowlton, you said that there's an 8-inch line in the post road. Is there one or a number of them?
In portions of the post road, there are two, one on each side of the road, but the one that we would actually tie into is noted here in green, and then that it intercepts and discharges into the Horseneck Brook sewer here. What's not shown is upstream, the Horseneck Brook sewer portion. We were just highlighting the portion that the development would actually flow through. All of these dots that you see here are existing manholes, and we turned off those sewer lines for purposes of this display. Actually, this display was intended more to show you where the sewer overflows were, but we also wanted to point out the actual flow path from the site.
That 8-inch line, does that collect everything between your site and the corner where it turns to 15-inch?
From our site to
There, does it
the Horseneck
collect
Brook?
all the other properties along that?
Correct, yes.
It does. And the figures actually represent future development for any of those as well?
We did not account for future development along that portion.
Okay. Do we know the status of that pipe?
The status of the one on West Putnam?
Yes.
Well, we know that with adding our peak flow to all these segments that we're within the pipe capacity.
Which pipe?
The 8-inch.
Which manual? The 62 or the 96?
It looks like Mrs. DeLuca just handed me a copy of our report from January 6, 2016. Thank you very much.
Good dinner.
So in Table 2 in our report, that is the sanitary sewer downstream capacity analysis by Malone and McBroom, dated January 6, 2016. Table 2 shows all of the pipe segments that our proposed development would flow through along West Putnam Avenue, with the peak flow from the site added to the existing peak flows. And it looks like, and we showed a percent full of, let's see, it ranges from 29% at the low end to 79% at the high end. So it looks like one pipe segment is over the 75% threshold.
Sorry,
Mr. Maitland was
50%.
asking.
50% for an 8-inch line.
So it looks like 1, 2, 3. So there's a 58%, 75%, 79%.
How much what's the length of that? And you're saying that the flow from the project will only be 4? Something?
4%.
Add 4%.
4%.
I mentioned 4% along the Horseneck Brook
But it's
sewer.
4% of what?
Well, it's got to be 4%
4%
anywhere.
of 4% of the approximate pipe capacity of the pipe
Oh, the pipe
capacity.
capacity,
yeah.
okay.
So it's going to vary from segment to
Well,
segment.
obviously,
so-
it's going to be more than on an 8-inch pipe. I mean, that
Correct.
percentage is going to go up.
Correct.
Right.
And you're already over the percentage for that pipe, that pipe is already over percentage for a good, well, I don't know, you said 3 segments or something. And that's just kind of been not talked much about.
I think that gets.
Well, that reference just came up recently from the DPW. We are saying that we're within the pipe conveyance capacity, so within 100%. And based on that civil engineering reference we gave you, that it recommends that you should, you can actually flow sewers full, so.
Well, as you might guess, we would probably take the newer one as opposed to the older one, assuming there'd been some advances.
And for design of new sewers, that gives you the capacity to provide for future flows, that's correct.
Right, but what you're missing is if you put that sewer line at 100% capacity, you have cut off all future development for the sewer past your property, which, how is that?
I don't think that's why the sewers are designed with some spare
Right,
capacity.
but if he's saying he's allowed to design it at 100%, how do you
design
for future growth?
Well, obviously, again, following in the standards, the design is usually projected, supposed to be projected, they say 20 to 25 years out when you're doing this. Just to stop that particular situation you're saying, is that the 355th unit on this project is, that's it, nothing else.
Well, that's
I'm
my
not-
concern.
Yeah, well, that shouldn't be, because then it's not being designed to these standards.
Well, if you design for 50% capacity, from what you're saying, you can never have any additional connections because that would put you over 50%. But what I'm saying is
I
the
don't know what you're
50% is an
gonna-
original
I'm just
design
asking you
capacity
what
to
is
allow for
right
future
now.
connections up to the 100%.
It will be the sewer department that will make, that kind of a determination.
And they are analyzing the whole entire Horseneck Brook sewer shed, and they will make recommendations based on what they feel is important, looking to the future, like you said, for some number of years in the future, whatever they feel comfortable with.
Like I say, this project would take care of a lot of development that is in that Horseneck sewer that, it's all single family.
Well, if the sewer shed is already over 100% capacity at the bottom end of Horseneck Brook, then any other development that comes into you is going to have the same discussion with you. So the DPW is working on that. They are studying, they are evaluating, they're looking at all options, not just increasing capacity in the Horseneck Brook sewer, but potentially intercepting flows from other parts of the sewer shed and running them in other directions, so that quite possibly they wouldn't have to do anything with the Horseneck Brook sewer, because they recognize that it will be difficult to do work adjacent to the brook. So one of the options that they were looking at was doing a larger sewer pipe along Prospect, running right down Prospect, intercepting the flows coming from West Putnam, running down Prospect, and then discharging at the lower end. Now, of
Is
course,
that
the lower
something you
end
would
still
do?
has the same problem. So
Is that something you would do? Or is that a
Would-
town project?
well, the town
They
is
don't
still
want you
analyzing
going
that. The
into
town
the-
is still analyzing all those options that I just mentioned.
But I'm
So we
just
don't know
saying,
what
if they
they're-
don't want you to discharge into the Horseneck line because it's full, then what would you do?
Well,
You then-
we're saying that we would not advocate discharging into the Horseneck Brook sewer under current conditions without doing something.
Yeah.
Those 3 segments at the bottom that we already proposed to improve would help with the capacity problems that you currently have, and it would allow for additional capacity from other connections, including our development.
To be continued.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Chapter 3. Carver Gleason, our LEP, from whom you've heard previously, will address you again on remediation, land and buildings, and the safety of those procedures for neighbors.
Looks to me like a new drawing. Do we have that drawing?
This is a drawing that I believe, for the record, my name's Carver Gleason. I'm a licensed environmental professional with Triton Environmental, Inc. out of Guilford, Connecticut. The drawing that I just put up here was submitted, I believe Mr. Studer passed this along. It's a supplement to our remedial action plan that was prepared as part of and submitted to the inland wetlands proceeding, and it was submitted, I believe, earlier today or this
Earlier
week.
today. Yeah, it would be a new drawing.
Yeah, it's really, this is a drawing which outlines the areas of soil remediation that are proposed. Really, nothing has been changed from the prior drawing except for the addition of sedimentation and erosion control measures that are specific to the remediation. And I can get to that along the way. So I'm not going to rehash the results of the Phase 1, the Phase 2, and the Phase 3 site assessments. We've gone over that in prior hearings. But the outcome of the investigations, and they were extensive. I think I've recounted the numbers of samples for you in the past, 200 or more soil samples, groundwater samples from 6 monitoring wells around the property. And the outcome of those investigations indicated these areas that are shown here in gray requiring remediation to achieve compliance with a residential standard, or the GA, what's called the GA pollutant mobility criteria. So This is the remedial plan in an illustrated view. It's 13 areas.
Nothing under the building that's there?
Yes, there are areas under the building. So there's a small area under the original building
I
towards
see
West
that.
Putnam. There's an area under the, what they call the maintenance building, and then there's an area under the paint building.
I don't see anything under the main building. That's, I guess, what I was commenting on.
The main building, as it comes down towards West Putnam,
Mhm.
there's a small area right there. The main
Yeah.
the main building here, the borings that were advanced beneath that building did not indicate any impacts requiring remediation. But there is impacts under the paint building that have to be removed. And so the plan would be to, the bedrock at this property is very shallow. It averages from, say, 2 feet below grade to as deep as 5 or 6 feet below grade. And it's a relatively straightforward remediation project. It's excavating the soil, hauling it away to a licensed disposal facility, and then confirming with additional testing around the periphery of these excavations that you've met the required cleanup standard for a residential site. In many cases, we're going to be excavating all the way right down to the bedrock surface, so there'll be no more soil to sample. We'll remove the entire soil column. But in those cases where the bedrock's a little deeper, we'll collect samples from the bottom of the excavation as well in order to confirm the vertical depth of impact.
Did you chase it off your property? It looks like
Yeah,
this.
we did. There's a small area that extended onto the 24 Hemlock
Right.
property. Yep.
But I'm more looking, the commercial piece at the bottom right, it looks like it's pretty straight along a property line. I've never seen environmental issues be that straight.
Yeah, it does encroach pretty close to that eastern property boundary. We do have, there's an inset in this drawing. It's probably impossible for you to see, but we do have some sample results on the outside of that that indicated the extent there.
And did you test the Coxwell Pond?
No, we didn't.
And can you, on your drawing, show me how your surface drainage gets to the Coxwell Pond?
Sure. The drainage at the Post Road site, the industrial site, goes into a series of catch basins and then runs in a stormwater line to the north where it meets a cross culvert connection, and so it would take a right-hand turn to that wetland area there, the pond, or the wetland. And then if it backs up, it overflows into the pond at 24 Hemlock.
And you didn't test either of those ponds?
We did some limited testing in the pond at 24 Hemlock, but not on the Cotswolds.
But if that's secondary, wouldn't the primary be in the Coxwell Pond, if there was any issue?
That's possible, yeah.
So why wouldn't you have tested that?
Well, I guess I'll answer that in 2 different ways. First, we weren't retained to test off-site or on properties that weren't controlled by our client. And second, and this is going to get into a discussion of what Dr. Clemens mentioned earlier.
We were going to ask you that next.
And that's fine. We might as well go there.
I was trying to get there quick.
Yep, that's fine. In my opinion, whether or not there's contaminants related to Post Road Ironworks in those wetland sediments has no bearing on what the development of the site would be. It wouldn't change the footprint of the building. It wouldn't change where parking lots go. It's just it's historical. If it's there, it's from the 90-plus years of industrial use at Post Road. And then if those impacts require remediation, there's no linkage, in my opinion. That remediation can be done without any impact to what the development would be. It's there if it needs to be remediated, and we would have to go through the ecological risk evaluation. Is it really something that requires remediation? Are there other sources? Sort all that out. But I don't see any linkage to how that would impact the plan that's in front of you.
Well, what if, for example, all of your drainage goes to that pond? That's the present design, so what if that had to stop? because wetland tells you it has to stop.
If the stormwater had to go somewhere else, you mean? I still don't see how,
Okay, so what
Well,
Mr.
drainage is an essential piece of the site plan, right?
No, but we're going to bring it back to
talk about
environmental.
remediation, yeah.
No, you're talking about remediation, and so what the concern is, so this site has contaminated beyond it, likely contaminated beyond it, possibly. Okay, so I think what we're trying to ask you is, as it is, what Dr. Clemens was saying, so your drainage discharges, if it's not your drainage, we understand, discharges in towards the wetlands, you begin to move that contamination, and you have to consider the broader impact. That's the big takeaway that I think we got from what he wrote and what he said. And so in terms of remediation, since your scope has been narrow, but the drainage that's going in place, you say the development doesn't affect it, but it may because you're pushing the drainage into those potentially contaminated wetlands.
Well, I would say
Not
this-
you, I'm sorry, because you didn't do
I
that, but
understand.
you, the applicant, because
Sure.
we keep having to pull it all together.
Understood. In the current situation, the drainage from the site goes there in an uncontrolled way. I mean, there's no
Right.
detention basins, there's no, modern-day controls. The proposed development's going to have the green roof, it's going to have the detention, it's going to have design features that actually reduce peak flows from what's currently existing. So I don't see, if anything, this development does a couple things. It removes the industrial use. It makes improvements or reductions in peak flows and meters that out more gradually, which, if anything, reduces the potential for scouring or transport of existing impact if it's there.
Okay, we have, we have a letter from Mr. Rizzoli, who I guess was hired by, I always get the initials wrong, NPNA, whatever. But he talks about the engineering problems and the threat that it poses to the wetlands and to the adjacent water courses due to the drainage plan. So,
Wrong guy.
I know he's not the right guy for that, but so he's remediating here, they build something, and then there's additional contamination that goes on. So you've kind of,
Well, technically, there should be no additional. The whole idea of remediating the site is to get rid of it.
but the problem is that because the contamination from the site, and we've been asking this all along, has potentially left the site. As you begin to flow water out from the site, a
I
greater
understand
volume
that.
of water, you are going to push contamination out to where it isn't right now.
You said a greater volume of water, though, and that's, I
But
guess.
see, that's what they're saying, that it sounds like it's really good that you're doing the green roof. And we're just taking these different opinions and trying to piece it together, but that in fact, what they say, and there's several people who write that to us, that you're pushing water into the wetland, and that's an environmental risk. And so it comes back to, I know you're still probably not the right person to answer this, because you're focused on the site, and we've got it on site remediation, and we've got it in our minds now that we need to consider what the broader remediation needs may be as a consequence of the contamination of the site. See, now it's in our minds that this segmented approach may not be appropriate for the contamination here, and I'm trying to piece that together.
Well, I'll try to break it apart a couple ways.
Sorry.
Mr. Hart can speak to
Okay.
the flows, and he's done all the design work,
Yeah.
and he's much better at saying what the improvements are going to be or how it might be a better situation in the future than what it is today.
I
But
guess what I'm asking you is off-site consequences. You're addressing on-site remediation, and we are now concerned about whether this site is responsible or could be responsible in future for off-site contamination. And that's the point that Dr. Clemens was raising, and I thought.
Yeah, I think he was trying, what I heard him say is that he thinks that the remediation of those wetlands would somehow, having knowledge about what that is in advance, would somehow change or modify potentially the design of the site, the development.
Yes, that's
I
what
disagree with him on that. I don't see the linkage. If it's there and if it needs remediation, that's an existing historical condition. And the applicant has offered as a condition of approval to fully investigate and remediate that. I think that's actually an appropriate bifurcation of the issue because I don't see the two as being linked.
Okay. I'm going to find who says it's linked.
Is there a map that represents the amount of soils being removed in comparison to what you're remediating and the actual activity on the site?
This is actually one of my Malone and McBroom's drawing. It's not Triton's drawing, but this is a cut and fill analysis, which I think is what your question goes to. And it's probably hard for you to see from that distance, but there's a significant amount of earthwork cutting excavation that's going to occur, and that's in the red areas. And the small numbers here indicate the depth of that cut. There's some filling that'll occur in the blue areas that are primarily around the margins of the site. And the cut is much greater than the fill, so there's going to be a sizable export of material. And it's actually a good point, because even after the soil remediation is done, as an initial phase, there's going to be a ton of more soil that's taken off the property, even if it doesn't need to be for remediation purposes. It just has to go.
I think that's the point I was trying to reiterate, is that you're going to be removing soils that are contaminated, but pretty much scraping it right down to bedrock and then taking a good portion of the bedrock out as well.
That's right.
So what we're left over is basically a sterile site with nothing on it, including the original soils.
There will be some original soils that are kind of around the periphery, but by and large,
it's all
right.
gone.
Right.
Okay. So then, at some time during the construction, I'd go out there and see basically nothing there whatsoever, and basically a lot of blasting or rock removal to get down to the lowest elevation you need to be at.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a report which was submitted by the opposition, I guess is the appropriate word, by the firm of Leggett.
Yeah, that's right.
Franchiers and Graham, dated June 13. Have you seen that report?
Yes.
So on the second page of that document, to address the practicality, it says mid-page, the extent and magnitude of contamination caused in the pond and wetland is not understood. Any necessary remediation of the pond and wetlands after the site is developed is not feasible, as this type of work often requires space for equipment to be stored, contaminated sediments to be managed and potentially treated, and the potential installation and operation of a water treatment system. LBG does not believe that the IWWA application is complete unless the pond and wetland are fully investigated and the applicant includes any necessary remedial plan.
Yeah, I disagree. First of all, they presuppose that the development would be fully built out, and then we'd turn our sites to the wetland and doing the testing and whatever remediation. I don't know that that's necessarily the case. All we're saying is that if that's a condition of the approval, that work can be done concurrent with the other remediation work. It doesn't need to wait until everything's, there's certificates of occupancy in the buildings and then go and do it. And I don't know that I agree that even if that were the case, that there's not enough space to handle that.
Isn't it just a narrow path?
It is, but I think, there's ways to stage materials, and there's also additional land that's owned by the applicant that could be brought into play if need be.
Okay, well, they say that the sediment samples collected in the pond near the site outfall show a similar chemical footprint to the impacted soils on the site. So, again, I guess it comes back to this drainage question. And then this segmented question, it's tied together, because it's really what impact is the development going to have on the wetland? And that's not our jurisdiction, but the drainage is. Okay.
There's another paragraph on the same page, which is our page 742. Triton did not investigate the northern exterior area, even though it acknowledges in its reports that this area is part of site-wide areas of concern.
Yeah, so they're referring to this part of the 26 Hemlock Drive property, and I think their argument is that there should have been additional borings done up there to evaluate that area. We provided a written response, and it's in the record from the wetlands hearing, which I think you probably have by now, but a couple of things. We looked at the historical area photographs and really didn't see a lot of intensive site use up here. It's been used for storage. There's been container storage. It has not received anywhere near the amount of industrial activity as the lower part of the site does. Second, we did install a groundwater monitoring well on that part of the site, which the groundwater sample from that well was clean. So it provides an indication that there's not a significant problem up there. And then lastly, and this goes to what Mr. Macri was, the question he asked, that whole area is getting dug out. Regardless if it's in our remedial areas, that whole area is coming down by 15 feet or more. And so that soil is going to get excavated. It's going to get tested in an additional soil management testing program that's in our soil management plan. So anything that's coming out of that part of the site is going to be evaluated. Whether or not they disagree with the amount of borings or not, I think is actually immaterial.
But aren't there standards for purposes of determining remediation? I mean, that, according to this report, the aerials show a much greater level of activity up there in the period of the 80s into the 90s.
Yep.
I can say too, well-meaning LEPs can have a difference of opinion. I looked at those aerials. We think we've done enough investigation. During the advancement of that monitoring well, we did not see any fill material. It's in a topographically higher part of the site, and so I think it's been addressed. I respectfully disagree with their opinion on that.
Yes, you said it would not be an area of concern, but you never said why.
We just didn't feel that there was that the historical activity in that part of the site.
Because they were just using storage containers and trailers, and you didn't consider that to be. Okay.
And again, I'll reiterate, let's say that there is a pocket of fill material in that part of the site. I just want to explain again, that's going to be removed from the property. It has to be. So there's a level of comfort if two professionals have a difference of opinion that I think I can provide to you, is that soil is all going to get hauled away.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I got to chew on this.
The drawing that you have, the drawing.
Did you have in front of me? That's EW1?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one question, actually. The remediation plan, that's at the end of the Phase 3 report, is that correct?
No, there's a separate document, also dated April 2016, that's dated Remedial Action and Soil Management Plan. It's a standalone document.
Just that one page? Is it a one page?
document about yay thick, it's about 2 inches thick.
Okay. I'm not, that's the one we received today? No.
No, that's.
But it's not at the back of the Phase 3? Okay, and then so that remediation plan, does it talk about the amount of truck traffic and that kind of thing that would be coming off of the property?
No, it doesn't discuss traffic issues.
Is there anywhere in the record or in the remediation plan where it talks about any, how am I trying to say this? I think this is actually beyond the remediation, but about fire safety and that kind of thing during construction?
Not fire safety. It goes into, first of all, it does talk about estimates of the number of cubic yards that are going to be part of the remediation process, so you can kind of back calculate or the number of trucks that would.
How many yards? Do you recall? I'm too far away.
He was far away.
I didn't check that before coming on tonight. I think it's around 1,500 cubic yards in the remedial phase of the project.
I think actually one of the questions beyond the remediation is that the cut volume is 52,000 cubic yards, the fill volume is 12,000, so the net volume of 40,000. Wow. I think that's the number that's actually
That's because of those.
kind of jumps off the page. Because I think once you get to those figures and looking at that DW1 drawing in front of you, there's an awful lot of cut and an awful lot of trucks, taking soil away before it's even being brought back in. So I think the figures for the cut for the remediation are minuscule compared to the actual whole site for the construction. Would you say?
40,000 cubic yards is a lot of export. I agree.
Yeah.
And a dump truck that would be removing the soil, that's how many cubic yards are on one of those dump trucks?
Depends on the truck, maybe 20 cubic yards.
Andy says 10.
So 20 goes into 40,000,
Yeah, a lot.
A lot of times,
a lot of times.
with a lot of zeros.
2,000.
2,000.
Thank you.
Is that in the traffic analysis?
No.
And the remediation, when you do rock blasting and that kind of thing, is that part of the construction or is that part of the remediation?
It would just be a construction item.
Okay.
The contaminants will have been removed. All the soil will be gone to get into the rock.
Okay.
So that it will no longer be a remediation matter.
Okay.
Let's take a break.
Okay, thank you.
Break?
Do you want one? I think before we go on, we're going to take a break.
I was
So
wondering.
Huh?
I was wondering.
We'll take a break and hopefully be back here in 7 minutes. We'll shoot for 7. See if we can hit it.
I won't do it.
How many more presentations do you have?
Good idea.
5.
You have 5 more.
Shorter than the first several, but yes. Some are quite quick, but yes. I can tell you who.
That's good.
We're glad to know.
So Ted Hart, you've heard before, is going to hit several of the questions that were just part of the
Right.
immediate preface. Michael Klein is going to be speaking in clarification, to use a good word, of Dr. Clemens. The architect, that's Ray Sullivan. He'll be quite brief, I believe. The VHB report prepared by David Schiff is something you've asked about. He is here. And Mr. Versteeg, our fire expert, who has submitted a written report, I think will be quite brief, but questions were raised which we thought had been answered. He's answered them yet again. So that's it.
All right, well, it's his presentation. I guess we'll just try to move it as quickly as we can.
Understood. We're trying to do the same.
I know we are our own worst enemy, but we'll try to put it on you and make you the worst enemy, so.
I'll accept that. Always good to have a peanut gallery. Mr. Ted Hart, Mylon McBrome.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Ted Hart. I'm a professional engineer with Mylon Macbrome.
You're not close enough to the mic.
Okay. First, I'd like to talk just a little bit about the storm drainage, going back to what Carver was just saying. Analysis point A is down at the cross culvert between the pond and the wetlands near the condominium, and most of the flow comes down from the eastern portion of the site, comes down. It comes down right now into catch basins in this area, a catch basin down right near where the crane is now, and comes down to the eastern property line, and then comes down this finger of land to a cross culvert between the pond on the upstream side and the wetlands in the condo on the downstream side. I think the concern I heard was that we're putting all that flow there. The flow goes there now. This is the existing conditions. What we're going to be doing, and much of it, as you can see, all the gray and the brown, all of that is impervious surfaces that drains down directly with no retention, detention, no hydrodynamic separators or anything like that. So let me just talk just briefly about some of the numbers. For the peak flows, for say the 10-year storm, we're reducing the flow from existing conditions from 10.09 to 4.24 CFS. So it's a 58% reduction. For the 100-year storm, we're reducing it from 6.18 to 6.03. It's a 2.4% reduction. So for each one of the storms, we're reducing the peak flows to this analysis point. So right now, the flow just comes down and runs off the paved surfaces and goes directly into a pipe and comes directly down to those wetlands. Our proposed plan is going to change that. We're going to have a green roof. We're going to have porous pavement. We're going to have an underground detention system, hydrodynamic separators, as I said, deep sumps with hooded outlets. So we have a much different type of drainage system than what is out there today. We'll also be providing, we were talking about the amount of soil we're taking off. Yes, we're removing 40,000 yards. Much of that will be rock because there's just a thin layer of soil over the bedrock. The areas where we're going to be doing landscaping, we'll be using compost amended soil and topsoil. And we also have a detailed maintenance program for our drainage system. So we think we've designed a very robust drainage system to handle the situation, and I don't believe that there will be increased flows here based on our analysis, so there shouldn't be any resuspension of sediment based on increased flows.
Will you be changing the overall drainage pattern on the site? Because you said that the...
No.
No?
No.
How much of the site drains to Oak Street? And once you put a building there, how do you, okay, why don't you tell me
Hold
what
on
you're
one
doing?
minute. Okay, this is our drainage map for the existing conditions. As you can see, this green area goes to analysis point A. There's a high point over here. There's a hill here, basically, and right through here where the existing house is. So all of this area comes down under existing conditions, and then there's a small area that goes to analysis point B. Analysis point C goes here off towards the intersection of Oak Street and Hemlock Drive, and then the yellow comes down to analysis point D, which is on West Putnam Avenue near the existing entrance to the site, and then analysis point E is down at the south east corner of the property. This is the proposed watersheds. As you can see, the building in green and a little bit of the area to the east all comes down to Analysis Point E. It's a very similar watershed area.
Does it increase in size, the watershed going east? Just quickly looked like it did, but...
Yes, it does. It goes from 2.97 to 3.35. But as you can see here, this is going to be our green roof area, and then there's the courtyards in between, and then all of this area around the outside is porous pavement. We've also got two large detention systems right here underground. So I believe that basically all the others gets a little bit smaller. They're about exactly the same. Watershed, yeah, they're very, very similar, actually. So anyway, I don't know if you have any more questions about the stormwater management at this point, but in designing this stormwater management system for the site, we reviewed the drainage design with Scott Marucci, and the stormwater management system complies with the management goals set forth in the town's drainage manual. And these goals include controlling the volume of runoff, controlling the peak rate of runoff, promoting groundwater recharge, and providing the removal of 80% total suspended solids, and reducing the overall impervious coverage.
So
You kind of
So
flunked that
tell
test,
me
didn't you?
how you're promoting groundwater recharge when you have taken a 5-acre site and are focusing all the drainage into a very limited area. Tell me how that meets low-impact development.
All of the road and the parking that surrounds the building is porous pavement that is going to be promoting the groundwater recharge. Because right now, this area is all paved. And this area right through here, when you go out to the site, you can see it's all bedrock outcrops. Any more questions about the stormwater right now?
No, because I lost something. Okay. Anybody else?
I have one question. All this bedrock that's being removed, is there going to be potential negative effect in terms of where that groundwater goes?
No. According to the borings that have been done, we're going down, and the bedrock or the water table is still about 4 or 5 feet below the bottom of our excavation.
I see.
So, and I think that's different from the previous application that was going to be intersecting the groundwater. We've stepped our building. Over here, actually this portion of the building, the eastern portion of the building, is actually going to be on fill. We're almost at grade in the center, and then over here we're taking out more material. But we've stepped instead of going straight back into the hill, we've stepped our lower level where the parking is.
But you're still taking off 40,000 yards.
That's correct.
Is it your intent to crush on site?
Yes.
And how long is that operation, do you think?
And we've estimated in the neighborhood of between 4 and 6 months.
Of crushing?
Of crushing?
Mhm.
And blasting?
Yes.
Or is
And
blasting and then
and
crushing?
removal.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
So just procedurally, you had submitted revised plans and revised stormwater report this morning that addresses the DPW comments. Is that right?
Yes, we have been working with DPW all along in the wetland process, and I guess we haven't given you all the stormwater reports that we've been doing. So we gave you the past 3 that we've worked on. Sorry.
And I distribute that to the commission this evening.
So does that mean that if we read so we haven't had a chance to look at it.
Addendum number 2 is the latest.
So if we just can focus on that addendum,
Yeah.
we don't really need to focus on.
There's the first report that you got is our overall stormwater management
Okay,
report.
but
Then
we
we
read
gave
that
you
the first time.
right, and we made some modifications to that, and then we've provided addendums to address Scott Marucci's comments.
Our 4th of July weekend. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Just 2 other comments I'd like to address. One is snow removal. Basically, the snow will be removed, there'll be a snow removal contractor. He will plow the smaller storms. If there's more than, 6 inches, they will probably be trucking it off-site to an approved location. Or if there's multiple storms, they will have to remove some of the snow from the site also. So that's how they're going to do the snow removal.
Can you just confirm the driveway widths?
20.
Approximately.
This doesn't show the driveway width. This is 24. I believe this is 22 and 22 over here. And I think this is 22 or 20 over here. So basically, it's 24 for the main drive aisles here. This is one way in. It's, I believe that's 22. And then around the outside here, it's 22.
I assume that the dark brown is asphalt and the gray is...
No. It's just the opposite. These are the pavers, the concrete porous pavers. And this is all porous asphalt. This is an older rendering, but from the gate here down is going to be grass pavers now. That's something the chairman of the Wetlands Commission suggested, and that's fine with us and fine with the fire marshal. There was another question about to do a sunshade analysis.
Where is that?
This is a sunshade analysis that we prepared for the building. We did it at 4 times during the spring and fall equinox and the summer and winter solstice. What it shows is that for basically the summer and the fall, there won't be any shading of 24 Hemlock Drive and 41 Oak Street. In the spring, there's no shading, but it does get, at 8 a.m., it gets right to the building at 41 Oak Street. And let me explain. These different colored lines, let me pass this out too. This is... Pass these out.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry. These different colored lines represent the different times of day. The yellow is 8 a.m., the kind of orangey color is 10, the green line is 12 noon, and the purple is 3 p.m., and then we included 6 p.m. On the summer. So for 41 Oak Street, between 7:15 and 9 a.m. at the winter solstice, there will be some shading. And then at 8 a.m. in the spring solstice, the shadow just reaches the house, as I said. For 24 Hemlock Drive, there will be shading from 12:30 to 4:27 during the winter solstice. One thing I wanted to point out before we get too much further is that right behind 24 Hemlock Drive, there's a 40-foot high hill, basically right behind the house, with mature trees on it. And as you can see in this aerial photograph, there's shading of it. This is a summertime photograph, so there's shading of that house just from the trees. And then on 41 Oak Street, again, it is tucked up near a hillside that's about 22 feet high, and there's mature trees just to the south of 41 Oak Street. So that concludes my information on the shading, and it includes my remarks regarding the site.
Before you move on with that, the winter one, it's showing the house to the northwest.
41 Oak Street.
41?
Yep.
At 8 a.m. in the morning on a winter day,
Right.
when there is no foliage on the trees, will be in complete shadow of the building?
From 7:15 to approximately probably 9:30 or so, it will be.
Okay. And then the same thing in winter when there's no foliage on the trees. The adjacent property at 3 p.m. is going to be in shadow.
Completely.
This here?
Yeah.
Yes.
It would seem to me that actually winter is probably the more important thing in terms of shadow, especially because there's no foliage and you want as much sunlight to reach the property. The other thing I noticed with this, actually downloaded it this afternoon, is that in the summer one, you cut off the shadow casting out to the post road. And in the winter, you cut off the shadow casting that goes to the northwest. How far does it go? Where's the edge of the shadow in those two views?
Not sure. I know that, this is, in the wintertime, the sun is just coming up here. It's only been up an hour from 7:15 to 8 a.m. So the sun is just rising. It's only been up for 45 minutes, basically.
I think his question is, does it affect the house to the north?
To the north.
I'd like to see the edge of it, the whole
Right.
thing, especially in both directions. How far does the shadow cast in the summer out onto the post road and across the street, possibly?
Right.
We're talking about a very tall building here. Let's find out where it goes. Because I think one of the things that is very important to actually understand is that I'm looking at a shadow casting of the adjacent properties, various times of the year, so on and so forth. Well, what's interesting to me is that you have very deep courtyards. And it's interesting to see how the shadow gets cast at the bottom of that and how much light actually gets into the inside of the building.
Well, the
as the day
architect
progresses.
maybe can talk a little bit more about the
That'd be great,
building
yes.
design.
But I would appreciate if you could give us the rest of the drawing with the shadow casting.
I think we can do that.
Great.
What does this mean?
Well, the length of the shadow in the courtyard.
Maybe you can help. Okay, clearly the winter has the longest shadows, the sun's at a low angle, got it.
Exactly, the blocking sun in those courtyards.
Is there a standard or something about shadows, or is it just a judgment call of whether this is acceptable or not?
This was basically our guys used a model within Autodesk called InfraWorks 3D modeling, and it's based on the longitude and latitude of the site. So we entered the longitude and latitude of the site, and it will give us, the sun angle.
No, I understand that,
Yep.
and I understand why the winter is an issue because of the sun angle. And I was actually answering that, but I guess I'm saying, what's it mean? With those shadows, when you give us the extended, are there standards around this, or is it a judgment call whether that shadow is acceptable?
I don't think there's any standards, not that I'm
So
aware
it's a
of.
judgment call on the part of the commission as to whether that's an acceptable shadow cast.
I guess so, yeah.
Yes, and in an urban environment, you would accept more.
Well, I think in an urban environment, there are standards, aren't there?
I have not run into that, but well, maybe they are.
You hear about buildings being built in New York City, for example, and there's a great debate about light and air and sun,
Basics of zoning,
and I thought that would be in the zoning. Okay.
basics of Euclidean zoning.
So this, how high was the building? Just,
I'm going to leave that to the architect. He was going to talk about the building height.
78 feet from the grade plane,
so 78,
from the grade plane.
so roughly in the zone twice as high.
Right, 7
Oh,
stories.
yeah,
Right.
we'll get to that.
We're going to get to that.
No, but I'm just saying is, just basic math, this would be cut in half
Right.
under our current
Yes.
regulations.
Good point, Andy.
That's true.
Michael Klein, a certified soil scientist, certified wetlands analyst. By the way, resume is on file, and a written report is going to be handed to you.
Okay. The St. Barbara.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name's Michael Klein. I'm a biologist and a soil scientist. My office is in West Hartford. I've been practicing in environmental planning, impact assessment, and mitigation design for 39 years. I hold professional registrations as a soil scientist and a wetland scientist. Like Dr. Clemens, I've also sat on a local planning and zoning commission for many years. Unlike Dr. Clemens and unlike Mr. Bertram's initial reference, I'm not a PhD. What I'd like to do is briefly describe our assessment of the site and its natural resources and the impact of this redevelopment project on those resources, concentrating to a certain degree on the 7 small pocket wetlands that surround the site. Although all of those wetlands have been subject to, suffered, been altered by human activity and development activity for many, many years. One of the basic design goals of this project was to protect them from any significant adverse impact. So what I'd like to do briefly is describe those resources. I guess I can take this microphone, and then we'll get into the details of the impact assessment. Without understanding the resources, it's really impossible to accurately depict the impacts. Some of these will be on boards, and some of these will be on some of the information that I've submitted, and we have digital copies that we can project here. So the general area around the site, as you all know, bordered by West Putnam Avenue, Edgewood, Hemlock, and Oak Street. This area has been developed for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes for decades.
Just the subject site is single-family zoning.
Okay.
Okay, just so don't discuss it as commercial. But
well,
only the front part is commercial.
Only the front part.
I'm describing the existing environment.
Okay.
Zoning is not
Your
part of
job.
my assessment. So the site is outlined in yellow. Here, there's a small wetland pocket just to the south of the access strip out to Oak. There's another one just to the north. Those are referred to in my reports and in a lot of the discussions with the Wetland Commission as Wetlands 1 and 2. They are both off-site. There's a wetland number 3, which is also called the Cop Pool, which is at the corner of Oak and Hemlock. And that's the wetland that Dr. Clemens' testimony primarily discussed. There's a small wetland pocket referred to as Wetland 4 or Pool number 4 on Hemlock. Just on the other side of Hemlock, there's a small wetland pocket or pool which is referred to as the Ramsey Pool. There's a wetland that runs just north of the subject parcel in roughly an east-west direction and then bends around to the north toward Hemlock. Again, it's a small wetland pocket that essentially ends at the existing house here.
And
There's also
how close is that to the property line?
Probably about 50 feet would be my guess. I'm not sure. Do we have it on a survey, Ted? It would have been compiled from other information because it's not on the property. Well, it's right in there. Might be on the survey. We'll try and get that back to you. There's also wetlands that you've heard discussed on 24 Hemlock. There's a ornamental pond on the east side of the driveway to 24 Hemlock, and there's a small area of lawn that's wetland soils on the west side. And then there's the Cotswold wetland that you've heard some discussions of that's located to the east of the access strip out to Hemlock.
As an environmental scientist, can you comment on the removal of all of the trees on this site?
Sure. Some notes here. Oh, they're over there.
Mr.
Not right now, but.
Mr. Khan, when you're talking about, in your report on page 3, and you say the study area, this is just the site itself, right?
Which report are we talking?
This habitat
written several.
assessment that you did, what you just handed us.
Okay, well, I think you got several reports.
Oh, I
but-
started from the top, so just
Okay.
trying to follow along?
Sure.
Okay. Because you've got the listing of what the trees are here.
They're all gone, so,
They are already gone?
no, they will be gone.
They will be gone.
There is an overall study area that we describe, and that's the area that I just mentioned to you.
Okay. That's what I was
The
asking.
project site, when I refer to project site,
Okay.
I'm referring to the actual
Talking the study area, okay.
5. With respect to the question about the trees, what I can tell you right now,
No, just, I don't think you need your notes to answer it. I'm just curious, what is the environmental impact of that?
I
Is it
do
better?
have some specific thoughts that I had because I heard the questions before, so I just want to
Okay.
refer to them.
Okay.
Obviously, no one likes to remove trees, but in my opinion, this is not an unreasonable adverse impact in the context of the overall site and the surrounding area. And the reason why I make that, arrive at that conclusion, there's 2 basic facts. One is that many of the trees to be removed are small in caliper, and as a botanist or biologist, I wouldn't even classify them as trees. I'd call them saplings or pole size. Your zoning regulations may say otherwise.
Did you do the tree survey?
Did I do the tree survey? No. But I did look at the tree survey.
It says here that there's mature specimens across the study area.
There are some, yes.
Okay, but you just, I'm sorry, you just characterized it as if there weren't, and it was saplings.
I don't mean to be argumentative, but I believe what I said is that many of the trees to be removed are small in caliber.
Okay.
And also, many of them are either ornamental,
That's the understory one.
fruit trees, or invasive species. So in those contexts, I don't believe it's a significant adverse effect or an unreasonable degradation of natural resources.
Okay, that's the understory part that you're referring to. You start out with the mixed hardwood, and then you shifted to the understory. You started out with the woodland forest area that's been a concern. I'm on page 3 of the thing you just
Well,
gave us.
Yes. I was referencing the data on the tree survey.
And where would that be?
Prepared by Malone McBroom, which is part of the record. And it has a
Good.
listing of
Okay,
all of the
I'll
trees to
find
be
it.
removed. And,
In your meetings with the,
right, yeah. The tree survey is not what my report references, and the mixed hardwood woodland forest that I reference in paragraph 2.1.2
Thank you.
of my report is talking about the overall study area. Sorry. Referencing the woodland in this portion of the site, which is, or the study area,
Right.
which is predominantly off-site.
did the Wetlands Commission suggest retention of that wooded area on this site?
Oh, it was me.
Referencing
Yes.
this area, I don't think there's been a specific suggestion from them in that regard. It's not a wetland. The removal of the trees in that area, as I mentioned, many of them are invasive or very small in caliper. It won't have any effect on the wetlands.
This is amazing.
So, as you heard, a lot of Dr. Clemens' testimony addressed the issue of potential impact on 3 of the wetlands to support vernal pool species. That's discussed in a considerable amount of detail in my May 6th report, as well as the 2 subsequent comment letters to the wetland agency. I'm not going to go into that in great detail due to the hour and the somewhat peripheral nature of that to your jurisdiction, but I do want to point out sort of the Reader's Digest or Cliff Notes version. There are no wetland losses associated with this proposal. There's no indirect adverse impacts due to alterations of wetland soils, wetland vegetation, or hydrology. I concur with Mr. Hart and Mr. Gleason with respect to the minimal nature of the changes in stormwater hydrology and the hydrology that drives these wetlands, and that won't have any adverse effect. The wetlands 3, 4, and the Ramsey Pool, they have the hydrological attributes of vernal pools, but they don't support any spotted salamanders, nor do they support significant populations of wood frogs. The classification system that has become the de facto standard in the Northeast would classify these as Tier 3 vernal pools because of the low number of just one species, the wood frog, and the high degree of development in what you heard referenced as the 750-foot zone or the critical terrestrial habitat.
So do you actually count the wood frogs, or how does that actually work? Because Dr. Clemens had mentioned the wood frogs in his report.
Yes.
And saying it was the upland area was a critical habitat for the frogs. So is it based on the count of them, or how does that work?
Yes, well, you don't actually count wood frogs, you count egg masses, because the wood frogs move around, and they're hard to identify which one's which.
Hard to put a color on.
There is a standard that's developed, and it has two basic components to it. One is biological activity, and the second is landscape condition. They are interrelated, but they're separate components of that assessment. For a wetland or a pool that has less than 25 or less egg masses of one species, and more than 50% of the 750-foot zone already developed, it's considered a Tier 3 pool. Tier 1 pools are high-quality pools that should be, from an ecological standpoint, protected. And development is still, quote, allowed, unquote, without having an adverse effect, but there are some limits on that development. Tier 2 pools are pools that have already been adversely affected, but there may be the potential to restore the habitat, and Tier 3 pools are lower quality than that and presumably aren't subject for restoration. And these pools are Tier 3 pools.
So does that mean that if the forest was removed, so to speak, and the upland area for the wood frogs was removed, and then they no longer went to the vernal pool to lay their eggs and whatnot, that the vernal pool would disappear? Is it that simple, or how does?
No, the vernal pool would not disappear. The wetland would not disappear. The hydrology would remain the same. But what you see here in this, let's see, I wonder if I can get a cursor to show up. Does that little guy show up?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So what we've done here is we've looked at all three of those pools. The one that's been the subject of the most discussion is pool number 3, or the Cop pool. That's the pool that's at the corner of Oak and Hemlock. The critical terrestrial habitat, or potentially the total size is, as you see, just over 2 million square feet. The amount of development that's proposed within that zone is just over an acre, which amounts to about 2%. But the existing condition here is already about 60% developed. And so it falls below the criteria, or below the level at which it would be considered suitable for restoration. So that's the basis for my judgment. It has neither the 25 egg masses nor the 50% forested habitat that would drive it to be considered a Tier 2 pool and potentially subject to restoration. Of course, the other element here is that most of the land that's within that 750-foot zone, and we do have a figure to show you that. Here's the Cop pool. Most of the land that's within that zone is not under the control of the applicant. It's not part of the site. What we've shown here, the site is outlined in orange. The existing developed area on the site is shown in blue. Within the 750-foot radius, obviously there's developed area of the site outside of that, but this is all within the 750-foot radius. Existing development is shown in blue here and here, the residential single family on this side and the industrial on this side. The area of proposed development is this red cross-hatched area in the middle. That we very conservatively considered that as potential habitat. I'm going to show you some photographs in a moment. This is not forest by any stretch of the imagination, but using the most conservative interpretation, that represents about 2%. And the change is from roughly 41%, or from roughly 39% developed to roughly 41% developed after this project is in place, if it's approved. So those are the primary factors that I considered in arriving at the opinion that there's no significant adverse effect on vernal pool species. Same analysis applies for Pool 4, in which no one's found any wood frog egg masses for several years, and also to the
And where do you get that data from?
Ramsey Pool. Good question.
So who counts the eggs?
Well, we did, Dr. Clemens did, and Landtech did. Landtech was involved in the earlier 2012 application. So what I've done is summarize all the data here. This is data that was contained in Landtech's reports, my reports, and so this is, and in the 2012 data is data that was collected by Dr. Clemens and Landtech. 2010 data was collected by Landtech. 2014 data, the Ramsey Pool and Wetland 3 are off our property that's not neither owned by or controlled by the applicant, so I wasn't able to go on those sites, but I did look at Wetland number 4, which is owned by has an owner that has some relationship to the applicant here, so I was able to go on there. We found one adult wood frog in 2016, no egg masses, and no egg masses in either 14 or 15. Dr. Clemens, his clients had allowed him access or provided him access to the so-called COP pool, pool number 3. In 2014, he didn't collect any data there. In 2015, there were no egg masses that he found. In his letters that are in the file, he says that there was a lot of algae there, and so rather than rely solely on egg mass data, they went back. He and another very experienced wetland scientist went back a short time later to look for larvae and found just a few. And then they didn't collect any data on that property this year, other than there is a recording of a probable call of a wood frog that's predominantly peepers, but if you listen real close, you can hear there's one or two wood frogs in the background, and that's, that corresponds to what we saw on Pool 4, that we found one adult in the immediate vicinity. So, and the exact sources of the data are shown on this table as well. So, yeah, we go out and count egg masses.
And the two wetlands that are closest to this property, I don't see any analysis.
They're not, they don't pond water for any period of time. They don't have the hydrology to support these species. They're just not even potential vernal pools.
So going back to the tree issue, did you see the tree survey?
Yes.
And tell me how many trees roughly you're cutting down on this property.
I think there's about 200 that are larger than 6 or 7 inches in caliper.
More than that.
It's 240.
And I think that's pretty close to the number. It might be
Okay, it's
208 or something, but it's...
We're looking at it, it's 244, and I just counted that 45% of those are greater than 12 inches in caliper. So when you said it was mostly saplings, I guess mostly is, if 55% is mostly, okay, but almost half of these trees are greater than 12 inches DBH. Okay, that's on
I don't have perfect recall, but I'm pretty sure what I said was many of them are saplings and many of them are invasive. I never characterized them as being certain
percentage. Of the 240, none are saplings. They're all over 7 inches.
Well,
okay. I asked you if you'd seen this.
Yes.
And so you might not have perfect work, but there's not a sapling listed on here.
Well,
and then if you ask invasive, I didn't know oaks were invasive.
No, they're not.
I didn't know maples Or
No, there are
Than
quite a
Norway.
few maples that are invasive.
hickories,
Hickories are not.
You have a beautiful cherry.
Yep.
tree of heaven,
Tree of heaven is invasive.
black locust.
Black locust is
Black locust
invasive.
is invasive,
Okay.
I know that one.
But if you look at these, maybe 30% are invasive.
That,
So from your environmental and biology, how can you say this is not impactful to the environment?
Half of the trees are greater than 12 inches in DBH. Out of the 244, 30 of those trees are greater than 24 inches in DBH, and this is just counting very quickly. So again, when you open and you say it's not a very significant impact, it's pretty significant what some of these trees are. There's one at the entranceway. Andy, do you remember where that
It's
tree?
100
It's 130. And there's a cherry that's enormous. We recognize that you have to do some tree removal for development, but, normally what we get from people is that they remove trees and they put trees back.
well,
The problem with this site development, again, and, I know this isn't, this is a clear cutting of the site and just, it's got nothing green left on it. And you're saying that that's not significant?
within the context of this, the resources in this area, I don't believe it's an unreasonable, there's a reasonable likelihood of an unreasonable adverse impact to the natural resources of the town or the state from that
Okay,
tree
sir.
removal.
That, if every single developer that came before us said the same thing, we wouldn't have any open space and we wouldn't have any trees anymore. Because every single time that somebody comes forward to us, we fight for the trees, and that's why this town still has green. And that's been something that came out, again, I'm sorry, but I just don't understand how you can be telling us that this doesn't have an impact, because if everybody approached development the way you're approaching it, we would be paved over.
What I have here on the,
Being ignored.
on the screen are photographs of the existing
Thanks, babe.
vegetation at the site. I would characterize this in, how do I make this move to the next one?
That's not even on the site.
I'm sorry?
That's a neighbor.
No, I respectfully disagree. That's,
It's actually quite a pleasant environment.
well, that may be true. That photograph was taken probably right about here. But I'm not sure that a pleasant environment is
Shown if you're talking about
is
removing.
the standard that I've been asked to evaluate as an ecologist.
But as we said, this is a 1-acre residential zone which has open space requirements and green area requirements. And even if you look at this area in a whole, it was a 10-acre site, and now it's a 5-acre site, and you're clear-cutting and developing almost 100% of 5 acres.
Exactly.
How can you say that's not an impact? That's a 50% impact on the environment of the surrounding area. And I'm just trying to understand, as a biologist, how you can say that micro environmental area isn't impacted when you disrupt over 50% of it.
Well, I don't mean to be argumentative, but the extension of that argument is that if you took an area that was 10 feet by 10 feet and removed the one tree that was in it, that would be 100% removal also. These photographs illustrate the conditions at the site. This is a residential lawn.
It's hard for you to put these photographs up and then try to convince us that this is not a pleasant environment.
I absolutely agree with you. It's a pleasant environment, but that's not, that's a very subjective interpretation that has nothing to do with the biology or natural resources of the site.
So, but as a biologist,
Removal of them has nothing to do with the natural
I
resources
mean,
of the site.
putting the habitat back, I mean, I would say if, from a biology standpoint, the problem with this is it's a maintained piece of grass, and I could understand if you said, put that back to tall grasses and shrubs and create more wildlife habitat. I could see that argument, but taking that and clear cutting and having zero wildlife habitat, how can you as a biologist say that doesn't have an impact?
Because this environment is suitable for supporting what, as ecologists, we often call subsidized species, or as I sometimes somewhat flippantly, and I apologize, it's late,
No, don't worry.
Oh, don't worry, we'll be here for another 3 hours.
and I've been here as well for that long. I sometimes call it the rabbits, robins, and raccoons. This is a site that clearly supports suburban wildlife, and the surrounding area will continue to support suburban wildlife in the future. The wildlife support potential of these particular 5 acres is clearly going to be reduced, but I do not believe that that's an unreasonable degradation of the natural resources of the state.
Okay.
Mr. Klein, the photograph that we're looking at right there,
Yep.
is that on the subject property?
Yes.
Is manicured lawn on the
Yes.
Post Road Iron Works property?
Yes, if you see right over here, I'm sorry I don't have a laser pointer, but right there is a stake with a little orange flagging on the top, and my understanding is that that's the access road, the emergency access road. So yes, this is the subject property.
Do you have photographs of the area that's more close to the industrial use?
I'm not sure that I do, but maybe Mr. Hart might. That's not. Oh.
We should move on, without getting anywhere.
Time to move on. We're not getting anywhere, is what Andy says. We're just going to argue with him.
These are part of Mylona McBroom's materials. Here's the industrial use. Here's 37 Oak Street. Entrance to the Post Road Iron Works, I believe, from West Putnam Avenue. And here's part of the area with the steel stockpiled. These photographs are of the wetlands on either side of the emergency access road. As I mentioned, they're areas of maintained lawn. And then at least one of those areas has an underdrain in it. So I guess.
I have one quick question. So,
Just checking to see if there's any other photographs here. Oh, let's see what we got here. And this is what's been referred to as the Cotswold wetland. And this is a wetland off-site to the northeast with the auto dealerships in the background.
what, in your professional opinion, from zoning, what buffer do you like to see as a biologist between commercial, because this building is commercial, it's, even though it's 7 stories and zero landscaping, to 1 acre housing from a buy?
That's not a issue that I'm qualified to
I thought you were
make
on
it.
zoning.
I'm sorry?
Aren't you?
I was a zoning commission member, but that's not an expert opinion. You asked my expert opinion as a biologist. and-
So you're happy with zero buffer?
No.
As a biologist?
It depends on the resources that are on either side of that line and what resources you're trying to protect. Certain animals or plants might require a larger buffer than others. If the so-called buffer is for buffering noise, that's probably a different standard. If the buffer is to provide green space between conflicting land uses, that would be another
I'd take your opinion on all three.
Okay. The buffer between conflicting land uses would vary depending upon how significant the conflict was. If it was, I mean, this is very hypothetical. If there was a single family and then multifamily and then commercial.
That's what we have.
Yeah, I don't think a significant buffer is needed because you have a graduation of intensity of land uses.
Okay, and how about from a noise point of view?
I am of the opinion that most commercial or office uses are actually very compatible with residential development, don't need any buffer for noise attenuation. My neighborhood I have a home office. My neighborhood is all single family. It's been developed for 75 or 100 years, and it is the noisiest bloody place in the world during the week when all the yard maintenance activities and trash removal and so forth goes on. I'd much prefer to be adjacent to an office building. So I think it's very, very site-specific.
And so environmental, 10 feet, 20 feet, 5 feet, 2 feet?
In my neighborhood, I don't think
No,
there would
this
be.
neighborhood,
in this-
just this site.
And what are we trying to protect?
The flora, fauna, wildlife.
There isn't any native habitat on this site or in the land to the west or south.
I agree.
So
West
I
of this.
don't believe
How
there's
about-
any buffer necessary.
Okay, I can get that. How about to the north in that wetland?
To the north, the proposed development, the wetland is about 50 feet away. The site development plan has the appropriate erosion and sediment controls and water management, stormwater management measures that I don't believe there'll be any adverse impact on that wetland.
And how about the shade and the building?
Good question. I haven't looked at those drawings in any detail, but what I heard.
Take mine.
Sure. Actually, I haven't looked at them at all. I just heard the testimony. In the wintertime, it's irrelevant. The vegetation is all dormant. In the spring, there's a very minor amount of shading that occurs in the wooded area, but not into the wetland. And that area in the springtime will rapidly become fully leafed out. So I don't consider that would have a significant adverse effect. In the summertime, the shading is confined to the property and almost entirely to areas that are proposed to be paved. So that won't have any adverse effect either. In the fall, vegetation starting to senesce by the fall equinox. There's a small amount of shadow cast, but again, it doesn't reach the wetland. It's for a very short period of time. Let's see, where's the key? So between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m., there's a small strip of non-wetland woodland that would be shaded. That short period of additional shading, I don't think would have any significant effect.
Okay.
The most, the most significant shadow, as the commissioners have pointed out, occurs in the wintertime, and that's not really biologically an issue.
Except for humans.
I'm sorry?
Except for humans.
Okay. I was referring to non-human biology.
Any other comments?
Eat the trees to death.
So what I'd like to move on to, there's been a number of questions about the adverse impact from stormwater discharges. This development plan or redevelopment plan results in reduced impervious surfaces. The quantity impacts have been properly attenuated, and the quality impacts are better than the existing condition.
I think we've already had that testimony from your engineer, so I'd rather not be repeating what we've already heard.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to be difficult, but Dr. Clemens opined about impacts on with these issues, and I believe I need to put on the record that I disagree with his opinion.
You're on the record.
Same thing with respect to public health. I don't understand, well, I don't understand his qualifications to talk about that. I'm not sure I am really qualified to talk about that, but I can't foresee any possible impact on public health. There's certainly no impact on drinking water. This area is served by public water, and there aren't any drinking water supplies here. I can't conceive of any impact on public safety. There's no forested habitat lost. Dr. Clemens talked about impacts on water quality due to loss of denitrification. With all due respect, Dr. Clemens is a respected colleague and a personal friend of mine, but denitrification is a soil-mediated process. He's not a soil scientist. The denitrification potential of these wetlands will not be adversely affected in any way. That's not a vernal pool issue. It's a microbe and soil metabolism issue, and that will continue unabated. The green roof will result in a lower nutrient discharge. The commission has asked questions about the remediation, and I concur with my colleagues. I don't understand how a remediation activity that will result in the removal of contaminants that are present at the site, and that if they are determined to be present and to have a potential adverse ecological effect that might be present off-site, I don't understand how the removal of those contaminants could be considered to be an adverse impact. The issue of access, I think, is not a real issue. If remediation is going to occur at 24 Hemlock Wetland and the Cotswold Wetland, access will be needed. If the access is granted, if the remediation plan is approved and all the elements are in place, it will include provisions for access.
Last question. Would the reduced water flow to the Coxwell wetland be an adverse effect?
No, the change is very, very small. And
I
that
thought he cut the flow in half.
Peak flow for one particular storm event. No, that won't. In fact, if the concern, and it appeared to be the concern that Dr. Clemens was talking about, was from scour during storm events, that the potential for scour or remobilization of any contaminants that might be present will be reduced. The changes for the typical or more frequent events are minor. The Cotswold wetland is surrounded by a pretty dense multifamily residential development, and these changes are insignificant. It's also already been the subject of uncontrolled discharge for many, many years from the site, uncontrolled in terms of quality and quantity. So, in conclusion, it's my opinion that there's no significant adverse impact on wetlands or the natural environment associated with this project. There's no reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution or adverse or impairment of wetlands, waters, or natural resources of the state. To the contrary, there's a long-term positive impact from the removal of the industrial use and the remediation of the historical contamination. Be happy to answer any other questions if you have any.
We're ready for the next one.
That's Mr. Fox's.
You can keep it.
I'm not lending you mine.
Mr. Chairman, David Schiff, VHB, the author of report that's on file with you.
This is the housing plan, this one.
Good evening. David Schiff, principal with VHB in White Plains, New York. As Attorney Bertram indicated, you have the report. Our focus was on the housing needs and housing policies and the related planning policies of the town and how they relate to the proposed development. And I will go through and try to summarize some of the key points. I think one of the important points that I found in researching this here is how much the town has done over the years in recognizing the need for housing and providing some zoning incentives in locations to make that happen. The town plan of 2009 spends a lot of time talking about housing needs, points to the increase in employment in and around Greenwich that's led to increased demand for housing, and notes that in Greenwich housing is generally more expensive than in the surrounding areas. And I think very importantly it points out the need for a wide cross-section of housing types, not only for the purposes of serving the residents, but also for the health of a strong community. And I think that's an important recognition that the town has made of the importance of housing. Again, the plan talks about accommodating different demographic and economic groups, the importance of putting this kind of housing near transit, its role in supporting downtown and the local economy. It also relates to the state plan, which, of course, at the state level, looks to encourage housing opportunities for a variety of housing types and variety of design choices. Following the 2009 town plan, you had the Housing Task Force in 2012, which did an excellent job in fleshing out the housing issues, and talked again about providing affordable housing to meet the needs of elderly, moderate income, and others who are, in their words, challenged to find affordable Greenwich housing. Again, this all leads to the need for options in the configurations and the types of housing you have, the locations, and the cost of housing. And again, that's really what the proposed development is focused on. So what are some of the elements of the need? What's generated some of the need? Well, median age has been rising. The size of households has been shrinking. That's kind of a national trend, not only here. The median income in the town, as you know, is substantially above that of the county and of the state. But yet there are about 30% of the households in the town earn less than $75,000 a year, and that group really fits into the affordability plan for the proposed housing. In terms of the housing supply, Greenwich has a greater percentage of large homes compared with the surrounding areas. That means homes with 4 to 5 bedrooms, and a lower percentage of multifamily smaller units. Median home sales prices exceed $1 million. Since 2005, the vast majority of construction of new residential units in the town has been in single-family homes. Yes, ma'am?
Median income for Greenwich, in your report, page 14,
Yes.
you say that the HUD defined median income for Greenwich is 127.9. In your table 1 on page 7, you say that the town of Greenwich is 135 median income.
Well, HUD,
So it's the HUD numbers, just different?
yeah, I mean, they don't necessarily update it all the time. And then again, of course, these, as you go through the years after the census, it's estimates, because the Census Bureau does estimates updates every year, but they're not a full census.
Would you mind terribly if we interrupt you, because some of the stuff it's 11:30.
Just be like being at home. That's
Okay.
quite all right.
And
Yes, ma'am.
just so you know, there's several of us here that worked on our plan of conservation and development, as well as on the housing study. In fact, we've got people in the audience who worked on the affordable housing plan as well. And I'm sure that they're waiting to speak, but one of the things that we wanted you to do in giving us this report is to give us an analysis of the number of units of each number of bedrooms versus the need. Okay, that's what we asked Mr. Burcham to tell you, and I know because I've asked him
Okay,
twice.
I've had-
So what our question was, when we asked,
Yeah.
it's okay, you can, you guys have to play post office, no problem. But what we said is, okay, so you've got this
Yeah.
configuration, this mix. How does that meet what Greenwich needs? And it's especially in terms of affordable housing. And so one of the things that we referenced earlier tonight is, Mr. Yeski referenced this, is that our housing authority is also before us right now with a proposal on one of our developments, one
Yeah.
of our larger. And as we said, they're getting rid of the smaller ones and they're going to 3 bedrooms. And your report actually
Yeah.
says a very similar thing.
and
Single mothers
I heard you, and you pointed that out.
with
Yes.
1 or 2 children in search of 2 or 3 bedroom apartments.
And
So this is the question then we were asking your client, I guess, is so how come then they're building studios and 1 bedrooms if our housing authority is getting rid of that? And even as you look at the market demand, you're saying the real need is for bigger units.
Oh, no, yeah, that was an anecdotal. This is what we find, people coming in, we have a lot of people. There's not a lot of studios, I mean, really. There are, on the affordable units, 8. There are single people, certainly older single people, not so old single people, of course, and younger people, singles who do need affordable housing. So it's a question, of the mix.
Well, we
And I'll
realize
tell you, by the way, in non-affordable units, I had this discussion, and, we had a panel discussion a year or 2 back in the Urban Land Institute in Stamford, and a lot of the developers were saying, we're finding.
You attended that, didn't you?
Did you? Was somebody there? It was in.
You attended?
It was in one of the buildings that wasn't completed yet, but across from City Hall.
Yes. It was
But-
longer than that, because that building's been completed
Yeah,
for quite
okay.
a while.
I
That's like
lost track.
5 years now.
But in any event, some of the developers were saying that they had actually come back to studios finding and now they were talking about market rate, but they were finding a more demand. So the question is, from a marketing viewpoint, it's sometimes good to have a little bit of a mix because you've got more people you can hit in that thing. Now, one other thing.
Because I'm trying to ask you a question. That's
Okay.
good. I'm not so interested in, wow, we might have a few people that are
Yeah.
single. It's what's the unmet need in Greenwich? That was the question we were asking your client. The unmet need that this application serves, because it's being represented to us, that this serves an unmet need in our community. And I would say to you that we have a fair amount of available, well, I know we're short of both.
Yeah.
I know we could always use more housing stock, we could always use more mix, but again, what keeps coming to us, and a lot of it may be anecdotal, is there is more demand for the bigger units. I mean, the Housing Authority isn't, they stood here and said, look, we need 3 bedrooms. So I get that you're going to be able to rent these,
Okay.
but we're concerned with how does it fit our community?
Right. I understand the question. I'm not sure that the Housing Authority is, and these units are looking at exactly the same income limits. I think the Housing
Yes,
Authority may be a
we're not
little lower.
sure about that
I think they're at a somewhat lower rate.
No, in fact,
Yeah.
they're actually higher.
Are they?
They're doing tax crediting.
Oh, okay.
They're
So
doing tax credit rent. So we speculate that that's actually area median. We left them with that question the last time.
Well.
Tax credit rent, well, we looked it up. We've researched it.
Yeah.
Tax credit-based rent. Your client's shaking his head, but we've been researching it, and tax credit rent apparently can be based on area median, depending, that's what it said online.
Well.
Okay, so
we have not,
need of the community, okay.
yeah, we have not zeroed in on it. No, that was not,
We're going to tell Mr. Burcham he plays bad post office, but that was the question is how does this meet? Because, you see, they're asking us to do a level, your client is asking us to do a level of density which in our community is unprecedented. Okay? Because it meets our need for affordable housing. Well, show me.
so yes, I understand. You're looking for more fine detail
Not so
on
much
breakdown.
detail. I
Yeah,
actually
no.
want concept. Show me why this actually meets a need. Why is this what I should have in my town, and why I should take all my density standards and throw them out the window? And that's what we keep asking for.
Okay.
And I actually told Mr. Burcham after you submitted the last one, May 16,
Yeah. No.
I said, this doesn't answer that
June
question.
16th. June 16th.
No, May 16. We
Okay.
have one from
Oh, an
you,
old
May
one.
16.
Oh, he submitted the early. All right, fine.
The old one, I have both of
Okay,
them here.
I got you. Okay.
Okay, so that's, so,
So Mr. Bertram and I will need to speak tomorrow.
yes.
Okay.
But, so, that's really what we've been trying to get to.
Okay.
And your June 15 still didn't get to that
No.
core question that we have, because it is, we have to evaluate the trade-offs.
I understand.
Yeah, of course, you've heard this from a million people. Surely every community in the country says, where are our trade-offs?
Yeah, no, not usually, but not usually exactly like this. It's a different, every case is different, but
Well, you have to make.
every study
well,
is different.
there's
But I
probably-
understand your question. No, it's a fine, it's a reasonable question.
Now, I have another question to ask
Okay.
you. When we did our affordable housing task force, this here, when we did our affordable housing task force, one of the things that came up over and over again as we interviewed experts from all around and developers, what people told us is that this scale of development was not a good idea for affordable housing. That what you want to do is integrate your affordable housing as seamlessly as you can into your community, and that smaller unit developments are better because it integrates into this type of existing community. If you were in Bridgeport or New Haven, any of the bigger cities in Connecticut, you might be able to do, even Stanford, you would be able to do something more urban because it would fit in with their downtown setting. This doesn't fit in with ours. And what we kept hearing is do something smaller. That's the second question we've been asking. Again, it's the question of, does this meet the needs of our community? And if you look at the recommendations of our Affordable Housing Task Force, we documented that, and I believe that you even reference it in your report. You talk about how we say.
Well, I mean, the plan, the plan shows it as lower density residential.
Well,
Absolutely.
because we
And in fact, exactly what I've been, thinking is that, and you say it exactly correctly, there is the trade-off. And what is the trade-off here? And you've been listening tonight to my colleagues, and I think there were more behind me yet. talking about the various issues that go along with this development, and you're
There are
considering.
no issues,
Okay.
according to you. I mean, really, every time we raise an
All right,
issue,
well,
we're told not to worry.
There are issues from your side, but whatever. The factors, I can use whatever. But that's what you're assessing, and that's what my colleagues are presenting in behalf of the project. So I understand that as well.
I don't have your resume, but your specialization is in this area, and what I'm asking you a
Yes.
slightly different question.
Yes.
What I'm asking you is scale. We have been told over and over again that you don't do 355 units. You do small unit developments, that you integrate into the existing fabric of the community, that's how you get acceptance for all income levels in your community. And so I'm asking you that. Do you disagree with that?
It's a more complicated question than I can just answer at this point. Because as you said, some places you do it, and some places you
Okay,
do
in
different.
our
And this isn't strictly, remember, this isn't strictly affordable housing. This is a mixed income development on its own.
Now, are you the person we ask about the economics of the development?
No.
Okay.
That was a quick answer.
Okay, just because
Yeah.
we have a letter from somebody about those economics.
No, that's,
So those were the key questions.
Okay,
is
so-
integrating into the existing context of our community, and what is the
Okay.
existing need, and how does this mesh with the existing need?
okay. So,
Following up on what Margarita's been talking about, your report of June 16th
yes.
concludes, over a period of years in various public policy documents, you reference the Town Plan of Conservation and Development, you reference the Town Building Zone Regulations, and you reference the Housing Task Force recommendations.
Yes.
You then say, in concluding, the proposal being made would be consistent with those policies and recommendations. So I point you to the Town Plan of Conservation and Development, where the goals, number 7, development should be discouraged or prohibited when it is not compatible with and does not preserve existing land use patterns. So this development is absolutely not consistent with the Town of Conservation and Development. Number 2, in the Plan of Conservation and Development, further, residential neighborhoods and housing. Actions, number 3.1, monitor residential build-out and develop land use regulations to preserve traditional development patterns. Not happening here. 3.8 is establish a housing task force, which Margarita has been talking about, but quite specifically, the final report on the affordable housing should be done in such a way that, 1, it preserves neighborhood, this is now the final report on affordable housing, that it preserve neighborhood character, encourage small sites, structure to be consistent with neighborhood character, and develop where town infrastructure is adequate. Barring the last one, which is still to be decided, this approach does none of those. None of them. And lastly, in your conclusion, you say you worked with the town building zone regulations, and I can categorically say, you are not consistent with any of them.
Well, as I said before,
None.
Okay.
Again, the proposal is consistent with many of the policies having to deal with.
Those were things that were talked about.
Okay.
But under the action categories, there's a lot of talking. That was talking about the affordable housing task force, or the task for the housing task force.
Yes.
Addressed the affordable housing, and their conclusions are what I just read to you.
in my view, the question is the additional housing and the range of housing opportunities that would result from this development, can they be balanced off with those other things which absolutely are correct, this proposal does not match with? And that's all the information, excuse me, the information that's...
Your conclusion...
information that's being presented here by various members of the team who are trying to make the case to you that the traffic works, that the visuals can work, that the environmental issues can be dealt with, and that the infrastructure is there. That's the information being presented to you, and you have to make that evaluation.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, as to your report, when you say they are consistent with those town standards, that's incorrect.
And I would, all right,
Okay.
I heard that.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
It's okay. Is there anything else, or? Okay.
Nope.
Mr. Schick, please spell your last name.
SCHIFF. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I wish we could get Mike up here.
I guess if we stop talking, we can. Stop.
I stopped, and then Andy talked, and then it was my turn. You know, the thing is, we're taking turns with stuff that we have passion
It's
around.
Dennis's turn now.
Okay, Dennis, it's your turn.
No, I was already told to shut up, so I'm shutting
No,
up.
no, but then we get passionate questions, like, I feel very strongly
would
about
like-
this demand and mix thing.
Well, who
Guys,
is it that's going to talk about corner to corner?
economics, I don't know if
Nicely
Mr.
done.
Bertram's got anybody for that.
The attorney's name, Richard.
I'm sorry.
Are we waiting for another?
No,
Mr.
we're
Bertram,
waiting. The
we're
attorney
waiting.
is-
Yeah.
We're waiting for Mr. Bertram to come forward to us.
We'll ask Raymond Sullivan to speak. He is the architect for the project.
Okay, see, it's not my turn in.
We got a bunch of architects.
All right, architects. Nick, are you awake?
You're an amateur architect, right?
I'm turning.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Ray Sullivan of the Sullivan Architectural Group at 1226 Post Road in Fairfield. I believe, so we talked about the architecture last time. We talked in general. At that time, we did not have a photo simulation of what the building would look like, in its context. So these renderings were, submitted electronically. The issue I'd like to raise here is that if we look at the
Kind of said that.
yeah. If we look at the easterly side of the building, just as a reference point, so everybody kind of understands how tall it is, the existing tower crane that's out there is elevation 172 feet 8 inches. The elevation of the upper floor along that line is 173 feet 4 inches. So that floor is 8 inches above the crane.
So not the top floor, the floor below the top floor. So you were pointing to, you were not pointing to the roof, you were pointing to the floor below that.
I was pointing to the floor. So that puts that
story on the
building
building is
a
above the
story
crane.
above the crane.
Thank
Yes.
you. Yep.
So just as a point of reference,
And the building's a little wider than the crane, right?
a little bit.
Mr. Sullivan,
And that's,
The crane is 172 feet 8 inches, and just for reference, its base is at 97 feet 3 inches, so it's about 75 feet tall as a reference point.
thank you.
I know it's late, so I wanted to focus on one of the other issues.
That water bottle? Oh, look, they have
So we had discussed recreation area, open area, recreation area. And so if you go to neighboring towns and communities, some have them, some don't, some have them in certain zones, they generally run in the vicinity of 100 to 150 square feet per unit. So, we have...
I'm sorry, sir, could you just give us the context for that? When you say some communities don't and some do, and when there's 150 square feet per unit, because we have an analysis that our town planner did of the number of units and how many square feet. Do you have your...
No, he's talking about open space, I think.
Yeah, but we're talking about, like, the developments. That's exactly what I'm saying. This would, 150 square feet of entertainment space, of recreational space, is that in an urban area again, or is that in a rural area, or in between? Like, when you're talking about that, just give us a context for it.
So for instance, my office used to be in Norwalk. I used to do a lot of work in Norwalk.
Not as, Bridgeport, New Haven.
No, not cities like that. I wouldn't consider, I'm not sure what the population counts are. I don't think...
120-ish, upper 120s for Bridgeport and New Haven. Greenwich is in the high 50s. Low 60s.
Yeah, but in Norwalk, that I don't consider that a big city. Or if you go to the developments, they're not. I don't consider Norwalk an urban environment. Okay. So for instance, that number there is 150, and sometimes it's lower. So I just wanted to point out.
Is that in their code, in their regs?
It's in the regulations, yes.
Thank you.
So anyway. Communities have a sliding scale somewhere between 100 and 150. We have interior recreation space. So we've got amenity areas. We've recently added a couple of tot rooms off the courtyards. We've got exterior public areas like the courtyards. And we've got kind of the semi-private or individual decks off each unit. So. That area totals, 46,511 or 132 square feet per unit. So, we're kind of in that range, I think, of providing community space. And we have a location here that's I think close to public transportation. Close to downtown. As you get in a population, I guess if you were far more rural, you might need more on site, but there is a lot available to the residents, nearby in the community. The issue I think has been raised about the quality of the.
While you're on that, you make that statement, but I'm not sure you can support it. Do you know how far it is from the front of this proposed building to the first shop on Greenwich Avenue?
The actual distance, no, but I know there's vehicular traffic, there are bus routes, there are, availability to get to community services.
In a vehicle? Is there a park of any proportions other than a small triangle? Do you know where the nearest park is? I believe it's Pemberwick Park. Do you know how far that is?
I'm not expressing that people are walking to this. No, I never said people are walking to these. I'm saying they have availability to get to municipal services.
I have availability of those things in New York City, but it's 40 miles. The fact that you to make these general statements.
I'm sorry. I'm not making a statement about 40 miles. There are reasonable facilities available to the residents that are not a great distance. That's all I'm saying.
Not nearby.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, I think. The quality of that courtyard, has been raised. It's a valid question. I just look for some illustrations, just to be able to talk about it. Some of these are projects I was involved in as maybe a designer or a reviewer, and then another one. I reached out. I don't design the actual the amenities of the inside space, the trellises and the whatnot, but so I reached out to my landscape architect to give me another image that we could talk about that would be maybe helpful to you. So the one thing I wanted to point out, and I apologize, it's probably hard to see from here, but so this is a building with it's a 4-story building where all the upper floors have lofts. So it's not a 5-story building, but this section is 5 stories. There are dormers that go 5 stories, and it's a pitched roof. So it's not 5, but it's it's close to. You can see the sun line hitting right here, which is on the top of the 4th floor. And if you look at the photograph, I think it's still a pleasing place. It happens to be later in the evening that the photograph was taken, so it's not direct sunlight into the courtyard. But I think you can get a quality of light with light materials and the light bouncing around that you can get an attractive and very usable courtyard. The image up here shows a courtyard that's approximately 70 feet wide. Our courtyards or our smaller courtyard is approximately 95 by 105. The other courtyard is slightly larger. So it's just an image that represents that the courtyards I think become kind of vibrant, active spaces. That they create communities, within the development, itself. So at 5 stories, are you getting a lot of direct sunlight throughout the whole courtyard? No, you're not. You're getting it at certain times a year. It's a deeper courtyard, but I think it's still a vibrant, active, and very usable and a large amenity to the complex.
Has an analysis been done to determine the amount of direct sunlight that the pool would have during, let's say, the height of the summer, mid-July?
No, but I can do a section through and give you certain dates showing exactly where the sun hits.
Mr. Sullivan, excuse me, you've got 60 feet from the top of your parapet down to the bottom line. In your discussions here and what you're telling us, we're getting sunlight down there. I'm not convinced of that. I'd like to see some kind of we did shadow casting outside, and the shadows are quite long. I'd like to really understand how that's going to work, because you're telling me that these courtyards are the public open space in addition to some space inside and semi-private balconies. I'm not too sure that I'm really convinced that the quality of these courtyards is what you're telling me, understanding the building's so tall around it. On a cloudy day, it could be very, very gloomy in there because I'm not getting the light bouncing around. So I think as part of looking at this and developing it, I want to see what's happening really with the shadows being cast inside there.
Absolutely. So we can provide the same solar analysis on the inside as was done on the outside. I agree with you. I think that we are of a height where it is a little bit more challenging. We have to be careful with the selection of materials to make sure that happens.
You mean plant materials within the courtyard? What do you mean selection?
No, finished materials, whether it's on the wall or on the floor of the courtyard, so that they're lighter materials and the light will kind of bounce around, as opposed to a darker material would make it feel darker.
If you can go back to your renderings, R1 rendering.
Was that the one from?
The other one.
Okay.
Chairman brought up an interesting point the other day, and I was actually trying to plot out the visual on this. There's a good portion of that building that's missing out of that rendering, isn't there?
Yes, it's this image here really is going to about the center of the building. The easterly side of the building is slightly larger than the west side, so I'd say we're picking up 65% of the building here.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the thing that's kind of misleading to me, is that I need to actually get farther away really to see this building in terms of a real scope and context to the street and its surrounding areas. It was interesting, actually, the idea about the crane and that heights and things. I get the sense that this actually is going to be one of those buildings that I can see from the sound poking up above the tree canopy. Has your team looked at it farther back, or has your team looked at it from the Hemlock Drive side at all?
So, not from the Hemlock Drive side, but we've got the building model, so we can actually kind of drop it in, wherever you'd like to see it. We actually dropped it in so we can give it a reference to the dealership in front, for some sense of scale. But we can bring the image, further down the street to see the entire building.
Almost down to, I think it's 411 West Putnam. That's actually further west. Actually, the Shell station probably might be a better vantage point to see more of the building in context.
Okay.
Because I think actually your other rendering, the R2 kind of gives it a good sense of height and scale from a distance. That's a little bit more telling as to what I'm going to be seeing as a thing. But I'd also like to see it from the back of the building as well.
Okay.
It's that rear site, the Edgewood Drive, Hemlock Drive, back there.
Okay.
Yeah, 65%.
And a view from Oak Street, so because the view you have given us from the eastern end, the building has its smallest profile there because it triangulates in a sense. It goes off at an angle. So you've photographed the narrowest view.
I'm sorry?
Just
on the R2, we're seeing the narrow end of the building.
narrow end of the building.
Well, what we're trying to give you the image of what you would see driving down the street. So we didn't try to give you the narrowest view. We tried to give you the
But you
realistic
didn't give
view.
us the broadest view. The view at the other end is going to look considerably deeper, and the view certainly from the back is an important view as well.
Where's the driveway that's into the building?
You just
It's not shown.
You just see the image of it there.
Well, there's two, but
I don't think
I meant the
that
one
could
that's
be
only
correct.
in. There's just one that's in only, right?
Yes, and which is in the center of the building. So
this is half the building.
yes. Yeah, it's probably 65% of the building, and that center driveway is right here.
No,
Doesn't seem to be in
next to the
perspective.
BMW parking. It's
I
not.
think where you've got all your green is where the
disconnected.
driveway is.
I put it on, sorry. I mean, according to your site plan, the driveway is going right next to the BMW parking lot, and to the left of the driveway is the BMW used parking lot.
The driveway goes dead on, straight into the center of the building, and it's not, you can tell that the driveway, the perspective is incorrect. I mean, the driveway should be going straight into the building, because you can see the sides of the projections of the building are both coming into your station point, which is in the center.
Yep.
And your station point on your perspective should be right on the middle of the driveway going in, and it's not. So you've put in a lot of camouflage in the front, which sort of is very misleading. So,
If it's off, we'll adjust it.
okay.
You want to come closer to see it?
No, thanks.
No.
Right.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if I could just have your indulgence, because David Schiff again, did not get to go through, and I'm not going to go through my whole thing, but in getting in the discussion of the types of units and detailed needs, which I understand your request, just want to make it clear that in our analysis, and the demographic analysis, the economic analysis, and looking at national trends as well, we feel that there is definitely a need for the housing, both the market rate and the affordable housing. The size of the units is certainly something that can be discussed, but we see that there is that need that this proposed housing would help to meet. I just wanted to make that clear.
Right, but again, there's 2 points. There's the mix and the sizes, and the other one was, we could do 355 units here, or we could scatter throughout town as we redevelop, and we see a lot of property redevelopment where we're doing 6 units and 8 units, or the Housing Authority just did, how many was the one on Strickland for affordable housing? It's like 4 units?
I think that's market, actually.
Yeah, those are market rate, but those are
market.
4. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, all in all, because there's a couple of buildings there.
That's fine. But anyway, I just wanted to
that's
make
what-
sure that I wanted to make it clear, though, that the need does
Gotcha.
exist. Thank you.
No, we knew that.
Okay.
Joseph Versteeg, our fire consultant.
Well, I think this is the fire guy right now.
Yeah, this is a fair.
You got that up.
Good evening.
6.
It's almost good morning. You have my document before you dated June 17th that addresses items 1 and 2 of the town's request for additional information dated June 14th. It goes into some detail. It summarizes items 1 and 2 that were asked of us, and it summarizes the responses in great detail. And I don't want to, you can read that for yourselves. But in quick summary, item 1 addressed 4 topics from Deputy Fire Marshal Natale. And those topics were previously addressed, and they basically dealt with his statement that the building has to have a full sprinkler system. We said, yeah, of course it's going to have one. Building code requires it. And it's going to have a standpipe system. And we said, yes, building code, fire code require that. And it's going to have a fire alarm system. We said, yep, building code and fire code require that. And they talked about the water supply. And we said, yeah, just as we did before, that the most severe demand for the fire protection systems in that building are going to be 1,000 gallons per minute. And the Aquarian water test shows that there is 3,418 gallons per minute available. So some simple math, we're 2.5 times more water available than required. Item 2 addressed 5 topics from Deputy Fire Marshal Natale, 4 of which, as he brings up the topic, he also states that they are in fact satisfied and accessible. Item 2 deals with the building perimeter access to all 4 sides of the building, and he states that that's compliant. The width of the fire department access road, he states has to be a minimum of 20 feet, and he states that it's compliant. The turning radii for the fire department access road states that it's compliant. And we met with Fire Marshal McDonald regarding the gates on the fire department access road, and the locking and unlocking of those gates has been resolved. And then we talked about, or one issue he did raise and said that the site always has to be accessible during oral phases of construction. And I added a note that absolutely, the Connecticut State Fire Prevention Code does in fact require that. And Mrs. DeLuca raised an issue about fire safety during the construction phase, and those topics are all governed by the Connecticut Fire Prevention Code. So typically, anytime you have what we call hot work, welding operations, cutting operations, fire marshal must issue a permit for that. You have on-site fuel storage or any of that. The fire, when the building's most vulnerable, the code does apply. And typically the engine companies, during their weekly inspections, will go out and check that more so, because they're the ones that are going to be there at 2 o'clock in the morning should the need arise. Within item 2, there are also 2 comments, 3 comments actually, from the fire chief that were added in. And the first 2 basically deal with kind of a combined topic with regards to positioning an aerial ladder at the building and how far you need to be away for reach and access and effectiveness and so forth. And we agree with that, and we have evaluated that, and we have no problem in that this site actually complies with fire department vehicle access and ladder access to the building. And then what's most importantly noted...
Can you show me where you have the 30 feet around the building for that access?
Well, we don't actually need the 30 feet around the building.
That's what he says.
Yeah, well, that's not actually what he said.
He did.
Yeah,
He said he needs 30 feet to put the ladder up, and he needs access to all around the entire building. So
Yeah.
I just want you to go to your drawing and show me where you have 30 feet between the retaining wall and the driveway.
Okay. When we deal with fire department vehicle access, the code only requires that I get a
That
fire truck.
wasn't the question. The question is addressing the chief's concern about having 30 feet to maneuver his truck on all parts of the building.
Okay. The fire marshal's evaluation.
That's
Yeah,
the chief.
Let me.
I'm
I
saying-
will get to that if you don't mind. The
Well,
fire marshal's evaluation was that vehicle access on 3 sides was in fact compliant with the fire prevention code. 4th side would be fantastic, but it's not required. The fire chief referenced the fact that the ability to reach a window or the roof with an aerial ladder is totally dependent upon where you can place it and how far away. Obviously, if I make you park 200 feet away and I have a 100-foot ladder, I'm not going to be able to reach the building. Anywhere along this driveway, this fire department vehicle access road, the aerial ladder can park, it can extend its outriggers, and achieve an optimum climbing angle from the manufacturer of 70 to 80 degrees, and that's measured from the center line of the truck, where the base of the ladder is the center line of the truck. That's 30 feet away from the building. That can be achieved anywhere along the north side.
Not there. That's only 24 feet.
It's measured from the center of the truck.
That's even worse for you.
If the truck is 8 feet wide, and it's 4 feet to the edge,
Yeah.
the outrigger hangs out another, stabilizer goes out another 6.
Yeah.
So I'm 4 and 6, I'm 10.
Yeah.
If I park in the middle of a 22-foot driveway,
Yeah.
then I've got 10 feet to the edge, and then the distance to the building, it's more than adequate to raise that.
On this eastern edge, that whole thing is only 24 feet.
Correct.
So how's 30 work into 24?
When you do the math, it does fit. We have actually drawn this and scaled it out. But what's more important is the fire chief's third comment, that what's more important and more critical than placement of the ladder are the built-in safeguards into the building. And the chief recognizes that as buildings get taller, ladders become ineffective. And in very tall buildings, it may come to a point where you take the ladder truck and you park it across the street and use it like a toolbox. So that's the chief's comment about placement of the truck and its ability to reach the building. But in this third comment, more important is the fact that even more important than placement of the fire truck is compliance with the building code and the safeguards built in, such as fire-rated construction, interior exit stairs that are rated, separation of the units, standpipes, sprinkler systems. So as buildings get taller and bigger and wider, the building code and fire code add in additional safeguards, because they recognize you can't ladder the building.
Well, you're laddering the building to evacuate people that are trapped between floors.
If they are in fact trapped, but on taller buildings, that's negated.
Well, he says that you don't have, I don't mean to say, okay, I'm just going to, Mr. Versteeg
Yes,
has limited experience in placing aerial apparatus.
exactly true. And that's why my lieutenants and captains and fire chiefs that we consult with throughout the state have done this analysis, and that's why I said we, not I. And this is in fact achievable.
And the project is wood frame, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so he says I would seriously evaluate, I would caution the acceptance on this proposal. And you're saying that we can disregard what our fire chief is?
No, I didn't say that. Where are you reading from, ma'am, so I have a reference?
I would caution the acceptance on this proposal without knowledge of access, construction type, and cubic feet of the structures. Okay, so he really just wants to see the whole thing. And he says if, for the example, the project was to be wood frame, so, you had all this.
I still don't have your reference.
of the
It's
page.
page 229 of our staff report. It's
Okay.
a memo, it's an email to Mrs. DeLuca dated the 14th of June.
I have 229
Okay, that's what I'm reading from.
and paragraph.
Bottom of the first page.
Yeah.
I would caution.
It's the second to
Well,
last paragraph
Mr.
from the
Versteeg.
bottom.
Yes, I agree with that statement 100%. And that what he's saying is, I would caution the acceptance of this proposal without the knowledge of access, which has been provided,
Okay.
construction type, which is determined by the building code, cubic feet of the structure, which is technically not needed. That's an old fire flow calculation. If, for example, a project was of wood frame, which in fact it is, I would seriously evaluate if the available water supply from Aquarian water system would meet the needs for fire flow requirements. Now, the fire flow requirements for the fire protection systems were at a set at 1,000 gallons per minute, worst case scenario. Sprinklers for the garage were about 580. Sprinklers for the residential portions were about 330. There are calculations that are done in accordance with NFPA 1, the NFPA's fire code, the National Fire Protection Association, the International Fire Code. Those calculations are similar to NFPA 1. There are calculations from FEMA, the National Fire Academy, as well as the Insurance Services Office, which calculates water flow for towns and rates them for insurance purposes. And all of those calculations take into account type of construction materials used, wood frame versus steel or brick, occupancies within, such as the storage of mattresses versus residential or the storage of bricks. It deals with the height of the buildings. It also deals with adjoining buildings and structures. And when you do all of those calculations, every one of them comes down to a minimum of 1,000 gallons per minute needed, which matches the standpipe flow.
He's not happy with that. Our fire chief.
Okay, I haven't read that he's not happy with the water flow.
It says, depending on size, construction type, and exposures, the requirements could push the needed fire flow to 3,500 gallons per minute. If they are saying they have 1,500 GPM available, there may be a deficiency.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I read that, and I think that sounds like I'm going to type this based on, and I don't know if this happened, but I'm going to type this based on what I was told.
Well, the Aquarian letter says 1,500.
Now, the Aquarian letter says we have 3,004. The test report of the water flow.
From Aquarian, it says fire hydrant demand 1,500. Am I misreading this?
I have it here. Bear with me.
I'm starting to get cold. Are you cold yet?
Yes, freezing.
No, it feels good.
Okay, Aquarian Water Company fire flow test dated July 2, 2015. The flow hydrant was 0868, and the residual hydrant was 1097. Test results, gallons per minute available at 20 PSI, which is the minimum pressure in the pipe that you calculate a water flow for fire purposes on, are 3,418 gallons per minute.
Got it. I see that. And when it says GPM available at 820, what does that mean?
That's at a higher pressure?
It's for fire.
Okay.
That number, of course, is for all purposes, water consumption.
Exactly, yeah, that's what's in the pipe.
So-
So you're right, people washing cars, people brushing their teeth, washing dishes. Yeah, but what happens is, you say, well, okay, if you need 1,000 gallons, what if we're using the other 2,400 doing other things? The reason we calculated a 20 PSI, the water companies calculated a PSI, is there's an NFPA standard on how you calculate fire flows.
Right.
And it requires that it be calculated at 20 PSI. And the reason for that is more pressure is needed to get that water at an effective, usable pressure in your shower and your hose and so forth. At 20 PSI, that water in that pipe is not reaching your faucet effectively. The reason we have it at 20 PSI is because when the fire truck hooks up to it, they have a pump that increases the pressure and makes it effective for them. If we can't get the water to the upper floors in our building due to inadequate pressure or changes in elevation, then the building has a fire pump, which generates the pressure to make the water stream effective. So there's 3,418 gallons a minute available on the screen.
Mr.
So to
Versteeg?
just put this to bed, why don't you take your drawing and put our Pierce truck on it, and just because Rob Natale indicated the east side is too narrow, and his preference would have full access around all 4 sides. He did say 3, but it needs full access to the 3 sides.
Yeah, I think the comment was, we'd like 4, same as when we met with the fire marshal, McDonald. He said, I'd love to require 4, but I can't. He says, so I'm taking the 3.
Let's discuss during construction. I'm confident that once this is said and done, and the wood is got its protection, and the systems are in, and everything's working well, we're good to go. My concern is you've got everything framed up, and something happens. What was it, Avalon Bay in Edgewater, down in New Jersey?
Yeah, you're talking about an incomplete building.
Yeah. Okay, so the wood frame isn't protected. The fire protection systems aren't in.
Right.
Something happens. Would be a little concerned that the fire department is going to have a hard time trying to put this fire out, understanding the close nature of the building and then not wanting to get too close where the raging fire.
Right.
I know that it would still be unprotected when the sprinkler system gets put in. I know it'd be monitored all the time, but we do run the risk of actually, if something happens overnight or something goes without being noticed, that this actually could burn down to the ground because it's unprotected at that moment of construction.
Correct. That's why I said that there are requirements in the fire prevention code for while a building's under construction, for minimizing the amount of combustibles on site, understanding that it's built out of wood, but debris and so forth, limits open flames, bonfires, things of that nature, requires fire department access. It also requires that the fire protection systems, especially the standpipes, as a floor is raised, the standpipes are brought up and commissioned, and they're available. And then as we build the second floor, the standpipes come up again. They're tested and accepted by the fire department. So at least we have the ability to fight a fire on that floor. But you're right. When the building is most vulnerable, the systems are not going to be in. The sheathing is not going to be on. It's a fairly delicately arranged pile of sticks.
Understanding that, I think our fire departments would be confident in terms of when it's all done. I think I would like to see their opinion, what would happen between, first shoveled on the ground and when the last piece of sheetrock is taped.
Yeah, and like I said, that's why, what the fire marshal's going to do is direct the fire companies to go out there, because they're the ones that are fighting the fire, not the fire marshal. And they're going to go out there on a weekly basis and keep tabs on this to make sure that the requirements of the fire code, even though they don't have the authority for enforcement, but they're the eyes and ears. They have the ability to go there every day if they want. It's not like New York City where they're running, the fire trucks are running to 20 calls a day. They have the time to go out there, look around, be familiar with the site, and call the fire marshal if they see something that's not right. And the fire marshal can withdraw the permit, stop the job.
That doesn't happen.
Well, the laws are available for that to occur. Whether you utilize them or not is a community issue. Nothing further?
Any questions?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay.
At this point, Mr. Chairman, we will rest subject to continuation for rebuttal.
I have a couple of questions for you before you rest.
Sure.
Number one, given the fact that the town zoning regulations recognize the need for affordable housing, and they adopted Section 671.1, which is application for affordable housing units. And in the regulation itself, it says, these regulations shall only apply to affordable housing applications submitted pursuant to Section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes, as amended. Further, this amendment was adopted pursuant to the State of Connecticut Superior Court Memorandum of Decision, blah, blah, blah. It's all in the regs. My question to you is, why didn't you follow our town's affordable housing regulations and not impose this application on us? Because that regulation would have still permitted 120 units plus or minus. As you know, it's the based on the bedroom count, it still would have produced approximately 120 units. And it would have permitted an FAR of 625, which is much larger than is permitted under the other part of this regulation. And that would have resulted in a density of approximately 24 dwelling units per acre, not the 70 plus, almost 71 dwelling units per acre that you're proposing. Why didn't you follow that regulation?
No, we were certain. We were certain.
Oh, I think we've, uh-oh.
That's it. We're going home now, I guess.
You did that on purpose so the opposition couldn't speak, right?
Hello?
It's on again.
You had it.
That's all right.
No, no,
Our
it's-
Boy Scout has a backup.
It happens on the long meetings that it runs out of gas.
Boy Scout.
Testing.
You got it.
The short answer, Mr. Chairman, is that we looked at the regulation which existed, which, as we understand the history, came out of a specific court case and fit a specific set of circumstances. We, in evaluating the site potential, what the Carrero family desired and wanted to do, did not fit within the perimeters, neither as to the density that you allude to, nor also to the eligibility of on the income side of it. The fact that it was referenced in footnote in the section that it's under 830G. 830G is broader than that particular issue. So I recognize that whether we went under that or the way we did go, that there's a greater density. And I think your question, although it's phrased in a different way, is why as dense as we are asking for? And because the income median questions, the various 30% set-asides, 15 and 15, are identical in terms of the eligibility for our purposes. So the long and short of it is that the project, which is incorporated within that, was for one site. We're here before you on another site, and we think that the 345 West Putnam was not adequately serviced by that regulation.
On what, in other words, that you couldn't get, in other words, the 24 dwelling units per acre was not satisfactory?
That's, well, among other reasons, yes.
What's the other reason?
Well, there were a variety of exceptions that we made under the original zoning. Some of the aspects of it in terms of the planning and the integration of particular project details did not fit within the scope of that section. So we elected to go, as the statute allows us to do, on a very discrete application, which is the one before you. I recognize it's clear you're not happy with the density. That notwithstanding, that does not preclude us from coming in the way we have, and that was the decision that was collectively made by my client. I've been referred to as a client. I'm not. I'm a representative of a client.
But you hired the experts, we figured. No?
No.
Okay.
However,
that would be an expensive proposition for a paid employee myself.
Okay. Go ahead.
Given that, as a person approaching this site, it seems to break down into two components. One, which is a more natural wooded environment, and the other component, which is an industrial use, a non-conforming industrial use in the zone it's in, since it's in the RA1 zone. Obviously, with the densities that you're seeking, you couldn't have respected that, and so you had to come through and do the development as it's shown. But it could have been respected if you had gone in under the regulations that we have. In other words, you could have kept the development at that end of the site, retained the wooded areas and so forth, and had a more livable environment than the one that's been created.
Well, the question assumes a position that obviously you're articulating, and by questioning, we're certainly understanding as not being linked only to yourself. The desire to have greater density in order to, fulfill a market need that we believe exists, to develop the site in a way that we think is best for the site, all required, in our view, a standalone application rather than simply the cookie cutter of the existing zoning.
But
Well,
doesn't-
all of these projects have to have some contextual basis on which they exist. So this site is currently zoned an RA1, which would mean 4 dwelling units on it. It is surrounded on the north, the west, and partially to the east as a mixture of a couple of zones on the east by RA1 zoning.
And multifamily, C20 if I recall it.
That's why I said on the east, there's a mixture of the, there's some GB on the east. And
Commercial in the front.
Yes. And then in the front on the south, it's got the GB zone. Contextually, those zones exist with the RA1 is a 2.5-story, 40-foot height, an FAR of 0.135. The GB has 3 stories, again 40 feet in height, and the FAR is a 0.5. This proposal in front of us is 7 stories, 78 feet in height, and an FAR of 2.43. I mean, it is, by the numbers alone, not at all fitting with any of the goals or the goals of the plan of conservation development, which I read into the record earlier regarding the existing land use patterns. Now, I understand 830G, but let me continue. This proposal is more than twice the number of stories of its surrounding properties. It is twice the height of the surrounding properties. And it has an FAR of almost 18 times the RA1 zone and 5 times of the GB zone. The mass and the bulk of this building overwhelms the neighbors and the neighborhood and the context in which it is sited. Further, on a town-wide basis, this project exceeds the maximum numbers of stories and height and FAR of any town zone, which means that this building is in essence the largest bulk in the town.
Including the hospital.
Every zone in the town, every commercial zone, the hospital zone, the regulations, everything. The town maximums for number of stories is 4. This proposal has 7. This is townwide. This is not neighborhood. The height of the H1 zone is the highest. It's 65 feet. This proposal is 78 feet. Again, in the FAR, the H1 zone is 1.25, and this proposal is 2.43. It overwhelms every other building in the town, not the neighborhood, but the town. This proposal has a density of 70.84 dwelling units per acre. Obviously, the current residential regs is 4 per acre. In our town, we have an RMF zone, which is at 18 dwelling units per acre. The section I read to you earlier produces about 24 dwelling units per acre. Armstrong Court, which is the largest affordable housing in Greenwich, I believe it's the largest one that we have, is built at a density of 10 dwelling units per acre. The other cities in Connecticut that have densities of this nature are all cities. There's Bridgeport, 69, Hartford, 60, New Haven, 66, Stamford, 81. Finally, one more than Greenwich. Greenwich is not an urban center. The cities in Connecticut are urban centers, and you can see the densities that they go to, but this is not Greenwich, Connecticut. The Greenwich character is a suburban one, and this proposal overwhelms its neighbor, overwhelms the town, and if constructed, will change the character of Greenwich forever. This is an urban solution which has been jammed into a suburban site. How do you do that? I mean, on what basis? You're not respecting anything in the town. The town's plan of conservation and development, its zoning regulations, nothing.
With due respect, it sounds more like a statement than a question. Is it a question?
No, these were basically all statements.
I did have a question related to that, to follow up. We have a letter from Fowler, was the name? Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
There's and who is Mr. Fowler again? He's with
He's
the-
a self-professed expert on financing.
Oh, okay. But without any judgments, Mr. Fowler raises some points about the economics of this project, and it's not within our scope. But along the lines of what Mr. Maitland is commenting, he says that this project challenges itself economically. Rather than reply now, because I think it's 12:30 now, and there's a lot of people who haven't spoken. But the questions that are raised about whether this project challenges itself economically to produce returns that are less than optimal, I would love to get a short email to you, from someone on your team to our town planner on that, just answering that, just giving your thoughts on that topic.
I'd be happy to do that. I would just note in 20 seconds that my client and his family have owned this property for over 80 years. They're substantial business people. They've had an economic investment in Greenwich for the entire duration of my client's direct life. And to suggest, as Mr. Fowler did, that he was foolish enough to waste an expectancy on a misconceived, misanalyzed economic adjustment, if that's the implication,
Mr. Burcham, that's not the question I asked you.
then maybe I'm losing it at 12:30 at night.
If
What is the information that
The
at least in
validity-
concept?
he says that this project, because of its scope, is more expensive than it challenges itself economically. I don't know a better way to put it, that it sub-optimizes the return that the investor could make because of its density, because of the amount, 40,000 yards?
No,
Okay, so that's
I
all.
read it.
Okay, so I don't want to get into judgments, personal comments, just a question, just an email to Mrs. DeLuca addressing that topic. It'll go in the record. I think that's enough. I just don't want to keep, talking till 3 o'clock in the morning.
I don't either, but I'm simply saying he set his own premises. He's got, I think, erroneous premises and therefore an erroneous conclusion. What I don't want to do is get off into a pro forma versus a pro forma. I'll send you something. Exactly what I don't know.
Okay.
My comment follows up Mr. Maitland's. Is he listed a dozen items of why this project doesn't fit the character of our town. And 830G applications are supposed to be a balance of the need for affordable housing versus the character of a town. Can you come back and tell me why you think this proposal is in balance with that,
Good way of
with
phrasing
our
it.
needs versus the needs of these units?
That's what I asked Mr.
Well,
Schiff
you've
as
got
well.
a housing authority with closed list. You've had a 4-year wait.
I didn't want to talk, I want you to come back.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
I've been trying to turn the microphone over,
Yes,
but
please do.
We will therefore respond on the 6th to your question, if I understand correctly.
Or prior.
In writing, yes, but I'm sure we'll have something to say as well. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment? Do you mind if the public speak first, sir? You can stay and with us as late as you need to. They might like to go home.
Good evening, everyone. Is this on? You hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you for your service. It's not the first time I've been here after midnight. You do it every month or so, and we...
2 weeks.
I'm sorry.
Twice?
My name is Mike Warner.
This week.
Twice this week.
Twice this
My name is Mike Warner. I'm a member of the RTM. I was a member of the First Selectman's Housing Task Force, which looked into this matter. Also on the chairman of the Finance Committee at the RTM in town. And I live in District 3, right near the intersection at the Post Road where this property, near Livingston, where this property is being proposed. I would make a few comments, and I'll be as brief as I can. About 3 years ago, the Lexus matter came before this committee, and traffic turned out to be a major issue in determining whether that project made sense. And at that time, we got into the issue, and you're all aware of the issue of service levels. The service levels of streets were well documented, studied. Traffic studies of all the major intersections were completed. And what was found is service level C was found to be just minimally acceptable on Hamilton Avenue. And now again, Hamilton Avenue is coming into play. And what we're seeing, what I'm hearing is we're going into a new country where service level C, we just blown right by that, and we're talking about service level D and adding stoplights to the Post Road. The Post Road at 8:30 in the morning is one donut shop away from chaos, and that's where we are. It is a full traffic study certainly should be done. And any consideration beyond a service level C, in my opinion, and I only know about this from the Lexus issue, is unacceptable. And I think what's on the table before us and what I'm reading from this testimony tonight is that that affordable housing will give the applicant a free pass to do anything. And I don't think there's any balance here at all in terms of affordable housing. I note that as a member of the Housing Task Force, that one of the things we learned is that affordable housing is best when integrated in a diffuse, dispersed manner where 2 or 3 units are integrated into maybe 5 or 10. On Old Track Road, there's a larger project of 60 units, of which 10%, about 6, are affordable units, and that's the largest one I know of in this town. To say that you're going to have 30% of these units affordable, and the size, the massive size of this project is overwhelming. So I will spend most of my time on traffic, and I'll let it go at that. I would echo Mr. Maitland's comments. I had some notes about the POCD. He stole my stuff. I would say to you that in terms of affordable housing trends, Governor Malloy, I think he was the mayor of Stamford, and he changed the housing in Stamford for the better. And he did it by taking large buildings full of affordable units and dispersing the people through some alchemy that I don't understand, but he found a way to disperse families eligible for affordable housing and do the opposite of what we're faced with and what's being proposed tonight, doing just the opposite. And it was very successful. Now we're going to go in the other direction. This doesn't make sense as a citizen to even consider that. So my final comment would be, you're being asked to inculcate a bad policy of massing a building that is outside the bounds of what anyone has heard of. And the reason is because there's a carrot of providing affordable housing. There's just no balance here, and I would urge you to consider the big picture and reject this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? Come forward.
Should we be timing this?
See how bad it goes.
Yeah, because they sat here for a long time.
I think they want to get out of here.
Hello. How's that? My name is Margaret Freiberg. I'm a member of the RTM. I represent the residents of District 7, which is the district in which this project is proposed to be built. Several of my colleagues wanted to be here tonight to talk on the same matter. One of them, unfortunately, is out of town. Another one had a family emergency and couldn't come, and one who did come had to leave when the hour was approaching midnight. But suffice it to say that there is substantial concern among the members of the District 7 delegation about this proposal. And I think the collective gasp that you heard when the picture of the proposed project went on the screen speaks volumes. This is totally foreign. I would just like to elaborate on a few of the points, not all of the points that have been raised during the evening or during the couple of evenings. One is regarding the traffic congestion. We heard that there were going to be 2,000 truckloads of dirt that needed to be removed. That means you need a truck to go in to get the dirt and a truck to come out with it. So that you have to double that. And we're talking about 4,000 truck trips basically onto the post road. Unbelievable. Then as far as once the thing is constructed, we were told that the expectation is 1.35 cars per unit. Well, if that's true with 355 units, that makes 480 cars. If each person only goes out and comes back once during the day, he just goes to work and comes back, never leaves home to go to the movies or the poker game or the grocery store or anything, but just goes out and comes back once, that's almost 1,000 trips in a day coming. In addition, many people are likely to get frustrated by the delay that's going to be caused in this area from trying to get out. And we have seen before in District 7 what happens when people get frustrated by the logical artery that they would take being overwhelmed with traffic. They try to take shortcuts and they go speeding through side streets in order to save time. Well, the side streets here do not, for the most part, have sidewalks. Yes, the post road has sidewalks, but the side streets don't have sidewalks. And what's going to happen with the pedestrians and the children on these streets when people who are trying to, save a few minutes on their way to work or ever come zooming through I think there's a definite hazard there from the volume of traffic that we're talking about. In addition, regarding the proximity to the parks and the transportation and all, I should point out that although there are buses that go along the Post Road, at least half, if not more, of the buses take a loop that goes down Mason Street to the station, and then it goes into Byram and to Portchester and never gets to the western part of the Post Road. So although you might think there was fairly frequent bus service, in fact, there isn't, because most of the buses don't come as far as this part of the Post Road. On the tree issue, I'd just like to say that anywhere you have a lot of traffic, and the Post Road is certainly a place where this town has a lot of traffic, you get a lot of air pollution. Trees are valuable in oxygenating the air. We were told that a lot of these trees are only saplings, but recall the proverb, mighty oaks from little acorns grow. These saplings, if they're allowed to live, will not be saplings forever. They will grow up and they will be trees, and it would be very nice to have them. On the drainage, a significant amount of the argument seems to rest on the efficacy of the so-called green roof. But we heard at a prior meeting that this green roof will quickly stop working unless it receives frequent, substantial maintenance. I can tell you, what assurance do we have that this maintenance is going to continue forever, particularly once the applicant no longer has the degree of economic interest in the project as he has at the moment? I would tell you from our experience in District 7 that we have encountered situations where applicants for exceptions to zoning regulations got the exceptions on the basis of taking on themselves various promises and conditions about what they would and would not do, and within a matter of 5 or 6 years, those had completely been disregarded. And the neighbors who were impacted by the breach of all these promises were unsuccessful in getting the town to try to enforce or remediate any of this. They ended up having a great expense to themselves to go to court, and I don't think that they were entirely successful with that. Unless we have a really credible system of monitoring the compliance with all the representations, and then if they're violated, enforcing them, how do we have any confidence that any of what's being talked about will be followed through on? So altogether, I say that there is great concern among the residents and RTM representatives in the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many people do want to speak? So, 1, 2, 3,
And there's one over here.
4.
Don
Well,
Conway.
I know the attorney, so Hanlon wants to speak. So 4? Okay, could we try to keep it down to like about 4 minutes or something? So,
Yeah. You're Peter
so
Levy
who
tonight.
wants to come?
He's coming.
If you're very short, somebody else can use your minutes.
Make sure you guys all look good. Nothing I've heard tonight from the applicant addresses children, number of children,
Oh, we forgot to ask him, yep.
schools. You put this many
You have
people.
to put your name.
Tell
Oh.
Don Conway, District 2. Nobody's talked about that. You've asked about, can a pipe take so much water? Can something else happen? Well, how many school buses are we going to need? Do you folks know? Do you have any idea how many kids are going to go to school and what schools we can fit them in? Have you told us? No. I'd like to know that answer, and I hope you guys would too. So please, and unless you got an extra $30 or $40 million to build a new school for us, go ahead. I'd love to see the money. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, come on. Oh.
Good evening. Thank you. Hi, I'm Lynn Lavery. I have a copy for you with my address. I live at 22 Alden Road, which is very near this site. And I have lived there for more than 30 years. I drive by the corner of Hemlock and Oak every day. This is a wooded area. This is not an urban area. And to the gentleman who suggested that children can walk to Pemberwick Park, you don't live in Greenwich. You cannot. Also, I would suggest that this is just a ridiculous idea for this area of town. I want to address my comments to safety and health. First of all, safety. This is a family neighborhood, and again, not an urban area. The proposed project will exit onto the Post Road. There are a good number, as you know, of car dealers. These car dealers test their cars on Hemlock and Oak. We don't like to say that out loud, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's very dangerous. With this exit onto the Post Road, this is a terrible place for children. There is no place to play. Children cannot cross the Post Road. And as we heard at Wetlands, people even from the car dealers run across to McDonald's. Can you imagine? Western is less than a mile from this facility, and the result will be the children be walking to school. I've driven my car from exactly where this will be to Western Middle School. There is no sidewalk on Joseph Evaristo Street, and that's the way you're going to walk to Western. You're also going to walk right across the Post Road. It's a frightening thought. The exit proposed is, if you were to change the exit and put it on to Oak, that's just as bad, because that road, you might say, is similar to Cogniwa or Cat Rock Road. It is extremely curvy and dangerous. The proposed project will add hundreds of cars exiting onto the Post Road, and I think that has been covered. I'm not convinced about the fire department. I'd like to hear more on that. A lot of my comments are really questions, and I have a list. But first, my health comments. The property is contaminated from decades of use and neglect as an industrial site. It's admirable that the developer says he will clean it up, but I am doubtful. I honestly wonder why we would consider using one of the most contaminated sites in town to put an affordable housing family unit. It doesn't make sense. School buses. In terms of safety, school buses will have to do their pickups on site. You cannot stop a school bus on the Post Road. The traffic, the pollution, the noise of cars, the buses, these are all health risks. And the number of trees that are coming down, it's obscene. We could go back to that. The cost to our town. Glenville School is already at absolute capacity. What services will have to be added? What is the cost? What after-school programs will be added? How will we need transportation after school? We're talking about 30 seconds, more than a couple of hundred children. What's the cost of rezoning our schools? I basically have come down to the conclusion that yes, affordable housing is extremely important in our town. I've worked a lot on it. But honestly, to put it all in one place and in this site is absurd. And I thank you because you've all seemed to be doing a very thorough look and working very hard for us. This is just the wrong site.
Excuse me. Lynn, did you give your comments to...
And is it-
Thanks.
And just, it's worth adding for the record that the speaker who just
Katie.
finished,
This way.
the speaker is a previous selectman for the town as well as a past president of the Junior League.
Good evening, I guess almost morning. My name is Jane.
It's morning, babe.
Oh, it's morning. Oh, gosh, can't believe it. Morning. My name is Jane Isford, and ISFORD, 22-year resident of Greenwich, member of our neighborhood association. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. I want to just make a couple of comments with respect to the issue of density, some of the things Ms. Albin had raised earlier. I did a very rough calculation of the number of residents currently living on Hemlock, Oak, and Edgewood, including the Cotswolds, relative to what that density would be if this application proceeds. And I would say there's roughly 87 residents on those locations right now. If I use the applicant's projection of 675, which I think is extremely low because it doesn't include staff, it doesn't include, I think, realistically what the number would be. But if I take that number and look at what the current number of residents are on our sweet little neighborhood versus what it would be, that's a 675% increase in the density of residents living on Hemlock Oak and then the Cotswolds. And my question would be whether Greenwich has ever faced that type of a density increase. Has any community in the state of Connecticut faced that type of a density increase? My numbers actually, I think it'd be more realistic to say it's an over 900% density increase with this application. I was shocked to see the picture of the building tonight. I do thank the applicant for finally showing that to us. I want to state for the record that is definitely not in character with our neighborhood, and it was quite shocking to see. I also did a quick calculation of the number of cars in our neighborhood currently, projected to what would be the case with if this application went ahead, and I would project that to be a 614% increase using the applicant's estimate, which I think is low. Again, I think it's probably realistically over 900%. With respect to the traffic study, much has been said. I think there has to be much more done, especially with the surrounding neighborhood. Intersections at Hemlock and Edgewood, Oak and Hemlock, Oak and West Putnam, Valley Drive and West Putnam. I think that has to be done much more extensively. And in particular at Edgewood and West Putnam and Prospect, I'm sure you have driven up Prospect up to West Putnam, and then you take a left onto West Putnam. That is a very dangerous intersection even as it is right now because people are running through the lights as you're trying to come up Prospect onto Putnam. I can't imagine what that intersection would be like if this application is allowed to proceed. I suspect it would decrease to level E, potentially level F. So I do think that it's a very inadequate traffic report. And then I was a bit surprised tonight to hear, I believe the gentleman from Triton mentioned that perhaps the two properties that are not part of this application but were part of Tollgate that are owned by the applicant at 18 and 24 would potentially be used as staging areas, I think he said, by the applicant if this application was allowed to proceed. And that's a surprise, I think, to me and to our association. So I thank you for your time very much, and I respectfully ask this application be denied. Thank you.
You've been trying.
Hi, my name is Barbara Huber. I live on Oak Street. We've lived there for about 14 years. We have 4 school-aged children, and I'm a concerned parent for the safety and the well-being of my children and the current and potential neighborhood children with regard to this apartment building, proposed apartment building. I feel that busing is still an outstanding issue, as was said. My son currently takes the bus to and from Greenwich High School. It's a very crowded bus at this time. He says there's only 1 or 2 seats by the time he's able to get on, which would be right across the street. When he gets on, sometimes he has to squeeze 3 to a seat already. He has to cross the street, West Putnam, to the bus stop, which is treacherous as it is, and I can't even imagine what it would be like with all the additional cars. Cars don't currently stop when the bus for the bus in both directions, even when the bus side stops are up on Putnam. So that's incredibly dangerous as well for the kids. I can't imagine how it will be with additional traffic. Just the other day, I heard massive horns outside, and when my son came in, he told me that the bus and the cars behind him were honking their horns because the cars kept passing in the other direction while the children were trying to cross. So I'm concerned also about the middle school age children with the foot traffic to Western Middle School, which I have a son that attends Western Middle School at this time. The additional cars and the kids walking further presents danger to the neighborhood residents and their children and around the school because it's already a very overcrowded drop-off at Western Middle School. I don't feel a crosswalk or a stoplight at Livingston would be all that helpful. If the kids are late, they're not going to wait for the stoplight. And I'm not sure what the C or D levels are, but I do know is that I drive down Livingston many times a day. It starts at 6:30 in the morning when I drive my daughter down to the train station. By the time I return at 6:30 in the morning, there are children already on the other side of Livingston, all along that road, where you're going to be pushing all of that traffic down Livingston, where all these children are waiting for buses, and no one's even addressed how crowded that street's going to be, and all those children on that, standing on the sides of those roads. With the new addition of CVS and Cinderella along West Putnam, we've already experienced significant waiting time increases to get out of Oak Street. It takes several minutes, sometimes at peak times, and it's dangerous. I can't imagine what a light at Livingston would do for us to go left off out of Oak Street. The backups will be caused at the intersections all the way down to the freeway, I can see. And also the morning, there's, as was alluded to, there's a huge backup in front of Dunkin' Donuts every morning. I don't also think that the developers have a good handle on the underground rivers and streams. I've already submitted a letter to Wetlands regarding this last week. It would be a tremendous shame if this development started and hundreds of trees were removed and thousands of truckloads of rock and dirt blasted and hauled away, only to find complications, whether it be with poor financial or environmental planning or oopses. And we are left with a hole in the ground on West Putnam once again. Respectfully, I don't believe that this is an appropriate project for this location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. She was very helpful the last time.
Huber.
On Oak Street. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for the public. Mr. Hanlon, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ted O'Hanlon from Robinson & Cole for the Greenwich Neighborhoods Preservation Association, and Carrie Breed, who is the intervener that appeared here. Before I make some very brief comments, I'd like to ask Mike Manalakis, who is the licensed environmental professional that our clients have hired,
Wow,
to address
thank
the
you.
contamination aspect here.
We should have started at 6. We said we were going to start at 6.
Come on, you guys got no fortitude. Good
Well,
Lord.
you know, I did not grow up in Iowa. I grew up in the tropics, 12 hours a day of
Your
sunlight.
siestas.
Siestas, I'm big on siestas. Oh, another promotion. You're handing out paper. Yeah. We did think about that, Mr. Burcham. The trees involved in the material that we've gone through. The trees involved in the material that we've gone through.
I'm Michael Manalakis. I'm a senior vice president at Leggett, Pursues & Graham and a licensed environmental professional. I promise I will try to make this
Thank you
quick.
for staying. Really appreciate it.
I just want to make a correction earlier about the truck traffic and maybe a clarification. I was reading the soil management plan a little bit earlier, and it has the cut of 52,000 and it has a fill of 12,000. And then I heard earlier today saying that when they were going to cut, and they're going to take all the materials over here, that was all going off-site.
You have to carry the microphone with you if you're going to.
You can wander around.
Yep. So if they're actually doing that, that's actually 64,000 cubic yards of fill coming on or off the site. You assume 15 cubic yards per truck because you have 22 tons for legal limit on the road, 1.5 tons per cubic yard. That's roughly 4,300 trucks that you're talking about. I just wanted to make that clarification. If it's not the case, if they are reusing the soils on the site, then some of our concerns that are in the plan would still remain about not investigation in appropriate areas. So to start, I just want to go over a little bit quickly on the site overview, groundwater hydrogeology a little bit, because it does have to do with how they haven't fully characterized the site, how they're actually still going to leave contaminated material on the site based on the remedial action plan that they proposed, and they haven't addressed groundwater impacts or know if there are groundwater impacts. And you'll see the impacts that they have already identified to this pond over here, and they haven't investigated the wetland over here on 10 Edgewood Drive. Groundwater flows in general will stick to the industrial property. It's really from the west to the east. It's really a straight shot over here. They have a well actually over here when he was talking about saying, well, we had a well over in this location. It's a good idea, so the soil quality is not so bad. Well, you know, it might not be gross impacts, but it certainly could be there, no problem. They have no wells over in this location, so they really don't know what's downgrading of all these impacts over here. They have a storm pipe that goes over here and discharges, and the overflow, remember, goes over to this pond. That's not the direct discharge. The direct discharge is over here. So when they have contamination going down that pipe, the real contamination is going to be over here. And what I handed you, if you just look at page number 2, and I'm sorry, I had a PowerPoint, but my computer doesn't work with that. That's the wetland where that pipe discharges to.
So that's on the Cotswold property?
That's 10 Edgewood Drive right over here.
Oh, I see, okay.
Right. So back in 2012, the DEEP did an inspection of the site. They look over here. You go to the next slide. They identified dumping in the catch basin. That's your next picture right over here. They have waste paint that went into there. They have dumping on the grounds, and that's some of the pictures that you see over there. And then after that, Triton had done a phase 1 on the property, and they show some of the conditions of how they actually did management of their waste on the site. You see this picture over here, and that's some of the pictures you have. See this picture over here. This is actually 2016. But those are the conditions actually that Triton had saw. And then you have the pictures of what the DEEP had saw on the site. And DEEP was just identifying just pouring of paint on the ground. 2016, they do an update on the phase 1. Still, you see new dumping over here. That's actually a 2016 picture. This is now their hazardous waste storage areas over here. These are dented drums, and they say hazardous waste on them. They still haven't improved their management from 2012 to 2016. The important part is back in 2012, they also, DEEP said, you're not managing your waste correctly. You're generating hazardous waste. You need to figure out what you're generating. The important part of this is actually, what is the contamination you're doing? So what they did was, they went ahead and characterized their hazardous waste. They found out the waste paint liquid was characteristically hazardous for lead, chromium, and arsenic. Those are pretty much our major contaminants of concern. They also had waste xylenes, which are hazardous, and a few other things. So I'm going to kind of flip through the pictures. And many of the slides that you have and the report, you have the second report, and I'm sure you have the first report. What I tried to identify was all those metals on the site, things that are associated with the paint, and showing the distribution of those metals on the site, and also what they saw up in this pond over here. And what you saw was, if you went through each one of them, this is the comment that I said with the fingerprint over here matches the contamination over here. If you go to, and I apologize, I'm going to try to go more quickly on this.
No, it's okay.
There was
I've been asking people. Sorry.
Sorry.
Just got tired.
I'm going to go to there's a table I have in here, which is, it's this table over here. It has the sediment quality and the relation to the site contaminants. And what it shows is it has SED fall, or SED 3, which is a site outfall. That's when the sample that was collected over here. And it shows the range of the contamination that's identified on the site to the right of that, and it shows the concentrations detected in that outfall. All the contaminants around the site are in that outfall, and they're at higher concentrations than any of the other samples that are collected over here. It's a direct link of the contamination over here.
We read that to them earlier. I mean, we asked that question, that you had said in your report that the soil samples, the samples taken there were chemically the same as what's on site.
Right, and the other thing is you have ETPH, which is only detected there. And again, that's on the site. It has that fingerprint. Now, the thing is that what they identified over here was above probable effect concentrations and threshold effect concentrations, things that, measures of where you think, okay, there's going to be impacts. But the really scary part is that that's the direct discharge location. That's where all the waste has been going. And there are no samples over there.
It's the impact of that we were trying to, I've got it on. The impact of that I was trying to understand, the environmental ramification of that, of the fact that it's there. If you, I don't mean to cut you short, but that's what I've been struggling to
There's
grasp.
two, and if you look at and anytime somebody, what you really should be doing is an ecological risk assessment from the ecology standpoint to say, okay, are these levels bad? But you can certainly look in places in the state where we've remediated for things that they found over here. And we've remediated places in the state at concentrations that are lower than what they found in the outfall area, in the overflow area. You know it's going to be higher over here. This doesn't take a licensed environmental professional to figure that part out. What we don't know is we don't know the magnitude over here. And that's just the ecological point. My kids play by streams. The concentrations that are over here are over risk-based criteria for exposure.
Okay, now, when I asked this question, the answer was, that is, and the development doesn't make it worse. It doesn't impact it, it doesn't make it worse, it doesn't make it better, it doesn't change it. The off-site ramifications, the off-site existing contamination is not relevant to this development, is not related. And that was the answer. That's really about this development. Could you comment on that?
I disagree with that because,
yeah,
and the reason I disagree with it, it needs to be part of it. It needs to be known how bad it is, so you know the scope of your remediation, so you actually can do the whole thing together. I mean, if they really are going to investigate and remediate it, you got to have one plan. You see the strip over here. Have you ever guys seen where they're cleaning up in Fairfield, Exide Battery, all the area that they need for that? Have you seen how long that takes? I mean, they've been doing that for years. So don't you think you kind of need that plan in place right now, at least to know the scope? I mean, how can you do this development, and they only have a parking area over here, to be able to manage all that waste? I mean, you don't know what it is.
Well, again,
but
their argument, their response is, it's there. Our development does not affect that existence. Because, yes, I hear your point. I used to work for an oil company. When we did remediation, we had to trace where our spill had gone, what had happened, and we had to follow it all the way out. This is a development plan, and their argument is that they are not impacting the existing contamination at all. They're not making it worse, they're not making it better, it's off-site. And that's the question. We have to evaluate this project, this development, and what it does to the environment. Can you answer that?
But
or am I missing something?
Well, I think you evaluate the project and the environmental quality for it. I mean, aren't you actually looking at, and this is a residential project here,
right?
And it's the same people that are developing it. Isn't it their responsibility to make it safe for the residents? I mean, this is not just ecology. Mm-hmm. This is human health. And I'm not even going on the fact of, and we can go down the fact of actually this whole area, when we said the cut and fill before, this is all fill over here. They're not cutting that out. And they're not remediating everything over there. They have those, and we can get to it a little bit later, but they're not addressing arsenic. They looked at arsenic in the wrong way on trying to identify background. They're leaving arsenic on the site above a risk-based exposure criteria. They also haven't, and you brought up earlier.
Excuse me, they say they're remediating remediating the site to residential standards.
Right.
Does that permit any level of arsenic?
What you're allowed to do is you're allowed to leave things if it's background.
If it's
background. Like in the state of Connecticut, arsenic is
It's a
above 10
problem.
part per millions in some locations above background. So if that's the case, it's allowed to stay. But their assessment, and this actually happens to be arsenic, is just incorrect. Because what I did here, I did a color pattern over here of saying, okay, here's where all the concentrations are. They tried to say, well, you know what? We took 3 samples over here, they were kind of high, and because of that, we've got elevated background on the site. Well, when you actually look at this, and this is the whole fill area, you've got really, really crazy low concentrations all around here. But over here, you've got elevated concentrations of arsenic, but you have elevated concentrations of all those other metals that were associated with the paint. Now, those concentrations of the metals that were associated with paint might not be above our criteria, but the arsenic was, and they were all linked. And when you did the same thing, and you look at everything that I handed to you, as you go away from here, all those other things drop down, like the lead. Another key thing drops down to almost nothing away from there, but it's still got concentrations elevated over here. So they're ignoring that on their remediation plan. And that is an area that's actually not getting excavated and everything taken off of the site. The other thing is you brought up earlier saying, well, wait, that line is kind of interesting over there. I provided you actually something in these sheets, and I'm going to try to keep it short. What they didn't look at was leachable lead. They had 7 samples on site, every one exceeded. And I assumed that they thought, well, we'll go ahead and get it when we do this later on. Well, that's leachable lead. They looked at total lead, and that's what these are based on. These digs are based on total lead. Well, if you compare your total concentration of lead on the site where they have failures of leachable, they had a concentration as low as 110 part per million totals, and that one still failed. If you start looking at the numbers of lead on the site, where you have 110 or somewhere in that range, you're talking all the way up here. You're talking, you still have those closure points that they were talking over there. That was like 250 over there. They've got no closure in that direction for lead. They don't have it. And they don't have it, it's just an incomplete plan at this place. And the reason leachable lead's important is because you worry about groundwater quality. Groundwater quality, this site is a...
That's it. I think you're answering my question.
Groundwater quality, there's 2 things you really worry about groundwater quality here. Groundwater quality. This site is a GA groundwater classification. You should be able to put a well in the ground and drink it untreated. You see all these remediation areas over here? This is really the worst remediation on the site. And remember how I was saying groundwater flows in that direction?
Mm-hmm.
There's no wells over there. There's no well in there. You don't even know. And we presented this to IWA was what our big concern was from their standpoint was groundwater discharging to surface water, to the wetlands, a continuing impact.
Okay. Okay, so they're talking about groundwater recharge and how the new drainage plan enables groundwater recharge. Are you expressing concern about that groundwater recharge and what its downstream effect will be?
I'm concerned about, well, first, we don't know what the quality is. If I knew the quality was okay, I wouldn't be concerned. But they haven't investigated it, and you should know that before you do a remediation, so you know how to address it when you do your remedial plan.
Have the neighbors tested the property?
The wetlands?
He tested the wetlands. He tested those wetlands that the applicant didn't test.
No, we didn't.
He didn't.
No, who tested? Nobody.
Nobody has tested this, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole unless I had a promise from them that they would clean it up. Because why would you want to know that you have high impacts unless you've got the person on the hook? Because as they say, they don't have to do anything. They said, well, you know what? If we get approved, we'll go ahead and investigate and we'll clean it up.
So who
is it that determines when the site is remediated? to the residential standard, which would be the criteria for this site.
Well, for them, it's going to be Triton Environmental, the licensed environmental professional. What we provided in both our submittals was what we considered to be data gaps in the investigation and also remedial action plan.
No, but there's somebody, the state will ultimately approve their plan, won't it?
Only if the site is transferred. If the site is sold, then it's our contention this site would have to go through the Transfer Act, and at that point, there is some type of state oversight. But if it's not sold, there is no deep involvement unless they trigger, let's say they go ahead and do a sample over here, and they find that groundwater is exceeding 10 times the 10 times the criteria. Then they'll have to report that to the state within a certain amount of time, then the state can get involved. But unless you get those type of things, like they did a remediation over here years ago, which exceeded one of those triggers. But your option was you can remediate it in 90 days and then you don't have to, notify the state. So they took that route. So there is no state involvement in this. This is
involvement.
This is why we brought this up to inland wetlands. This is why we bring it up to you because
The wild, wild west.
well,
I'm sorry. It wasn't worth being close to the microphone.
but I think it's important though if you're doing a residential development that you actually know that you're going to residential standards, and what I think we brought up and what we tried to do in all the reports is really just spell it out clearly that you can look at the figures, look at the maps, and look at the tables and say, okay, it makes sense. I'm not trying to hide stuff or anything like that. Try to make it as clear as day. And, in general, I've tried to keep this short. But
The sediment samples from the pond at 24 Hemlock Drive.
right over here.
Okay. So somebody did test those.
Over this pond,
Not
right.
across.
But not
across the road.
on 10 Edgewood Drive.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. And that's, again, the direct outfall. And that
Gotcha.
is where, and you guys can make your own decision when you saw how Fairfield's remediation is and how long that's taken. And I understand where you're coming from.
Gotcha.
But it really does come down to, isn't it up to you guys a little bit to worry about the health of now 355 units of that many people being over there with kids, exposure, and if it's cleaned up, because it is this property that contaminated it.
Yes, but they're making the argument that it's.
I understand. I understand your
And so
argument.
that's the thing is, it's not an argument. I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to grasp both sides and figure it out. And they're making the argument that they're cleaning the site and that they're going to leave it so that it's residential. You're saying they're not addressing the arsenic to residential levels.
And not addressing the lead
The lead to
mobility.
residential levels. That's
They-
the
Let me ask you a question. Is this a self-policing thing? You do this for a living?
I'm a licensed environmental professional. It's not just a self-policing thing. We do have ethics to go by. If we're doing something for the state, absolutely we have to do
There's
verifications.
no license, you're not licensed by the state.
I am licensed by the
You're
state.
licensed by the state?
Yes, I am.
So in other words, your word when you would do a site would be accepted as the site would be remediated, is that correct?
But I could be audited. If it's in a state program, the
Oh, but just-
state can audit it. Yes, yes.
So if the applicant comes to us with their equivalent of you
Right.
and says this site is remediated, what should we do?
Well, what I tried to do was, and I don't mind going slide by slide on this, but I think I actually can show you that what they're planning to do isn't sufficient. And what they're planning to do, they're leaving stuff on site that's above a risk-based criteria. And some of their assumptions that they said, I'm saying background, just didn't make sense.
Have you put together a report saying?
Yes.
So we have it, or?
You have both of them?
We have.
Okay,
And,
We have.
thank you.
and Inland Wetlands has them all.
Okay.
And I really just tried, I
So-
didn't nitpick, but I just sat there and just
We
brought
read
out the
different
big
things.
picture type of things that are
So
important.
their testimony
Nancy
tonight
and I read this one.
was that because they're scraping the property clean and taking it all out of there,
But they're not. I mean, the
Not
cut fill,
worry.
remember the cut fill analysis,
yep,
it's fill around here, over there, all the way to there, all the way down there. It's cut all over there. So that's not the case.
Okay.
You know, I mean, they have a blue, if you look on that picture that they had, it has blue and red.
Yes.
You know, the red was the cut, the blue was the fill. So, you know, if that was the case, if they were cut the entire thing, that would be, you know.
Actually, the red does go almost over the whole site because it's the level of the garage.
Right, but not over here. And if you, and I don't have their figure with me, but I know it's in the sediment, I was just looking at it, but
There's
blue all over
there's
here,
about a 30-foot
all over
gap
here,
where the road
over
is.
here.
Yes.
But there's also, this side is all fill.
Yes,
That parking area, everything. And that's the part actually that's the most sensitive part
Yeah,
too.
it's got most of
Now,
them.
okay, I'm going to try to ask this question a different way, because I'm
I
still
wish to
trying
God I could
grasp.
answer
And
it,
I know, 1:30, it's really tough. But if you look at your picture there, and what I'm looking at, and what I've been struggling with, so we've got where their stormwater discharge is.
Right.
One of the things that I was taught a long time ago, and they said no,
It's out of date.
that it's out of date, I was born before 62, is that when you get storm water into where you've got a spill, a contamination, you are then pushing it on. They said no, but we continued to trace it, because if the stormwater is going into those ponds and into those wetlands, if they're contaminated, and they're saying they're remediating, that it's not going to be any worse, but what I'm struggling with is it seems to me as you direct this discharge, you know what I'm trying to ask?
I know exactly what you're saying.
Got it,
And it really
okay.
depends on the flow regime. And this is a wetland right here.
Right.
And it's going to,
But
I'll
that's
be honest, it's generally going to dissipate it a little bit more than if you were in a brook or a stream or a waterway. But if you have a really heavy storm, and if they've been, remember, they've been discharging for 100 years almost here. And if this whole thing is impacted, you're not just talking about what's coming over here, you're talking about heavy flows that are running off over here, and then that has the ability to
Which is
push
the one
beyond that.
increases? Which is the one that increases, do you remember? Remember you were asking?
This section.
It's this section
Yes,
where
in
there's an
section.
increase in the flow. So actually, existing conditions versus post-development, there's higher flow into that wetland.
No, he said less because they're
Less, no,
using.
one of them has more and the other has less.
No, but because of the green
it's
roof and
Oh,
because
now
of
it's
the.
changed, okay.
And
Got it.
yeah, and to be honest with you, I mean, you're talking about mobility just from the pipe itself. That's not going to cause more. I mean, I'd love.
Okay.
It comes down to yes, transport can happen from
Okay.
this stuff, but just from that discharge pipe, just from that location, it's not going to be a massive movement.
Why wouldn't the Coxwells test that pond as a precaution and hold the neighbor accountable? I mean, why
Well-
would you?
Thank you.
Don't go away.
Mr. Fox, Ted O'Hanlon. The Cotswolds folks have just been recently made aware of it by the inland wetlands staff, and I'm not sure what, nobody knows what they're going to do. As my understanding is they have sent in response to the information provided to them by Pat Sesto of Wetlands, they sent an email into Wetlands objecting to the application. I'm not sure they've done anything else. I'm not sure they knew about it. And that's one of the legal points that I plan to raise. But that's a good question, and I think it's very
Yes.
much hanging fire here. It's their property. And this applicant doesn't have the right to be doing that, whether it's clean water or whether it's polluted water.
Because
You
there's-
don't have the right to discharge through a pipe onto somebody else's property.
Well, wasn't the question I was asking, but I know.
But that's how it got there.
Yeah.
But my understanding, and again, it's not directly, is that one, they're not in favor of the application and they've registered their objection, and two, I'm not sure they ever knew about it. And every one of the applicants' consultants have said that they've never contacted them. I think it's incumbent upon the applicant to do that. They've caused first to inquire, and then two, to take responsibility if they found out,
Beyond
as
our
we
ability.
believe, that they
Beyond
have
our
caused
ability.
pollution there.
Mr. Manolakis? I just blanked on the question. Sorry. Oh, the point that Dr. Clemens was raising about not about segmentation and looking beyond an individual site. Could you just give your thoughts on that?
I'm going to have to recall what his...
What he was saying is that by looking at the contamination on a specific site, you're not addressing the overall ecologic impact. Is that fair, Mrs. DeLuca?
What he was saying was, some of the sites that are polluted are not part of the development, and
Right.
therefore they don't want to touch it.
You have to look at the broader,
And he's saying that's wrong. You have to look at the whole area.
the whole area.
Well, you are supposed to follow, and I do think, actually, they have tried to, they have tried to go off of the property and off of the site development and characterization.
Okay.
Where they fell short, though, when it started coming down to the leachable lead, they don't know the extents over there. Because you can see on this map, they're really trying to do it. And then even over here, again, it was the leachable lead, but this is an arsenic one I'm showing you right over here. So they certainly have tried to go off of the site where they could go to. But following the whole, if you're going to follow a release, this is really the missing part. Not knowing this is really important. And then also it's the groundwater quality. Down gradient of the biggest spills, that's the, and right beneath the biggest spills. Not knowing that and then going in and saying, I'm cleaning it up. What are you cleaning it up to? Or how do you know? It should be part of a plan.
Got it.
So.
Okay.
Do you have any comments on the forest area that we were talking about earlier in the evening?
Mr. Maitland must be getting tired because he didn't ask you about the trees.
No, I'm sorry. I'm an environmental, really when it comes down to hydrogeologist, I'll tell you about risk-based.
You're a hydrogeologist.
But risk-based, health-based, but I can't tell you about trees. I do
Okay.
love them, but.
And then the comment was made earlier that the water table is 4 feet below the rock. What are your thoughts on?
Well,
geology?
Here's the thing, they have a bedrock, they took that in bedrock, and I'm actually glad you brought that up. Bedrock can swing 20 feet in a year, no problem seasonally, because you just don't know about the fractures. And they're relying on, but I don't know how that impacts their development. I'm just telling you that certainly, one measurement, and you're saying it's 4 feet below your parking, that doesn't tell you anything. You really want to be able to have seasonal variation, and you want to have actually, when it comes down to bedrock, it can be more instantaneous than, just spring, and I took it in spring. Well, did you take it actually during high rainfalls sometime after that? Because you're going to see that impact, because there's not as much pore space in bedrock as in overburden, so you're going to see that type of variation change a lot.
I wondered about that one.
Very cool. Interesting. I never knew that about bedrock.
Katie, I'm wondering if we could not send this gentleman's report to DEEP and ask for their input.
I don't know if there's a reviewing agency there per se.
Yeah.
I've tried this in the past with, when we had information on soils and testing on soils, and they weren't very keen on responding in that way, but certainly I can reach out and see if anybody would be interested in reviewing this.
Right. Because it just seems like DEEP inspected the site in 2012, and I don't think they were made aware of the drainage into that wetland, and I think that would be the question, is, referencing back to 2012 and the fact that there was contamination.
You are correct about that. Actually, in the 2012 inspection report, they couldn't find the discharge location. They looked, and that was an unknown.
Oh, they looked.
Well, and they do know anecdotally, because they filed for a stormwater permit, discharge permit, but certainly one agency is not going to put it together with another agency.
Exactly. Right, of course
and they're not going to recall that they showed dumping into their catch basins.
Right. I feel as though that's a...
Yeah, just because it's a follow-up on the 2012, it might
feel like we
dovetail,
haven't
and
gotten
it
to
could
the
help
bottom.
us try to reconcile all the pieces if we got The only thing is, I can't imagine that you could get a response by the 6th of July from a state agency. I think we might be close to done.
Thank you.
Even close.
Mr. Chairman, I will be very brief. Again,
Oh.
Ted O'Hanlon from Robinson.
So you
Mr. Bertram said the same thing, and we know you're cut from the same cloth.
Oh, please. I just met Mr. Bertram tonight. I'm not
Well,
sure
we know
that's...
that you're, you know.
Sure that's not fair to Mr. Bertram. But anyway, on behalf of the Greenwich Neighborhood Preservation Association, we would ask that you deny this application because it's incomplete. And the principal reason it's incomplete is there's a level of presumption on several levels here. They presume, because it's affordable housing, that they can completely denude a 5-acre site without any responsibility to replace the trees or the impact of that, and they act as if that's okay. There's a level of presumption in that they believe that they can turn the town of Greenwich's entire sewer management plan to their benefit, and that this agency should accept their engineering assessment of that sewer without more. And just listening tonight to the questions you're asking is, and Mr. Rizzoli's reports are in there, you respectfully are exactly on the right track, is there is so much to this. We were told at the Wetlands Agency last week that it'll probably be a year and a half at the most before the sewer division gets its arms around these issues. Why can't they wait? They don't have the information they need to make the presumptions they're making about the sewer impact and what their fix will do and what their burden will cause. So we urge you to continue down that path. On traffic, again, the questions tonight, Ms. DeLuca asked, what can you do to improve this? You can reduce the scope of your development, and you can achieve the levels of service that the town believes it's in its interest. These are safety issues. You all, I'm sure, will be consulting counsel as you consider this. It was said here tonight that affordable housing is a free pass to whatever you want. It's not. Your health and your safety reasons stand there without impact from 830G. All you need to do is rely on them. And certainly your traffic is key, is absolutely critical for health and safety reasons. This pollution, and again, the traffic, I'm sitting here listening to the questions tonight, and I'm thinking back of some of the other applications we've done and the work that we have passed back and forth with Jim Ford and the Beta Group. These neighbors can't follow that. We just don't have the ability to do that, but we urge you to keep asking those questions. You can, the traffic consultant said somewhere between 0 and 355 units, you can achieve the level of service you want. That's the real answer you want. Where is that? It's a lower density development. So again, I think that's on the right track. The pollution is important on a number of reasons. In response to Ms. Albin's question, they say it doesn't have anything to do with it, but where is the notion of doing the right thing? This is the entity that owns the property that caused the pollution. Before they should go forward with a development and receive the imprimatur of this agency, they should fix the damage that they've done. And they don't even know the damage that they've done. And they have wetland scientists is saying that there's no impact when they've never even looked at the wetlands that's been most impacted. So again, it's not a question of whether it's historical, and then that gets into the final question that I have, is what right do they have to be discharging through a pipe on someone else's property? Where's the co-applicant who owns that property? That's what you'd normally have. Where's the easement right that they have to dump their water on someone's property? This is not sheet flow. This is not overland flow. This is a discharge directly into not just someone else's property, but a wetland. That's a double
issue there. And we've raised these issues to the Wetlands Agency, and they're taking them under advisement. They haven't acted yet, but you all have just as much responsibility and authority in this area through this regulation as Wetlands does.
And I'm assuming you did a title search and can find no easement?
I'm not aware of any easement. I'm not aware of any permission. I have not done a title search. But I have been in contact with the Cotswold people, and I'm informed that there's never been permission granted, and they weren't aware of it before. So the question is well, what right do you have to do this to someone else's property? And the answer that they gave in Wetlands was, this is grandfathered. Again, I urge you to talk to your counsel. There's no grandfathering in the wetlands arena. There's no grandfathering in property rights. So again, where does this, the presumption that because they've been doing it, they can keep doing it. Now, they may be right in this proposal that they are improving the situation, because as Mr. Klein admitted, they've been discharging there with much worse quality and much more quantity for 80 years. But the fact that they may be improving it slightly doesn't make it right, or doesn't mean that they can continue to do it. And their application to Wetlands did not ask for a permit to discharge into that wetland, and it did not address the impact of the discharge into that wetland. So again, I think that as a matter of completeness, whether it's because they don't have the property owner whose property is affected, or whether it's because it's an existing violation by their own admission, you all respectfully should deny this application and tell them to address these aspects of their activities for the last 80 years, and then come back and talk to you about what development they propose on the property. So that's what, I've got a stack of papers here that were handed to me tonight. I can't address them, and our consultants can't address them. But I think you all, dealing with the sewer and dealing with the traffic issues, you all are exactly on the right track. But I urge you, again, health and safety are not issues that the 830G overwhelms. And I think if you're asking exactly the right questions.
I would ask you to put together any of your comments, because this is a project which, due to its final, we must close it
On the 6th.
the 6th of July.
Okay.
So we would need to have that information in hand prior to that closing.
I will do that. I thought that you were closing tonight, actually, and I do.
No.
My letter does contain most of it, but I will look at it
that's-
and I'll add
I'm just
whatever
going to
else
check with the boss.
I think is appropriate. But thank you for the opportunity. So again, in closing, we'd urge you to deny the application for all the reasons that we've discussed. Thank you.
Okay, go. He says yes.
So I'd just like to note for the record that on page 130 of the staff report, under number 35B, I had done an analysis using the SU zone, which is the section of our zoning regulations that deals with 830G. And as you had noted earlier, Mr. Maitland, the FAR that's permitted in that zone is .625. However, for the purpose of a conversation, I used the .9 FAR, which is the FAR that's permitted under the moderate income regulations. So using the full 5 acres of the property and the maximum height of 4 stories, and the FAR of .9, just on a numbers basis, I came up with 120 units and approximately 193 parking spaces. And then I contacted and hired a consultant, BFJ Planning. They're a consulting firm providing professional expertise in planning, urban design, environmental analysis, real estate, and transportation, and they were established in 1980. They're led by founding partners Paul Buckhurst, Frank Fish, and George Giacomo, and they serve the public, the private, and nonprofit clients throughout the country and overseas. And I asked them to take those numbers and create a plan, just so we could see whether that plan would work physically on the site. And I gave them additional parameters based on page 237 of the staff report, which is the May 27th, 2016 letter from Patricia Sesto, who's the director of the Wetlands Agency, to Stephen Suter of Bircham, Moses, and Devlin. And I asked, and in that memo on number 3 is a request for an alternative site plan which would preserve a significantly greater portion, if not all, of the on-site forest within the critical habitat area of wetlands 3 and 4. And so as not to get too complicated, I just generally asked BFJ to situate the development on the property well to the east of the forested area. So I think I may have gone a little bit further than what Mrs. Sesto requested. So the development that I asked them to consider was based on the numbers of the analysis of the SU zone and the 6110 zoning. So a 4-story building, flat roof with green roof on top, well to the east of the forested area. And I'd just like to enter into the record the design that they came up with to show what that would look like. When they did the analysis, they did reduce the building down to, it still has 120 units, but they did reduce it down to an FAR of 0.54 in order to stay out of the forested area and stay at that 4-story limit. So I'll just pass this down to you now. To the applicant. Actually, just take one more for the number 2.
We need a copy.
Yeah, and so I'd like to give one to Mr. Bircham and Mr. O'Hanlon.
Have it electronically?
Yes, I do, and I'll send you, I apologize, of course, my color printer decided not to work at the last minute, so this is the black and white version.
Mr. Schiff has one.
So, I think the point of doing this was to just review whether there were some ways that the regulations, our own regulations, could be used, our own 830G regulations. I know obviously we've spoken about this at length with the applicant and are looking to see whether there are some alternatives the applicant has considered in that regard also.
It's up to you if you want to wrap it up.
I thought we were.
Oh, he said goodbye a while
Oh, you
ago.
did?
Yeah.
I didn't.
No, I didn't say goodbye.
Usually, usually we allow the applicant the final word.
Well, I'm going
So
to
if
have a
it's
final
goodbye?
word on the 6th, but I don't need to take it tonight.
I'm sorry?
On the 6th.
Yes.
But I don't need to say anything further tonight.
Oh, no, you just, if you don't want to say anything, that's up to you.
No,
Good night would
I think
be
enough
good.
has been said. It's now 1:45, and I think we've probably taken it as far as we should tonight.
Okay.
You need to stay another half hour to beat last week, right?
Well, if you'd like, we can speak for a
I'll
while.
tell you what, why don't you stay, Marguerite, and tell us you did?
And then the court reporter has been here.
We're done.
Yeah, we're done.